duration of arc jet. And because you're following him and he's not following you, you can't just lead him somewhere like you can with some temporary companions in other Bethesda games, which is very, very sad indeed. So yeah, Piper's super easy to get, like Story of the Century. Just show up and do Story of the Century. You've got yourself a human companion right there. And in all fairness, like, if you just go around the corner, I think it's 300 caps to hire McCready. So my plan was just to get the gold out of, again, I was about to say Good Springs, Sanctuary, take the gold to any store, sell the gold for 300 caps, use the 300 caps to buy McCready. I think it's 200, 250? I think it's, yeah, 200 or 250 if you pass, like, a simple skill check. And, like, if you're doing this, then obviously, in this mode, if you're doing companions, obviously, you've got attack dog, so great chance of them in fact. But, like, the problem is, Dogmeat doesn't work on his own, because Dogmeat is a support dog. I think it's really clever and elegant the way they did Dogmeat in this game. Which is, unlike, say, Dogmeat in Fallout 3 or Rex in Fallout New Vegas, Dogmeat isn't just, like, a small murder machine. Dogmeat's power is in helping you. He's most powerful by holding enemies still and giving you a better ability to hit them. And then, yeah, cripple Lindsay's biting, causing a bit of bleed damage, and then, yeah, you take 10% less damage because you've got a dog with you. Like, the whole point is, Dogmeat doesn't really get that much stronger by you upgrading him. He becomes more useful at assisting you, which I think is really clever and really lovely. And I think it's a really lovely way of doing a dog in a game. I think it's very mechanically elegant. It's one of those things that tells the character of Dogmeat through the in-game mechanics, which is lovely. One thing I couldn't find out, by the way, I tried to find this out before the stream, couldn't find information on this for certain, whether inspirational affects Dogmeat. Because fun fact about Dogmeat, he's not a companion for the sake of Lone Wanderer. If you have Lone Wanderer and you have Dogmeat, Lone Wanderer is still triggering, because Lone Wanderer is only for people. However, inspirational, that means your companions do more damage in combat, can't hurt you, companions resist more damage and can't be harmed by your attacks, and companions carry more items. I was unable to find absolute confirmation whether any or all of these ranks work for Dogmeat or not. So naturally, if you went for this build, you'd take inspirational straight away. And the nice thing is, companions, yeah, ranks 2 and 3 don't help out with companion damage. Rank 1 is the damage. So you can just take that at level 2. Straight away, you've got yourself a companion doing loads of bonus damage, which is great. I'm not sure how it's actually calculated, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it's actually calculated, because whether it just, like, takes all damage, irrespective of what gun they're doing, and then just sort of, yeah, like, gives it a multiplier. I think it's only 10%, but, like, it's not nothing. It's not nothing at all. But I don't know whether it affects Dogmeat. I was not able to verify that. The easiest way to verify whether inspirational works at all, of course, would be to take it to level 3 and check whether Dogmeat picked up more carry capacity. But that wouldn't prove that inspirational rank 1 and 2 is applying. It would strongly suggest it, but it wouldn't prove it. It's hard to verify because you can't see the actual I mean, I guess you could download a mod that let you see combat numbers, like you're playing Borderlands or something. Like, I know that mod exists, like show damage numbers.
Doesn't rank 2 say that you can't, like, hurt them?
That's true. You could, yeah, but then you'd have to be shooting the dog to verify.
Yeah, we can't have that.
You did literally just be sitting there next to your beloved dog who's sitting there looking with your big eyes and being like, okay, I'm like 90% sure this isn't going to hurt as I point the rifle at his head. I'm not sure. I feel like that wouldn't be in the keeping with the spirit of the stream, Claire. I feel like that wouldn't be the spirit of the stream. Anyway, who wants to know the name of the dog?
Anthony Thomas wants to know the name of the dog. He's been a member 29 months and says, I'm not sure if Annie and Leo can come to compete with the new doggo for you, but there are cat pics on Twitter. What is the new baby's name?
We welcome to the many a true nerd family our newest member, Teddy Choosevelt.
He does like chewing things.
He does like chewing things. So, you know what? We go by, Ted and Teddy, Theodore on occasion, and various other pet names, but his full name is Teddy Choosevelt.
So he was already named Ted, and he's 1 year old.
The reason for that is because, like Tabby, when we rescued him, he already had a name. He was already Ted. So we thought, you know, we will keep that. We're not gonna scrap it. It feels wrong in some ways to, like, you know, been called by a name for much of its life, to change it. So we decided that, well, you know, Ted was going to be one of the names we referred to him, and Teddy and whatnot, you know, as we were going along. We also decided, you know what, he's going to have a full name. And we decided that based on his behaviour, his name was going to be Teddy Choosebelt.
You were hoping you were not sure whether...
Well, when we first saw him, we saw he had jowls. You can start, let's get the photos back up, people.
Yes.
Everyone's going to be excited we're getting the photos back up now. I don't know whether you can see, that's a good angle for jowls. And then his jowls are full. But, like, he does have, like, slightly pronounced jowls. You can't see them. In that photo, he's got slightly pronounced jowls. So I assumed when we saw him, he was going to be a drooly dog. So we were originally thinking it was going to be Teddy Droolsevelt. But like, we realised actually when we actually met him, like, actually he's not a drooler at all. He's a big monkey pup who likes getting his paw prints everywhere. But he's not really a he's not really a drooler. In fact, he's barely drooled at all. He has many problems. All the various problems. Also,
he does not have problems. He's a sweetheart. He's an incredibly sweet dog.
He is. Also, I had this whole thing prepped because, yes, if you go to the school, and excuse me, downstairs in the schoolhouse, isn't it? The schoolhouse bedroom. There we go. Live and love. And that is, yeah, robot companions permanently inflict plus 5% damage. Very important magazine to grab. For some reason, like, yeah, there's an entire school of magazines. By the way, there's a cat. Look at cat.
Oh, an actual cat.
Yeah, it's an actual cat.
Is he a robot?
Yes, he's probably an institute spy. Because our understanding is you cannot pet him.
Wow, so rude.
He goes over to his bowl. We can't even steal the bowl. We're not allowed to steal the bowl. There's also nothing in the bowl. You see the bloody robot's malfunctioning. Don't recognize. Like, you know it's fake because the cats go over to
Don't
one.
tell us still on screen.
Huh?
We're doing great, people. Don't switch back. Don't tell them.
I went into the schoolhouse. The schoolhouse, and like, for some reason, like, live and love. It was right here. I picked it up here. Gives you 5% bonus damage with all robot companions. But yeah, the weird thing is, like, the Live and Love magazines are mostly about companions, and most of them are really easy to get, like, so easy to get, because they're all in cities. Like, in fact, there's two round the corner in Good Neighbour, one in the 3rd Rail, and one in Hotel Rexford. The most important one, the one that does most damage, is actually securely locked behind an expert door in College Square, so there's a few ghouls between you and that. And you either need the key, which is deeper down, or you need expert lockpicking, which I think is actually not... The fun thing is, I always overestimate how difficult that is. Like, actually, because the first rank of locksmith is advanced, you can take straight away. It's level 7. You can pick expert locks at 7 and master at 18. Locksmith comes in aggressively early in Fallout 4. Yeah, 921 and 9 and 21 for hacking. So they come in super early. But then again, that's partly because it's not that useful. Like, Locksmith in Fallout 4 doesn't really provide shortcuts or alternative solutions. It just provides loot. It just lets you access side rooms that contain loot. Now that, you know, the junk is important. Personally, I think it's a waste of multiple picks. But like, yeah, like, as soon as level 7, you get that, you go to College Square, you get the magazine that gives you 5% bonus damage with all companions. And, like, you know, the point is, Fallout 4 more than Fallout 4 more than any other Fallout game, you have the ability to slightly boost your companions. It's really difficult to do. Like, you're kind of supposed to be able to do it in Fallout New Vegas, because there's, like, the nerve system, where the higher your charisma is, the higher your companion nerve is, and, like, the better they fight. But I think it's bugged, and I believe it doesn't work. I believe that's just broken. And weirdly, I don't think I've ever actually seen a mod that's like, hey, we fixed the companion nerve system. So I'm not sure if it was like broken beyond all recognition and no one could make it bloody work anymore. because I've downloaded like fix the common bug packs for New Vegas, and none of them have ever made companion nerf work correctly. So there we go. I just nuked dog meat. Inspirational works. It's amazing. Okay, so you can inspire the dog. Brilliant.
Okay, and we've also got some more new channel members, Oman Gaming and Tricky. 1989 Psycho Girls, been a member 28 months, and says miniature dog finally makes an appearance.
Yeah, Teddy Choosevelt is with us. You know, Ted. He's chilling out. Like he's a very. He's a morning dog. He's very cuddly in the morning. He's very bouncy in the early afternoon around lunchtime. And he's very sleepy in the evening. And he's because he's a bit nervous. He's a little bit of a codependent dog. He'll track around after you, and if he can't see you, he'll want to come and check you're okay. He'll want to come in and have a bit of a loosey to make sure everything's as it should be.
Yes, because I'm not sure if we've actually already said, but the reason he couldn't stay with his previous family was they had to go out to work.
Exactly. They worked away from our home and he couldn't deal with the separation. So he's a separation anxiety dog, and that's why, the shelter picked us as good candidates because we both work from home. So yeah, it just seemed like, a really good combination of things.
And I mean, to be fair, he's been here like for
just a
few
very well settled.
Great. But let's see. Another new channel member, Coffee Cat. Welcome to the Green Club. Jake has been a member 29 months and says this weekend has been no fun. Surprise stream. Timing is exceptional.
Good.
Good to hear it. We've got somebody else who was saying.
It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's
Anakins.
foes.
The girl can't sing.
Contra!
That girl cannot sing. Like, why did they have her do this? She's
trying
flat.
To put bums in things, and you're ruining it. You're ruining my mission of putting bums in things. For goodness sake, Codsworth, sort yourself out. Dear, oh
There's-
dear. Right, pass by the swan. Don't upset the swan. Codsworth probably can't take the swan.
Damn it! What?
And
No,
I
what?
can't do anything.
No, you're acting like you're full screen, like or something. I don't know. Are you full
She's a
screen?
really lovely companion. Seems like knows stuff about Boston.
I don't know. I need to go look. I think
Beware.
she can't sing. She's off key. You can hear it. It's like it's not good dulcet tones.
Let's see. We've got some other people saying quite happy to have the stream running.
I want to
Liz
see.
has been a member for 37 months and says, my fiance is out of town and I lost my grandma yesterday, so your stream definitely makes me feel less lonely.
Oh,
Thank you. I may have just massively overestimated how much I can tank.
yeah,
Attacks
but
from-
window mode,
I
borderless.
overestimated how much I could tank attacks from a super mutant. I thought those were basic, so it was going to be fine. But it was not even remotely fine.
Important live update.
Yeah.
Ted just turned around.
Oh, they're gonna play a bad song.
He's got the biggest, sweetest brown eyes. And he came very well behaved. He knows how to sit. He nominally knows paw, but that one's a bit
Ooh, that sword's
underwhelming,
cool. I want that
to be
sword.
honest.
For the
Thorin runs the
darkness
inn.
has
Speak to him.
passed, and the legend yet grows.
Yeah, if you ask him
You'll
to touch the hand,
know,
he'll do
you'll
it.
know the dragonborn's
Though the strange thing
come.
is, he's very bad at reading.
She's nervous. I mean, she might be acting. She might be acting like a nervous bard in an inn, but she can't sing.
He won't come unless there is, like, he has a clear belief you're holding a treat. If he doesn't believe you're holding a treat, he won't come. So obviously this means he's staying on a lead until that's sorted out. He's not coming off his lead when he's out in public, because we can't trust him not to run away like an idiot at the moment, because he's a big silly dog. So yeah.
And also yesterday, he went to run into the house whilst the garden door is closed and smack its face in it.
Because yes, there's a
Already
glass
young
door.
for a
There's a
worm.
glass door that leads out to the garden, and it was night. And I think maybe because it was light inside and dark outside, and he couldn't see. He didn't know there was a pane of glass there. He decided he wanted to go inside. Fast, quite fast. He decided he wanted to go inside, and squishing happened.
Royal jelly. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, there was a loud bonk. He went squish, and then he decided he didn't trust the.
He was a bit afraid of the door.
He didn't trust the door anymore. Take out the legs. Just take out the legs. I just want to take out the legs, to be honest. Bloody hell! This
I love idiot pets.
This
That's
idiot.
like my pet's no treat, no pie.
Yeah. So unfortunately, yes, we do need to sort that out. Okay, this time.
My dog has also done that. Window stickers. Time.
What is wrong with you? Why do you keep doing this? Stop ruining my fun. Fine, it's getting on anyway. There we go. Actually, it doesn't create such a good
How
hole
is
there.
Teddy's perception, lol?
Apparently, Ted is yes. He's got my lack of perception and your lack of focus. I think.
I did suggest that we might want to nickname him Teddy HD at some point.
Yes, he is a slightly ADHD dog.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Lukito's been a member for 15 months and says, "Hey, John Clare and Minnie True Dog. I really appreciate you streaming today because I've got a tryout day for my first full-time job tomorrow and I'm very nervous."
Oh.
Do fine. Tryout days, they're going to be deliberately, put in a way where you're not going to be tasked with anything that's like, beyond like what a person of your skill would reasonably, it's going to be tasks that make sense for someone of your skill level and experience.
I mean, they're not trying to trick you, right? 'Cause, like,
no one's going to be trying to trip you up.
like, they don't want to have to hire somebody else. It's annoying enough to go through the hiring process. They just want to make sure that you're like gonna show up on time and be like, dressed appropriately and polite.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's take out a leg if I can. Take out your leg. Oh, I have like no AP. Oh, this could go wrong. This could go. He just ran into a corner. Brilliant. Love it. He just ran to. Please just. Can someone's leg drop? I don't know what's going on with their. That is Codsworth slow? Codsworth. Okay, buddy. Codsworth. I think Codsworth is stuck in a corner. Codsworth in a corner right now, which is no. Oh, that's a basic feral. That's okay. He just went down. I think a leg just broke off. Codsworth, you. Oh, we just got. I think Codsworth just stuck. I think Codsworth just got stuck. Well done, Codsworth. Bloody hell. He just Captain America'd right there. He just yelled, "I can do this all day." Yeah, but when you say you can do this all day, can you get out from the corner you're stuck in?
Yes.
I don't think you can. You
Till next time.
stupid bloody
Yes.
robots. Okay, if we, I can't fast travel to reset him. Okay, Codsworth, if I push you, there we go. Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, Codsworth. Now he to take out that guy. Lovely. It's bloody hard. Codsworth is an absolute beast.
I'm just one of the
in early
miners.
game, yes.
I don't
Getting
want any
past the
trouble.
supercomputers in order to access,
I work in the
yes,
mine
they
just like
might
everyone
potentially
else.
be a bit tricky. Supercomputer can be nasty, but I just need him to tank, to be honest. Just like
Huh?
I think I was unlucky. Like you could very often just get past this building without seeing a super mutant. They just sort of, there we go.
Am I?
Like right
Dawn
there.
Star?
So much easier. Absolutely fine. No trouble. Codsworth will absolutely just like deal with them. No problem there whatsoever. And Codsworth, inspect that door. You're
Winterhold.
Right, then just I wish I could. Lack of hands, terrible. But there we go. Good Neighbor is super easy. Good Neighbor is actually kind of like Good Neighbor's like one of the big
Used to be
final
twice as
areas
many
you wanna get
miners.
into. Because Good Neighbor gets you McCready and Sue magazines. So there's this guy. And oh, you want insurance, do you? No. I want to. There we go. Just
I like miniature nerd.
he was slow on the old. Oh, hang on.
I think he's good.
He's tougher than I thought.
Iron
Ow!
Breaker mine is 3 times the worth
Well, you know what?
of that
Fair enough. I
Quicksilver
should have paid the
mine. And it's
insurance. That's
fathead.
very flimsy. Very flimsy. Actually, can I? While I'm being shaken down,
Why?
can I just instruct my robot to murder him? Am I allowed to do that? Is there So right now I'm in.
Isn't that like the White Hall? Yeah, that's the White Hall. So like.
If I just don't you ignore me? Oh, you can if you just run away from him. He starts getting threatening, but then Hancock just stabs him. So okay, you can just basically run straight around him, and then you're going to speak to Hancock. What if I just shoot him now while he's? Yeah. I missed. Amazing. Now just no, just robot. Save me, robot. Need to stay out of the way here. There we go. That'll leave a dent. I'm pretty sure you just took him out, right? Oh, he's being flamethrowered. Oh, this is now Hancock's not getting involved. Now Hancock doesn't care anymore. Hancock's not doing this. And there we go. The robot got him. It's fine. It's under control. Gotta have Hancock though. Hancock, you can only recruit after you do the big dig. That's a lot of enemies away. So that doesn't work so well. I'm just gonna completely ignore all this. There we go. I just brought a flamethrower robot into town. But yeah, you've got yourself various magazines that you can use right here. But actually, I think if you want to recruit McCready, do you have to like take out 2 gunners in the same room as him? I think you might have to. So there we go. Just down over here. Wait, where's the bathroom in this place? I know it's in the 3rd rail bathroom. The bathroom's upstairs. Because there's this room over here. There's McCready. But yeah, we've got these guys. I'm guessing, are you going to attack me? They seem to, I'm just going to leave these guys to it. I'm sure it's all absolutely A-okay. And it's upstairs. I thought it was in the 3rd row bathroom. That's what I made a note of. Or is it around the back of here? That's just... Oh no, I just stole that. Yeah, you can have it back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You can have that back. There it is, bathroom. It's over on this side. Is it on? There it is, up here. Live and love. So companions gain damage resistance. I mean, it's fine. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. He might be about to... Yeah, there we go. He took his jet back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to... Well, okay, I did mean to steal your jet. But, like, I didn't mean for you to know I was stealing your jet. That's the thing. Oh, dear. So yeah, that's companions are a bit.
He
so
sounds happy.
Companions are a bit tougher. My robot companions are a bit stronger.
I like that it's live.
Especially can be boosted because robot companions benefit from the boost robot damage and boost any damage and boost any companion damage perks. It's like you stack all that together. Automatron robots become stupid, which is part of the reason why I was kind of thinking about this in general as like a fun thing because like it's really just it's a race to find a way to get enough experience to get to Automatron, and there we go, right there. Live and love, another one. Permanently gain 5% XP while adventuring with a companion.
Ooh.
Really important because yeah, if you've got that one, then you actually get yourself yeah. If you've got that one, you that's just more XP in general. Plus, actually, you know what? Oh, blimey, what did I just do? I'm so sorry. I was just trying to jump past her. I wasn't meaning to start a conversation. Piper has an ability that gets you both. I think it doubles the XP for discovering a new location. Like early recruitment of Piper and then just doing a tour. I bet you could get up to like level 10 pretty easy that way. Like that wouldn't be so bad. That would be okay. Yeah, that might be a good way of getting yourself up to good level. You need 15 for Automatron.
There's the inn, but where is the stables? There is no stables in this town, I guess. I think it drops off here, but I don't think it picks up, and that sucks. So, like, we have a... time is it? Damn it, why do you keep doing that? Stop that. Look at all that side skill, yeah.
You need some blacksmith if you're going melee. Blacksmith caps out pretty early. You can get blacksmith 2 at level 16. Science 2 at 17. Yeah, science is a bit higher.
Yeah, it's a beach jaunt down to Winterhold, but what time of day is it? 10 a.m. It appears that the gods are smiling on us, and this is no longer live, but that's alright. I mean, it's probably a really long fucking thing, and I don't really want to listen to him play Skyrim. I want to listen to me play Skyrim, so I'm going to. you know. I like listening to him, but I like my own work better, you know. Damn, you're Kurt. What's that hurt?
Dead.
Oh.
My pa was a sailor. Took me with him on his last trip. After he died a few days later. I'm running food and supplies to the miner. Don't pay much, but they let me sleep by the fire in the inn most nights.
I need a home.
Really? Do you have a...
But I do. I just can't invite people to... Okay. So I have 4,345 gold. I think I'd like to go to... Like, next time I'm in Whiterun, I want to sell, because... Wait, now, you have a weird custom destination, which I want to change. Yes. Move it. Move it. Yeah. And so, yeah, we're, like, to really understand where it is we're going, and there's something up there that's kind of crazy. I think it resets the jump, like, every time that you play. Which is not good, because, like, now I want to open a file. I'm going to open a file, like, about, like, with the commands I need. Yeah, like, what? Okay, decreasing run speed, player.av. Oh, you scared me now. So we're gonna do player dot set av speed malt 300. That does not seem like it's... I don't know. It doesn't seem like that fast, you know? It is fast, though. It's way faster than... I don't know. Maybe I want faster, though. Can I get faster? Let's see. Can you do this without breaking the engine? I think that's what I'm running up against. I'm running up against this thing. The engine doesn't want to do it faster than this because, you know... Oh, that was kind of weird, but And the jump. So, sooner or later, I'll just memorize these. Jump. Oh yeah, Skyrim jump, right. Skyrim jump. The better jumping SC, less sprint jumping, double jumping, changing jump, yep. Ooh. No ESP. Ooh, let's jump while sprinting. Let's gonna jump out every time you can jump. Find a text file, SKSE. Yeah, but I don't really wish to do that. I just want, the less the better, right? So, yeah, but I do need a better jump than this, which, so... Skyrim console, jump height, you know. New page. Player centered up jump in the found as much thinking have been simple. So let's try it in any event. Player GSF. Oh, what? No. F jump height min 300. Yeah, that's a much higher jump. Yeah, it's not much, but it's, yep, it's pretty, yeah, it's pretty good. I wonder if I can go install a jump mod. It would be nice to be able to jump while sprinting, but like, I don't know, like my thing is... Yep. So anyways, we're going east, yep. Oh, I'm gonna start a round of farm here. Oh. Yep, just fight this guy. Oh, gotta watch that. The speed is a bit, like, rampy, but I think I could get used to it. It's... no, it's... the speed multi, I want this set to, like, 300. Yeah, this is a little bit better. 4 is a little too rampy. It's like, but 300 seems like my sweet spot here, yeah. Yep. We're just gonna go up and around, up and around. I don't care if there's nothing here. Oh, that one, I noticed that, oh. Uh-oh. What? What was this?
Violence! You have been warned. You have been warned. You call yourself a warrior?
What? What? This is an Imperial camp? Oh, he's got a nasty archer. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna steal that horse and leave. Mount speed is not the same as... Oh. What? Oh! Ice wolves. Ice bear. Took it all, bitch. Took it all. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Could take those Imperials and wipe out their camp, too. I don't know. It's sort of weird that... Time. Yeah, this is cool that I can pull scythe off things that don't have... Like, you know... Scythe. Or sorry, things that don't have XP. That's cool.
concerned, citizen.
You guys are kind of my sworn enemies, you know? Oh, damn, I bitch slapped you with a shield. What you gonna do now? Oh. Oh. Sorry. And poof, the cat disappears. Oh, sorry. Oh. Ah, damn, they're pretty good aiming. Yeah, but they're not as good as me. You fucking dick. You die. Ah! Decapitation! You got shat on, bitch! Oh, yeah. More like glory of me. Glory of me! The fuck are you talking about, you, glory of Empire? Glory of me! What? Ah. You guys piss me off, you fucking pigs. So I'm gonna burn you. I don't normally do this to humans, but... You burn now, bitch! You burn now. Burn now. All of you burn now. Burn now. Why will you know I'm out of mana? Aw. Is he running and hiding? No. No mercy for the pigs. No. No yield. No yield. No yield.
Mercy!
Not for Imperial pigs, no. What? Oh, no. What are you talking about yet? Like, there's no talk with him. Just rob him. Yeah, I don't think so. Sorry, guy. I mean, like, don't pick the wrong side. I mean, that's war. This is why we don't do war. This is why we don't like war overseas, and it takes, like, 9/11s and Pearl Harbors to get us to go do it. Because war is just nasty like this. There's no sympathy in war. There's...
Victory is yours.
What? Yeah, no, I'm aware, but... Will you just not die? Is that the whole thing? Yeah, you're like invincible. You're an NPC I can't kill, I guess. Hey, an alchemy lab. Is he back up again? Legate 7 Talandis. But he's like down. I don't know. Rob him. My main this is stealing. Oh, but I mean they're not the power in the world, so who cares? I'm gonna take it all. Who cares? You aren't the cops of me anymore. I made sure of that. You know.
Better clear out.
Trespassing, clearing out. The fuck you talking about? You aren't the power here anymore.
This is the last warning. Get away from there or else.
Yeah. You guys are lucky I let you live.
You're trespassing here. You better clear out.
I don't like you talking to me like that, you imperial dog. I'm a cat. Don't like your dogs, you know? Fuck your dogs. Oh. Right in your butthole, dear. Yeah. This game kind of is like kind of Oni Pony. It's a lot of fighting. It's funny. What's this? Lighthouse, eh? What's down there? No, nothing. Ooh, what's all that? There's like rubies in there or a potion or something. There, I got it. Stay away from that. Yeah. 171? Damn. Isn't that way, way, way better than my fucking... I don't know. The speed on it is just not too good. But I like it. You know, it's a shame I can't get my great axe. I should take Warrior up. If I were to look for a group as Warrior, I would get a party all the time. I know I would. They're considered such good XP, or sorry, DPS. Yeah, just run until I could buy that one axe. That one axe is so cool. That rune sword, that rune great axe, or whatever it is so good. I miss that thing so bad. Slice is cool. 202, not bad, you know. Takes a while to melee them. There'll be this point where that speeds up, though, you know. It's not a bad place to skill up because they are higher. I mean, they're not higher. They're like 46, but it's a good way. It's a good way to get up to where like my sword should be, or this you know, this size should be for, you know, I don't know. It seems better to just kill him. Just kill him. When I alt tab, I'll go melee. So like damn man, like this one's all tanky. Yeah, it's weird. Ooh, Antiquing Pauldron. Yeah. Go kill him. Go kill him too. I will just go melee this guy. That's fine. And we'll alt tab. Kill that guy. What is that? I honestly don't want to know. I know that it's here now. Yeah, I don't have a credit to, like, go in this motherfucker, but... Aftand. It's good to know it's here, though... Why did the music get all weird? That's weird. That's a sleeping role that I can't sleep in, or something. Am I this massive fucking, like, murderer? Yeah, that's cool. I'll take it. I gotta go deal with that Thieves Guild guy and buy more lockpicks. Damn it. Too much. That's good. Not bad. Oh, do not fall. I don't know. There's all this stuff going on here, but I'm not that interested in it. Oh, shit. Oh. Sabercat's kind of bad deal for this. Maybe kill the Dryad first, huh? Yeah, we're just friggin'... Wow, you full healed, huh? Fuck you. Damn, Lydia, you getting strong. You strong. I will take it all, Hunter. It would be fun. What is my warrior at? My warrior is at 20. It would be fun. It'd be fun, you know. It'd be fun to level warrior. I know warrior in like the back of my hand. You know, it's a fun class. It give me something to do. Warrior's good, but it's not like, it's not amazing. And the reason that I want warrior is that great axe, which I think dark can actually use that great axe, I think. And I might go dark. Might be a very, like, might actually go dark. Like, you know, take dark to 75, get a pole grip and stuff. Dark is sweet. It does so much damage. It's, I mean, it's fun as hell. Like, I would have to unlock it, and that's a whole thing. I like doing that. I don't know. Did I unlock Dark? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't have Dark Knight, no. I took it to, like, 65 on Nozomi or something, though. I mean, I did take Dark Knight pretty far. Don't kill him. Oh, oops. Oh, well. Now we go find us a spider. Dark Knight would be fun, and I believe that axe, the Great Axe, is a Dark Knight and Paladin and Warrior Great Axe. Oh, damn it, I killed all the spiders. Do this. Wait, no. Aw. So let's see if let's go take a look at what I'm talking about, right? Because it is a thing. So there's this wonderful axe. It's like my favorite weapon of all time is this great axe on Final Fantasy XI of all games. And we're looking at FX Great Axe, right? Great Axe, right? Great Axe. And then down here at like 63... Oh, wait, no. You don't have a list of axes? Come on, man. I need a list of axes. No, not a Great Axe. I'm looking for a Great Axe. There you go. Down here at the bottom at like 63... Colossal Demons. Was it a Demons? I can't remember. It's... Dark can probably wear it though. What is? Oh no, it's the Darksteel Vulge, which is only war, which is so. Why is this like this? It's weird. It's so yeah. I mean the Darksteel Vulge. It's really good. It's so good. It's such high damage. It's such a low level, but it's a warrior only thing. Kind of want to go back to being a Darksteel warrior. I don't care. I want to be a Dark Steel Warrior again. Things I want to be, you know? It's all about things that I want to be. I want to be a Dark Steel Warrior again. I know it's a thing that I do like to do. Very good. Oh, come on! It was not that far! Oh. Oh, that's good. At least you... Burn, Spriggan and Cat. Yeah. Is it just me, or was that not taking any mana at all? Yeah, when you're annoying and I really feel like dealing with you, I just burn you. That wasn't that bad. I am like half frozen. Yeah, I need to get in and out of the cold here. Keep getting sidetracked by stuff. I feel like a lot of systems in these games don't get used or understood or explored because they put them behind this wall of like a walking sim. And if you just turn your mind off to that wall and you're like, I can beat you, wall, you can have the time of your life in some of these games, you know? Because they are good games, they're just not... They don't deliver themselves well. They often have a wall of... Ooh, Conjuration. Uh-oh, what is this guy? Uh-oh. Yeah? Oh, yeah, you want something? Alright, we can do this. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Word arrows, not bad. I love having endless like carry weight because it doesn't matter. You can just keep going. There's nothing stops you. Nothing cock blocks you or gates you. I like removing gates. Like the games can be, if they're deeply customizable, the games can be turned into what you want them to be, which is to me like an epiphany. It's a weird epiphany having to do with value and what it is that supply us, you know. And lying in the background is some bomb that you haven't stepped on in terms of entertainment that, you know, that could eat up hundreds of hours of your life. But for me, I always struggle with that because, like, you know, like oftentimes the way they want you to do it is not the way I would do it. Like the way that this is fun enough for me to stick around is oh god damn it! I'm not dying here. I'm not doing that. No. You need to be able to run faster than the mobs. Or it's just a shitty game. If you can't run faster than mobs, something's stupid. Like, I mean, something's wrong, you know, it's... That's not it, huh? Let's see. Maybe it's lower. God damn it! Why is the NPC over there, and why does she startle my prey? Fucking so annoying, man. What's with that? What did I do to you, huh? Oh, gotta land those. Gotta stick those landings. I actually kind of like it. It's like if you fall too far, you die. So you got to stick the landings. You got to land on something remotely closer. See if you're like, oh, falling too much. Stick the landing, right? Stick the landing. You know, it's like you got to stick the landing. And I actually like that system. It's actually a really fun like system that they did by mistake, I think. Oh yeah, it was a good shot. I'm getting better at this. Fuck, I had no idea the archery was this good. You know, it could be this good anyways. Yeah. Oh, fucking arrow through your head. Fucking nice roll. Yeah, some of these tanky guys, they go down to magic fucking easy. Where's the other one? Oh, there you are. Yeah, man, like some of those tanky fucks, like you can just bake with magic. It's hilarious. It's ooh, or a Calcum. Yeah, but you fucked it up, didn't you? Yeah, you did. No, you did. Oh. But, oh, you can't mine it, huh? Alright, I don't know. You glitch all the time. Damn it. Oh, well. Why put the mining point out there if you can't mine it? It's so stupid. How did that go to launch with that kind of problematic bug, you know? Oop. Oh, shit. Yeah. We gonna burn you. We gonna burn it to you. Hee. Oh. Combat's fun. The combat is fun. It's like pretty fun. Wait. Oh, wait. What happened here? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. My target is. Oh yeah, I'm going to Winterhold. I was so fucking far out here. I don't think a card even comes here, but I at least can get warm, you know, and sleep and stuff. My character is exhausted. I think she's been fighting and running for a while, and she needs like a bed. And I like that little, like, RP aspect of it. She needs a bed or her stats get kind of shitty because she's been out doing, like, she's out doing this all day long. And it's been, like, a day and a half, and she's, like, overstressed. And her body starts to not work as well. It's crazy. It's actually a really good system. The craziest part about Skyrim is I think everything that they do is some introduction to the system where they just throw it like a pebble into a pond, right? This is my analogy for this. They throw a pebble into a pond and they make sure that the pond doesn't fall through the hole in the bottom of the bedrock at the bottom of the pond, and the water doesn't fall through the hole in the world and sink the game. That's how they do their exploration of mechanics and stuff. And so oftentimes they'll stumble on something incredibly fucking good without meaning to. I don't think they, I don't think they meant to stress us, I don't think they meant to, like, do it, like where if she doesn't sleep, she's, like, eventually, if you don't sleep, you can't see anymore. Everything gets all blurry and stupid, like you're drunk. And I actually think that's such a cool fucking mechanic. Like, there's these guys like me that just go and go and go and go and go, and they don't stop, and they torch through a game in like 20 hours or whatever. But they want you to slow down, go to the inn, buy food, eat, rest, get warm, sleep. That's the RP that I've been looking for. That is lacking in pretty much all of them. I would say even Rust doesn't have that sort of realism where you have to sleep. Rust should have the realism. Hardcore should have required sleep, and it should have required food where if you don't eat food all the time, you die, so you're always worried about hunting and stuff. Hardcore should have been, like, so much cooler. I might start my own server with my own rules and stuff, and I want to do, I want to make my own mod that, like, you know, makes it so that, like, if you don't sleep... Like, as in, lay your character down for 5 whole minutes while you go watch, like, YouTube or something like that. Your vision starts to get blurry, and at night you can't see shit. It's just pure black, you know? And shit like that, where you, like if you're tired, you won't be successful out there. I don't know why they don't embrace more of that sort of realism than, you know, like subtle realisms like that, where you do need to sleep like this. Skyrim stumbled on it, because they're just throwing shit into their... You know, their exploration, like pool. It's nice to have a tank because I can just sit here, fry this motherfucker, get my destruction skill up. Oops, damn, kid, stick that landing, you know. Let's start burning you fuckers. It's way easier. It's like way easier just. Like, the animals burn. It's hilarious. They like, absolutely do. They fucking burn. Like, easy. Like, look at that. Fucking easy. All these fucking animals out here. Oh. That time I did not. Hey, I got a nice skill up point, though. Yeah, I don't know. We could try to bump some titties here. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna tank you while she distracts you. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that hurts, yeah. Good, good. It's getting dark. I gotta get out of here. Almost to whatever this place is. I'm gonna ride the rocks. I'm not gonna do the coast. Ah. I am going to freeze to death if I don't get inside. Oh, that hurt. Oh, gotta save. I don't want to lose. Am I there yet? No. God damn it. Ah. Yeah, I don't know what your fucking thing is with this, but we're just gonna stop you because that fucking song. The air is warm here. Yes, I almost froze to death. Right. Why did this game stumble on that? This game, it didn't stumble on it. It's just like Rust does this well. This game does it better. Why is that the case? That's ridiculous. Rust does this well. This does it better. Sleep and food and warmth in this game is far superior to Rust. It's like more fun to deal with. It's definitely more logical and
Just
sensible.
say the word if you need a drink or something to eat.
Yeah, what do you got for sale?
Drink for the thirsty, food for the
I'll
hungry.
take it all. Yeah, I'll take it all of it. Yep. Yep, all of it. Yep. And then let's
Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
No, I want to rent a room. No, I would
We
like
may not have as much to offer as one. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men. You mean the inn or Winterhold? Suppose it's the same answer either way.
I'm gonna go
Winterhold's
pee.
fallen on hard times, to say the least. Most folk packed up and left years ago. A few of
It's
us
a
are either
shame.
too stubborn or too crazy to go, so we do our best to make a living. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Does your combat music stop? Because, thank you. I wish you would play sound in background. I think I am experiencing a renaissance in the respect that, like, if I could farm all day like this for several weeks while I do other content on my stream and stuff, and I could pull millions of gil, I think it may actually really makes me a happier person. Overall, I don't know why, but something about my happiness level is definitely connected to my final. I mean, how crazy, like, real streamer talk, right? My happiness level is directly proportional to how well my Final Fantasy character is doing. And if it's sitting in the back, I'm never that happy because I'm like, oh man, is this character getting better or what? I mean, I don't know. It's debatable. It's a little bit harder to, it's hard to see. It's not so clear. These mobs are good, but I don't seem to be getting the skill up that I normally should be off of these. So I'm gonna go. I don't know. I think a nice decent challenge for like 20 minutes of just swinging at it with Dancer Sub would be good here. But let's see if like, yeah, no, I'm getting side skill. I don't know. Fucking fight this beetle. We're good.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Yeah, I need you to get the fuck out of here so I can rob you. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god.
Just say the word if you need a drink or something to eat.
Oh, I need something from you, babe. Yeah, oh yeah, you can just, sashay on out of here. Yeah. Oh, 70 gold. Why? Why is there 70 gold in that drawer? You're an idiot. Okay, yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, mine. Okay, it's 7:20. I'm gonna sleep for about 12 hours, as cats are wont to do, I'm a cat, I sleep a lot, I'm an RP, I'm a snow kitty, I'm a snow cat, I'm a snow cat lynx, I see, like, this is taking forever, but the skill up is probably really good. Like, look at that, it is good. Like, 29 size skill, yeah. It's just wail on him forever, what do I care? 54-ish sync. I don't know about that. I'm 61 or something. I am starving to death. Which is true. I have not addressed that. We're gonna get some alcohol and wine in us. Yeah, and some cooked something. Cooked bear meat. Cooked beef. Yeah. Oh yeah. Feeling good. Feeling good. Now I'm satisfied. Yeah, it's good. Yum. I think I'm gonna entertain myself by doing something that's niggling me in the back of my mind, which is I'm gonna go back to the main menu after I saved. Yep, go to the main menu, and I want you to go look at other mods and stuff. Yeah, other mods and stuff. Okay, feature Lord of Cold Armor, Dark Envoy. Nope. Dungeon. Huh. Wow. Dead Man's Drink in Falkreath. Falkreath, okay. Fun as hell going on a Skyrim bent. I didn't see it coming. I don't know how I ended up here. I just did. no. One of these conflicted, and that's not good. See if it crashes again. If not, I'll just, you know, go through and have a guess at which one that was. That gonna crash again? Bet you will. Oh no, never mind. Got a good load, I think. Oh, I don't know about saving, but oh well, that's okay. Well, let's just be safe about it, you know? Yeah, and, should be alright. Ooh.
I don't deal with any college applicants these days, so don't bother asking.
Good, good. So, do you
Just
sell...
say the word. Let's sate that appetite.
I spent a lot of money here.
Until next time.
Good, it's 8 in the morning. I've eaten, don't have any, like, limitations anymore. I'm not half frozen to death or any of that stuff, you know. I'm currently in Winterhold, which I didn't think I would be in Winterhold. Why is it that I am way over here? I don't really understand that. Why am I way over here? Like, that doesn't really make sense. Like, oh. No, wait. Oh, yeah, I'm going all the way to kill the bandit leader. I don't know about that. Snow Point Beacon. Get that Snow Point Beacon. I don't know about that. So, okay, apparently you reset something here. Somewhere here in Winterhold, I believe there is a caravan out of here. Oh, I lost my. I lost my things again. Damn it. So annoying. Okay, so that's not it. That's going away. Let me put this. Is there a console command? Blah blah. Is there a console command? Give me some example. Da da. Yeah, I killed him, huh? Yeah, nice. Side skill out the ass. I'm good with it. Yep. So, fuck me. I can't remember. Oh, yeah. So, here we go. So we're doing player set GS if jump height min 300. Right. Yep, that's good height. It's pretty good. And then I need the speed, which is the other search. Oh man. There we go. The Skyrim run speed console. Okay, there we go. So, it sucks that we have to put these in every single time. I wonder if I can fix that somehow, but, I mean, maybe, I don't know. There we go. It's weird, it doesn't start till sprint, but yeah, there's suddenly... Yep, and there's my run speed and my jump, right? I would like to get in there to the folder. Next is like a bit of like manual manipulation of files, which would be deep in my... Oh, no. This would be in my documents folder. Under my games, looking for Elder Scrolls here somewhere. Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim Save, Skyrim Preps, and Skyrim config set. So we're going to open this. We're going to Control F for a speed mult. Cannot find speed mult. So... how about set AV? Any of those? No. So not in the Skyrim thing. In the preference, we're looking for set AV. You got that? No. Cannot find a set AV. No. And then, so looking for preps. Control F. Set AV. Got that? No. So I didn't think so, but we're just, double checking here. Saves, auto saves and stuff. Yeah. I'm not interested in changing this any further than it is. So whatever, it is what it is. It sucks it won't save it, so that's a whole hassle to playing the game like this, but it's kind of low entry. It's low entry to do, it's not too bad. What? Okay. Not too good. fucking bears. I don't want an LS XP party now. Level sync 38. I don't know, just not really too much in the mood for that. Unfortunately.
Oh well. Must have run off. We were supposed to be rich by now, you know? Dorgar insisted we'd be swimming in gold.
For what?
I'm starting to think we might not even find iron in here. We've been at it for so long. Is it still worth it? When do you decide enough?
I'm on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura, the goddess of twilight, if you'll excuse me. I'm on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura, the goddess of twilight, if you'll excuse me.
Good morning.
I'm on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura, the goddess of twilight.
Oh, hello there. Didn't notice you come up. I was focusing my magic on you. Or at least I thought I was. I don't really know what I'm doing. I used to think so too. See, my grandfather was a wizard. My father wouldn't talk about it much. But I found some of his things in the attic, including this staff. After that, I thought I was turning into a wizard too, because dead things near me would come to life again for a while. I even went to the College of Winterhold. They just laughed at me. The magic is in the staff, not in me, they said. No, I don't think so. I used to... Until next time. Or at least I thought I... You don't have to tell me. Until next time. Or at least I thought... I used to... Good day. I grant you a new life. Or at least I thought I was. I don't really know.
Is it murder to kill him?
Good day.
I mean, of course it's murder to kill him, but will I get a bounty is the... No, it is not murder to kill him. Staff of dead zombies. That was... Yeah. Well, I'll sell it. At least I didn't have to pay him for it, you know? Where is it that I'm going? I don't know. I don't know. We'll go to Windhelm. And then I am currently on... Oh yeah, Brynjolf, right? Which is... Yeah. Riften. Gotta go to Riften. Whoa. Oh. Let's stick those landings. Oh, whatever. You... I should have saved. I hate this entry. Gonna try a more aggressive, like, side approach here. Oh. I want to see if I can hook the roof, because it'd be kind of cool. It's a cool jump, you know? It's like sort of a jump challenge, right? Because you can save scum it. Oh. Come on, man. Jump. Oh. Hey, I lived, though. I lived. That's fine with me. Oh. Let's stick that landing. It's annoying not to being able to fast travel, kind of, but I mean, it's still fun.
on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over. Got some fresh baked bread and good cheese if you're after. Sure thing. It's yours. Let's sate that appetite, I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Those dark elf refugees will take over this city if we aren't careful.
Oh, cool. I got 2 spider webs, huh?
I'm a sailor on the North Wind. We're laying over in Windhelm for a while.
Need something?
My carriage is the safest. Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Yeah. Damn it, man.
Need something? Oh, there once was a hero named Rex, the red who came riding to right one from Ulrich's day.
Sheath your weapons.
In the name of the
By
Jarl.
order of the Jarl. Stop right there.
What? Oh, Creeth guard.
This what you want, huh?
Fuck. This doesn't seem right. No, I don't want bounty. Oh no.
Ha! I've suffered worse during training.
What are you doing?
What? Fuck. I guess I've got to give all my stolen stuff up. What do I value anyways? I don't really value any of the stolen stuff at all. Please let me... How do you submit to guard? What is this? Oh. No, that's not it.
Wait. I know you.
What? Oh, come on. So stupid.
I am waiting for a good death.
No, I'm not gonna give it to you. It's a very crisp, like, pretty game in many respects. Needs someplace I can stash, like, all of this crap for... What? Alright, so what? Well, I'm committed now.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense? Smart woman. Now come along.
I didn't really want to lose all my stolen goods, but, you know, whatever. Also, don't care. I don't frankly care. I mean, none of that was of very much value to me, you know. Honestly, it's probably easier to have them just, like, you know... That's fine. I mean, no one was gonna buy it anyways, you know. So... The money kind of hurt. The money hurt, but I mean... I don't know why a bunch of that money is still, like, I don't know why my bounty was so big. I don't know what it is I did. Did I kill somebody? I don't know. But it's gonna be square with the, you know, square. Dead man's drink, huh? That's so detailed and cool. Yeah. So, this is cool. I'm here now. I don't know where here now is. I'm in Falkreath, right. So, Dead Man's Drink is actually where I'm trying to come. Yeah.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
Somewhere in here needs to be...
Excuse me, madam. I don't normally do this, but... have you got a moment to talk?
Do you think Titla has been talking to Sid Gear again?
Marvelous. My name is Lucian Flavius. I'm a scientist, philosopher, amateur wizard, and something of a musician, though I suppose that's more of a hobby. I couldn't help noticing that you seem... how can I put this? Well acquainted with the less savory side of Skyrim? As a matter of fact, I do. I'm here in Skyrim on an expedition, academic mainly. I find the province simply fascinating. The flora, the fauna, the ruins, both Dwemer and Nordic, the architecture, the politics. Trouble is, I'm really not much of a fighter. I know a few spells and can just about swing a sword, but beyond that, I'm pretty useless in combat. Skyrim's no place for a milk drinker like me. Not on my own, anyway. So, I'm looking for someone to travel with. I suppose what I'm asking is, would you awfully mind if I tag along? I will of course compensate you most handsomely for putting up with me. Oh, shall we say 300 septims up front? After that, I'll top you up every time we come across something useful to my research. At your discretion, of course. No obligations, save that you take me with you, and assist in keeping me alive wherever possible. Oh, splendid. Here's your gold. This is going to be quite the adventure.
300 gold?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Lead on. Yes? Of course. Certainly. But of course. The flows of Aetherius shall be my arrows, and my bow shall be my hands. Or a staff, or something. The metaphor sort of breaks down there. Certainly. Spells it is. Oh, all right then. I'll put the... Certainly. Spells it is. Too chilly for you? No problem, I can rein it in. Certainly. Spells it is. Whatever you say. Certainly. But of course. Right you are. Let's get back to it.
College of Winterhold.
What's new? I'll be right behind you.
I can't believe we let provincials like you wander Skyrim.
Yeah. What's up your racist butt?
The Greybeard? Sounds intriguing. If they can tell us anything more about that shouting business,
I
I'd
escaped
say
fighting in
it's worth the
Cyrodiil.
trip.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
I love being a lazy cat and just traveling from inn to inn. Oh, what's up, Blacklist? I didn't know you were here. What's up? Yeah, Horizon Task Force releasing the other contents of like busy on their Discord. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, yeah, what's up? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm okay with starting new on a private server, though. I don't know if I want to leave Wings, though. You know. But if the community's there, it's an experiment. I wouldn't mind. There's a lot on my plate, though. There's many games, you know, many games that I must play. Dragonflight's coming up. That'll take up quite a bit of my mind space. Yeah, I think, you know, and that would be safe because the only people with any real wings, what's it called, database, Wings of the, you know, Wings of the Goddess database, private server database, is a project primarily run by, from what I am to understand anyways, I might be wrong, but is run by Topaz. Topaz is Gwyveth and them who run Wings. So the only people likely to have good Wings of the Goddess coding is Topaz, and Wings, the server is their testing ground for the database coding of Topaz and Darkstar and all of the private server stuff. The main, like, Wings is the main private server in the respect that, like, all of the coding that all of these servers, even Nosomi's code, was all from Darkstar, and Darkstar is Topaz. So is this another reason why, like, I don't really see why another server is very necessary if the people who are building the fundamental infrastructure of the underlying database under the hood and all that to get all of these private servers running. I don't know why we wouldn't play on any server but Wings in the first place. Every single one of them's got problems. Eden's got problems. Nosomi's got bad problems that he's painted himself in a corner with. And the only one I think with any hope of actually getting beyond it would be Wings. And I trust Wings to do stuff like bring campaign to the private server scene, bring Besiege to the private server scene, bring Trial of the Magians to the private server scene, etc. And one can dream about stuff like Abyssia, Seekers of Adulin, etc., etc., etc. But I mean that's where we're at right now. So like when I hear about another server, and I miss what you said, a lot of developers left Wings due to drama and have gone with Eric. I wondered about that. Far be it from me to be involved in their drama. But I did not know that, Blacklist. That's powerful info. Thank you. I had no idea. I had no idea that was the case. So. Yes. Yes. Metal! Metal!
So, Lydia, I thought we could get to know one another a little better.
As you wish.
All right then. Do you,
doing our morning kegels, you know?
knitting, perhaps?
I've never held a knitting needle.
Welcome to Dead Man's Drink.
I hate the out.
Look, Lydia, I have to say, I'm sensing a little hostility here.
Not my problem.
But I only... All right. I'll leave you to your warrioring. Honestly. Women.
Wings is a good server. I mean, it's... How many servers am I expected to, like, level on here? Because, like, I don't know if you pick up on it, but, like, I am reluctant to do the gated nature of the gameplay of getting back to rank 5 again, to getting to 75 again, to starting over the money war again. How many times am I expected to do that and have fun? Because I did it on retail like 5 times. I did it on Nosomi. I did it on Wings. You know, I'm up to like my 7th restart of FFXI or something like that. If you recall, each and every single time you've got to feed the sheep in with million corn to get your rep with all the main cities, and you gotta go get your battle gloves, and you gotta go get your hairpin and your hair done, and your you know, your leaping boots and all this other crap like 7 fucking times. And I like starting over and over again, especially in FFXI. I don't mind it, but it's still a lot of fucking work. And I'm beginning to feel like I'm being thrown around like a soccer on like a ball on a soccer, kicked around like a ball on a soccer field. In the respect that, like, every single time a new server starts, I'm expected to just go dedicate like another 300 or more hours to, you know, to like rebuilding, and I'm a little bit reluctant to that. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna do it, because I probably will. But, like, I don't know. I'm just reluctant to redo all this over and over again. One of the things I think the private server scene could do well for itself, something Topaz should have done, and I've heard them talk about this stuff before, I think, is they should have made it so that we can drag our character to the next server, you know. And I realize it can never be like that, but I mean, at that point, I mean, it doesn't to me, it doesn't really matter. Like, why do all that? Why do all the work again? They're all the same character. They all have the same stuff, you know. Maybe it sucks to bring somebody over with a pair of track pants +1. Maybe we shouldn't do that. But I don't know why I can't bring my characters, because I worked so hard on Nosomi. I worked so hard on Wings. Here I am on the second time. I'm expected to do this again, and like, here go, like, the crux of the core of the conversation is that I think there are much better games out there that I would like to restart over and over again than FFXI, after the amount of understanding the amount of gated gameplay and stuff required from you to do it every single time you start over. And I think this third or fourth time I restarted, it has this novelty of, oh, I'm in a new community, I have a new auction house, I have new prices on everything, I can go do all of the crafting and be the first goldsmither on the server to 100 and all this other crap. And I like that, and I've done it. But I mean, I don't know if FFXI is the greatest game to be spending that time in 2022. I think there's better MMOs coming out, such as New World, Ashes of Creation. There's other MMOs to conquer. Like, I'd rather go finish ESO to completion, because I've never done that, as compared to doing Final Fantasy to completion yet again for like the third time. You know, I don't know, and I'm struggling with getting stuck in the loop here a little bit, and that's my issue with stuff like you know, Horizon, is I'm not unwilling to play Horizon. I think Fresh Start is badass, and I think it's really fun. But I also, like, man, I struggle every day with restarting FFXI over and over again. I could do that on retail. I think it would be valid to do it on retail. I think it's so weird. It's a bit of a struggle for me, you know. The amount of time, like, I'm happier now in my hole on Wings, I think. That sucks though. If the team ditched, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to think. If the team ditched, it might behoove me to follow them around. Whoever Topaz is who I want to follow around, you know? Now, what was it I was doing? It's, oh yeah, I gotta go to Riften. I'm rested and fooded, and it is a nice, brisk morning to travel in. We are in Falkreath. I picked up
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Yeah, letter from the Jarl, huh? Okay, well, that's cool, but I don't care. I got my new NPC. He's a healer mainly, but like next time I'm in the College of Winterhold, I've got to buy Spell Tome of Heal Other, because then he'll heal me. So, I mean, I have a bit of work to do to get him where he needs to be. I wanted a healer. So, but I would have to go to the College of Winterhold, which is fuck far, like about as far as can possibly be to unlock that whole situation. If Falkreath had a stable, but I don't believe it does.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Yeah.
Everything all right? Right behind you.
Oh, no, that didn't work. Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Why am I back here again? No, leave. Oh. Waste of time. Stupid-ass crime system. I want to turn it off completely. It's fucking stupid.
I've been looking for you.
Yeah, let's go.
Looks like that's it. Got to
Good,
go.
good. So, now, I need to get to Winterhold. It, like, became my highest priority. That's not good, because, like, there is no fucking real way to do that very quickly. I could get to Whiterun. But yeah, I cannot believe Falkreath does not have a carriage ride out. I can't believe
Did you
this.
see a dog out there?
No.
Oh well. The blacksmith is offering a reward. I guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
You're already hungry again? Yeah. There you go. So... one of the things I noticed is if I wanted to make arrows, I had to chop wood. I don't have a woodcutter's axe. I don't have my... I like disenchanted my tools, I think, by mistake. It's fucking annoying. I'm gonna get out here and, how many times am I expected to do this? I don't know. That's the problem I have now. I think I'm done with XI forever. I've gotten and done everything I ever wanted and honestly hate Endgame. The funnest things is XPing with friends and missions. I feel the same way. I'm so sorry I missed what you said, though. You know? But yeah. I am unlikely to go anywhere that my friend Honey doesn't want to go. If my friend Honey doesn't want to leave Wings, I'm not going to leave Wings. I'm just going to sit in my hole on Wings. Notice that, like for instance, today, I've had 2 different times the LS was like, we need a 6 for an LS party, we'll take anything. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do it because I'm here playing Skyrim in the fucking background, you know. I'm a streamer, it's hard for me to commit. So, it's, you know, like, I'm liable to sit in my hole on Wings, I think, and not go anywhere. And I feel like I'm not done with FFXI, but I'm done trying with FFXI, you know. I hate FFXI Endgame. You'll never see me do it. But I mean, the last time I did it was like 4 years ago. I was still with my old roommate. Like, I mean, I haven't done Endgame in so fucking long. I just don't really want to. You know, I don't. You know. So I mean, it is what it is. It's not fun. It's a full-time job, and it makes you beholden to your friends in a way that DKP never could. But that was my issue with Endgame, you know. Like, I don't mean to get started on it. I won't even get started on it. But I'll leave my initial and my end my end summation of FFXI Endgame is it makes you a slave to your own friends, and your friends become slaves to you. And you owe them so much to get things that are technically impossible to get without a lot of help. And they owe you a lot of things because, you know, you're their slave and they're your slave. Rust is like this too. This is an element of Rust I couldn't stand, where if you really want to do an 8-man clan or whatever, you have to play like 100 hours a week, and you have to be a slave for them, and you have to farm, and you have to have income, and you have to have gunpowder flowing in, and sulfur, and all this other stuff. And like you're like this endgame slave to other people, and it's not something I want to ever do again. I won't do it for WoW. I won't do it for ESO or Final Fantasy 11. It's a style that I think has gone out of favor, you know, and I don't think I want to do it again. I know I never want to step foot in Sky, Sea, or Dyna ever again. Not on an official capacity. Never, 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 you know. And I did Sky recently in like 2020. I did Sky, all of it. From Mother Globe on up to Kirin. Legit, did all of it. All of it from bottom to start. I unlocked C. I got my Raja's ring. I like went to all the way through C to the end. I got my Gorgets. I did all of this shit, and I don't recommend it. I got C access in 2 days. You know, 2 days. I did all of CO. Some of my friends, they struggled with it for 2 fucking years. We unlocked Sky in a day, and we got COP. I'm sorry, yeah, we got all of COP access all the way up to Ab Virtue in 2 days. It was like 2 weeks, something like that. It was nutty. The kids that the guys had it down to an art form. They just pushed me through to C. And I don't know if you've ever done it, but it's Tencent fight and airship fight and Sacrarium and, you know, Ryvern access and level 50 cap stuff and all types of terrible boss fights and glitchy problems on private servers. Sky God problems, God Pop item problems, competition problems, Ab Virtue trolling when you come in to see Ab Virtue's at the zone, killing everybody and all this other crap, you know? Yeah, like all this. So you know, you've been there, you know it then. Like, you know, that stuff, it's for the birds. It was cool in 2008 when we were in a different, like, phase of our gaming lifestyles and stuff, but I don't recommend it to the average human in 2022. Not when there's games like this where you can jump around, have the time of your fucking life, do what it is that you want to do. You know, go play Fortnite with your fucking friends. Go play Rust with your friends. Go play WoW with your friends. Like, do whatever, you know, play whatever game solo and go have the time of your life doing whatever it is you want to do, as opposed to being a slave to, like, an 18-man alliance that's full of, like, you know, elitist douchebag pricks that you aren't actually that, like, socially close to, you know, like socially similar to. Like I struggle with this a lot. Like, okay, I love my nerds. I love intelligent people. I love high IQ people, but I'm autistic as the day is long, you know, and I'm high functioning Asperger's and stuff, and I tend to kind of brush up against people, not with them. I tend to be against the grain, not with the grain. So, like, I often bump heads with fucking everybody, and that doesn't work well with me. In the kind of the white gaming nerd scene, I don't usually do so well with those people. I try, and I have a lot of friends in the scene, and people love me, and they get to see the good side of me, where I tend to help people, and I try to be there for them. I try to alert them about stuff that's going on in the scene, or what I think is good gameplay, or whatever. But, like, I would say overall I'm difficult to get along with, and like this is an element of the end game in Final Fantasy 11 and WoW and all these other people that I just don't do so well with. I never got along with white nerds who never got thrown in jail in the first fucking place. It was very difficult for me. I had an ex-girlfriend who really, really wanted to be my friend, and I'm sorry, but I am just not that. You know, I am not this, like, you know, I am not this easygoing person If you talk shit to my fucking face, I'll start shit on the streets with you. Like, I'm not a normal person. I've been thrown in jail, shot at, damn near stabbed, and I got a seat that would, I got a pass that would make Satan jump out of his seat, and I'm not proud of it. And so I don't tend to get along with those people in these scenes that well. And they see me and they think, oh, there's a basement dweller, neckbeard, crazy fucking deep committed 100-hour a week video gamer nerd just like me. But I actually am not often like them at all. I'm not often like them. My life wasn't like theirs. I don't share a lot of the same, we try and try to be like, on the same level and have the same interests and all this, but I often struggle with this, and FFXI is the worst one to deal with like that. There's two games that I realize I'm taking forever to get to where I'm trying to go with this. That's why I'm talking so quickly, but I'll reach the end, the crux of what it is I'm trying to say here, which is the end games for Final Fantasy and WoW and EVE Online. They are full of people that I can't get along with, that I have to get along with, that I become a slave to, who become a slave to me. And I'm done with that aspect of my life. And that we already knew what I was talking about. And I love talking about this with you, Blacklist. It's important to me. This is where my life is at. You could call me a recluse, but I'm not, though. I'm a social fucking butterfly, always have been. But I don't know, I don't know about the commitment. So many of those people want commitment out of you. They want commitments from the friendships, commitments from the core of the raiders, and what the raiders need done, and the loot that people need, and the problems that they need solved, and the educations that they need, and all this other stuff that I don't think is very, it's very fair to demand of a normal self-actualized person. But I mean, I get lost here in the abstracts a little bit when I think about this, because I don't know how much of it I'm supposed to do as opposed to them. And often to me, it means it's like a social contract of either you carry me or I carry you, or we fucks with each other, one or the other. And all three of them are kind of aberrant to me. I tend to sort of be self-reliant, self-this, self-that, Lone Wolf Shadow Dynasty this, Lone Wolf Shadow Dynasty that, and it's very difficult for me when I come back to I call it like coming back for air. I come back to the surface and I ground myself with my community again, and I try to follow them around to the different games that they play and all this, but I'm actually very happy in my holes. You're going to see it over the next year. I am very happy in my holes of like World of Warcraft, Rust to a much smaller degree, Final Fantasy XI, Fortnite, trying to get through the whole Bethesda catalog, trying to get through the whole Final Fantasy catalog, all this other shit that's going on in the background, and there's in no way does commitment mean anything at all. Like, I had this huge epiphany in 2020 when my old roommate walked out the door, and I was like kind of done with my life, and the nut tried to kill me, and all this other bad shit happened in my personal life and stuff. And I woke up one day and I was absolutely fine, and weird drastic stuff happened to me where I was like, I don't need to cry anymore. And I don't. I used to cry so much all the time over the stupid shit that happened in my life. But I don't cry anymore. I'll get sad over something I see in a movie or something tearjerker that they want to emotionally, get me to do. But like in my own personal life, I stopped crying about my own problems, and I stopped crying about the endless things. I started thinking of it as like 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it, and all this. And so now I walk away from I realize that I'm on a whole different jibe here, but it does all connect. Though those commitments, when I had my self-epiphany wake-up realization in 2020, it was like this too, when I told everybody I fucking knew that I cannot commit to you. I can't commit to being your family. I can't commit to being your friend. I can't commit to being your online social gaming friend. I can't commit to the game that you play. I can't commit to the games that you play. I can't commit to the community that you want to build. I can't commit to your roleplay because I can't always be there. I can't commit to not being offline. I can't commit to not having internet. I can't commit to not having my stream going 24/7. I can't commit to anything or anyone, and that's why you see me totally alone in my own hole, off in some weird server like Wings or a solo playthrough of Skyrim and such, or whatever, like off on New Worlds on my own, trying to grind and get all this gold and shit, because like for me, the bottom line is these communities they're trying to build, there's this social expectation that I will surpass and do as a streamer, where I build my own community, but I don't wish to do so. I don't have a desire to do so. I don't want to do that, and I love it, and I will speak with you guys, and I will dance in and out of it. But I mean, to me, it's another social contract that I just can't have the commitment to. So I look at Final Fantasy as this broken down thing. They're all broken down. Final Fantasy 14's broken down, 11's broken down, ESO is broken down, all of the Bethesda games, the Final Fantasy games, the Dark Souls, the Elden Ring, the etc., they're all broken down. They're broken down merry-go-round games now, where you can take and you can take and have your orgasm with their game and have sex with their game. It's a bad metaphor, but it's the one that I can best step with for this. If you want to have an orgasm and enjoy their game, you have to consent to this non-commitment thing where you take what you can get from what you want from that particular title. And this thing about building a community to be in the Final Fantasy endgame or otherwise is so anathema to who I am as a core gamer anymore. And I suspect you might have the same issues. It's not that we're antisocial or that we can't fit in or that we can't build communities or we can't build groups or whatever the fuck, or be the best in the world at some game. It's not that we can't do that. It's more about why should we? Do we have fun doing it? If it makes us happy, then why does it make us sad? All these other problems. If Final Fantasy, if it makes us happy, then why does it make us so sad? And that's my problem with Final Fantasy. That's Sheryl Crow, by the way. If I wasn't on YouTube, I would load the Sheryl Crow video and I would play one of my favorite songs, which is like "If It Makes You Happy" by Sheryl Crow, where she talks about how tragic it is that the things that made most of us happy are incredibly tragic. Like, it's incredibly tragic that I like playing alone on Final Fantasy XI in the back corner of Eastern Altepa Desert. It's tragic. Many of my friends would call it tragic. My real life friends would call it tragic. That's what I choose to do with my time. But I don't care. It's tragic. It is what it is. But this is what I want to do. So this is what I do. With that, I'm going to wrap it up here and say that's all I have to say about that. That's all I have to say. Like Forrest Gump, I realized I went on a Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates talk here, but I think it's important for my stream, for some of the people here. I know there's about 6 people here. You can't hide from me. I know you guys are here. I can see the numbers. I'm not blind. And like I feel like some of you guys do need to understand that the video gaming is not about being part of something or learning everything you can. It's about taking what you can from it, how you can from it. It is not this thing about being a lifestyle, being something that you can make of it. It is about what can you get from it right now, in the moment, right now as we speak. What can you get from it right now that makes you the happiest you possibly could be? And you're going to see me follow this little like line of thinking through. I'm going to follow the threads through the Minotaur maze made of thread leading out of this like Minotaur maze of what makes us unhappy as gamers. I know what it is, and I'm trying to solve it on the daily. I spend most of my time thinking about it all day, every day. What is it as gamers? What breakthrough can we have? And I feel like I'm on the cusp of it. I just don't know how to verbalize it well. It's that you have to make each experience in each game that you can stand to play, that still intrigues you and gives you funny feelings in your stomach, like that song, roller coaster of love. It's like you give me that funny feeling in my belly and all that, right? If the game doesn't do that for you, you're on the wrong game. And once you are on the game that does give you the funny feeling in your belly about how good you feel about playing it and stuff, you're gonna be unhappy. That's the next thing. And this is the cusp of what it is. That's the cusp of what it is that I'm trying to say. That's very difficult to put an actual verbal fucking like summation upon, or a summary, or a well documented answer to this riddle of an issue, of this riddle of hunting for games, right? Is that once you find the place that makes your little cunnilingus tingle, or whatever the fuck, if you find that place, the game's gonna make you unhappy. The first thing that's gonna happen is the game makes you unhappy. But if you can get over those barriers somehow, including some of them might be really interesting things. Like for me in Final Fantasy, it's endgame, right? I don't want to do Final Fantasy endgame. I don't want to do 50 jobs to 20 to 75 anymore. I don't really want to do any of that stuff. It's all social requirement stuff that I just don't want. I don't want to have the commitment for. So I had to mentally change my expectations of what the situation was, of the situation that I'm in, and it's about as vague as what I just said. It's like I had to mentally change my expectations of what the situation was of the situation that I'm in, which means that like if I can't make every second of this give me pleasure in my soul, I'm doing it wrong. And you'd be surprised the places that it takes you. And some of your friends are going to call you a degenerate, and they're going to call you like withdrawal, like the essence of withdrawal. Or, you're poof, you're just a ghost. You ghost them all the time. You disappear down your rabbit hole all the fucking time, down your iceberg to chasing some game. And they don't understand it at all. Your friends will never understand it. But this is the core of what, the flow dance is the core of what it is I'm trying to do. If I find flow dance in the things that I show on my stream, then I find flow dance in the things that I show on my stream. If it's not there for me, I'm not that happy. And sometimes people are involved, sometimes they aren't. And that sucks. And then I guess that is the core, and I got to what it is that I was trying to say in a very abstract way, and I didn't verbalize it well. It was that if you can't make up your fun per second, it's funny because it's like I tried to watch the Friends Per Second podcast with Skill Up. I like Skill Up a lot. I think Skill Up is the greatest thing on YouTube, almost. Sort of like Seth Greensoch or one of those. And I love Skill Up, but Friends Per Second was a bit boring for me because I think they mislabeled and misbranded. Instead of Friends Per Second, I think they needed to say Fun Per Second. Because it doesn't matter where you find it. If Fun Per Second to you means Multiversus right now on October 16, 2022, if Fun Per Second, if you want the highest DPS min-max spec for Fun Per Second, and that game for you right now is Multiversus, then by all means go play Skyrim with run speed. Go right if you want to role play being a Khajiit cat who can jump about 12 feet in the air, run about 35 miles an hour, and has an army, a personal army. Nope. You go do that. You go do that on Skyrim if that's what makes you happy. And when you feel like you've gotten stuck in your hole long enough and you haven't come up to breathe the air in your community, you go do so. But that is the cycle, I think, of a healthy gamer. Instead, I see people logging in Fortnite every single night, not understanding the things about what it is that makes them happy when they do that, and chasing those things. I think they get stuck in a pattern of repetition that makes them feel good, but isn't actually the solution of of the depression that they have based around the idea that they're stuck in the hamster loop, or they're stuck on repetitive things in their lives, or stuck on certain titles that they can't get away from, or things that they've done billions of times that they can't stop doing. And my solution to this is, unfortunately, is a DMCA violation. But I can read the lyrics, I believe, without violating copyright law. So I'm going to read the lyrics of one of my favorite songs. Is by a band called Darker My Love. Two Ways Out is a very good song. And there's a wonderful lyric in here. Two wonderful lyrics in this one. Two wonderful lyrics in the song that I can't play without running DMCA, right? First I'm here, then I'm there, and I know it's a drag, but I'm here, right? And it's a drag for me, and it's a drag for everybody else when I'm there. They have to learn to be around me. I'm difficult to be around. I'm not difficult to be around. They're difficult to be around, and all this. And I know it's a drag, but I'm here. So let's stress all the things that I say, and all the things that I do, and all the things I will tear, and all the thoughts I will ruin. It doesn't matter if those things happen. Like, for instance, I just destroyed my Rust clan by no-showing, ghosting off, right? But what I would say to them is this. If something looks familiar, then something is wrong. And there's always two ways out of that situation. And this isn't some allegory about suicide. It's about understanding that there's two ways out of this. You can have fun by getting your own, like, you know, your own winning solution to whatever it is, by having fun, by embracing what it is about whatever it is that you're doing is fun, that makes you smile and happy in your soul, and you embrace what makes you embrace what's fun to you, as opposed to doing what fits their regime and their ideas of what a structure should be and what a daily like grind is, or any of that other stuff. And so in this that thing. So now I'm in this place where Final Fantasy XI Endgame doesn't worry me, because if it ever looks familiar, then something is wrong. You know, if you aren't having fun doing whatever it is that you're doing in that particular second, then your fun per second meters, recount meters, are plummeting to 0, and your fun per second gets erased. And I challenge you, dear gamer, to look at your daily and be like, is your fun per second a high enough quotient in your life? If it isn't, then you're on the wrong title. If you can't find the title, then you don't know who you yourself is. And if you don't know who yourself is, it's the simple way to fix it is if you don't know who yourself is, and you don't know what makes you happy as a gamer, and you need to find your whole, like many people come in my stream and they try to advise me what game I should play, or where I should be, or what game is coming, or what is happening. And I love this, and I love the Discord. And I'm happy with their input, and I want to be there for them, and I want to play the same titles and stuff. But is it likely that stuff will look familiar to me? The answer is no. So yes, I am likely to be there. For most people, if something doesn't look familiar, they don't want to be there. This is. I mean, I'm gonna pull this up like Devin Nash, and I'm gonna play the streamer. You know, I'm gonna provide the content as I know how to do it, which is, you know, I watch Devin Nash. This is a, you know, I'm gonna cry about the beautiful things when I see them. You know. Shout out to Devin Nash. Changed my life, right? One of the things he does that really changed my life is he pulls out the old rich text document and he says something profound. And he lists it so that people can see it. And I'm going to say something profound here. Profound statement, right? My Devin Nash profound statement in 2022 in October is a lyric from a song. And I'm gonna modify it, right? To most people, if something looks unfamiliar, then something is wrong. For me, if something looks familiar, then something is wrong. This fundamental difference this fundamental plateau is often the difference between fun, unfun, happy, unhappy, fulfilled, unfulfilled, right? Etc., 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 right? Now, to try and reduce and keep it simple, right? If something is familiar, then something is wrong. This is why a lot of people are unhappy in their lives and stuff, you know. Make it big so people can see it. To most people, if something looks unfamiliar, this is my Devin Nash shout out. Here's my Devin Nash profound statement, you know, in 10/16/2022, right? To most people, if something looks unfamiliar, then something is wrong. For me, if something looks familiar, then something is wrong. This fundamental plateau is often the difference between fun, unfun, happy, unhappy, fulfilled, unfulfilled, etc., etc., etc. Now, to try and reduce and keep it simple, if something is familiar, then something is wrong. And this is the difference. This is why you'll see me not worried about Final Fantasy XI community, even though I'm up in the Final Fantasy XI community. This is why you'll see me be all worried and up in new games grills, trying to beat new games, even though I don't play new games. You know, it's like being a fundamental at that point contradiction. And the best way to, like, I think we chase so many things as a gamer. We chase things all the time. But in my experience, you gotta balance these two things of chasing something down the rabbit hole and that taking you to territory that you've never been to before, that's unfamiliar to you. And I don't recommend you do that unless you've come to grips with who you are and understand who you are and how you look at the world when it comes to things like how familiar you want the world to be or not. And so now I'm so opposite from most people that despite this being this territory that I'm in right here is the most familiar territory you'll ever see in Final Fantasy. It's a one camping spot that'll never change over 5 years, right? But see, I don't see this I don't see this horizontally. I see it vertically. Here in this camp, despite it being the most boring Final Fantasy place you will ever witness, here is financial freedom. It is represented here. And to me, it's a horizontal like explosion represented here. If I just hang around here all day stealing from spiders and killing ants, the key to financial freedom on Final Fantasy XI is provided to me. And I look at my wallet, and despite my wallet being abysmal and not very good, if I were to sit here for some weeks, it would not be abysmal. And I know because I've made millions and millions and millions of gil here. Like 15, 20 million gil here in this spot over the last 5 years. I shit you not. I had a pole grip. I had every good greatsword, every good great axe, every good bit of gear, dusk set +1, and all this other crap on Nasomi that doesn't mean anything at all. None of it means anything at all. But I mean, I had it because I had millions and millions of gil to blow because of situations like this. So this camp, this is about as far from a linear experience. This particular camp that will not change over some months of gameplay. This camp doesn't change, but I don't see it the same way everybody else does. Here I see financial freedom, and that to me is an interesting thing for the stream to show people. this is what people should do in their real lives, but they don't. I don't do it in real life either. I just play and play and play, trying to chase the Zen Confucius, master state of understanding all of this and why I want to be here and why this is unfamiliar territory for me. Financial freedom in Final Fantasy XI, even though it's the most familiar territory I've ever had in Final Fantasy, it is also the most unfamiliar territory, which is complete and utter financial territory, or freedom, if you choose to spend your time in the fucking territory, which is why I'm here wasting my time here. Here in Skyrim, I want to feel like I'm flow dancing all the time.
Nope.
And this is what makes me happy. Final Fantasy XI Endgame is never going to make me happy like this will. It'll never do it. And so here's where I make my crazy blanket statement that probably pisses people off. I'm having more fun by myself on these two crappy 20-year-old titles. Like, say what you want about this game, but okay, Skyrim's the best Final Fantasy... I'm sorry, Skyrim's the best Final Fantasy Elder Scrolls ever made. Final Fantasy XI is the best Skyrim Elder Scrolls ever made. Final Fantasy is the best Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy XI is the best Final Fantasy ever made. Skyrim's the best Elder Scrolls ever made. And that's why I'm on here fucking around trying to see them in a different light all day. Like, no restrictions on run speed. No restriction on gil income. No restrictions. Just play the game how you want to play it. And that is what I suggest to my people here who are searching for new things to understand about it. That's what it is you want from the title that you're playing. Or do you just consider it this stopgap of knowledge that you don't have, that you're going to reach at some point, and then start complaining about how there's not enough content for you to understand anymore? And here I will wrap it up. I will wrap it up. Philosophy of burnout. Philosophy of burnout is something we need to look at here. Burning out is a serious problem. I have some friends who would burnout is very bad, and like if you're very good at something, you do it too much. The core of if you're very good at something, you do it too much. That's the core of this. So we're gonna look at an interesting, probably self-help bent thing about burnout here. And I like, for instance, I've left my Rust team, I've left my Final Fantasy team, I've left my Eve team, I've left all my teams, I've left my real life friends, I've left my real life inner circle, I've left my family, I've left community, I've left humanity, I've left everything. I've left, I am not a member of any organization that would have me as a member. I'm not a member of an organization if anybody would have me as a member. That is like literally what my life is like. I would call it insanity, but it's not though. It's like the most clear, lucid, unabridged, unafraid, unapologetic, deceptive, like totally organic self-examination I've ever done. And this is the solution that I came up with the new personality that I built, is that I embrace who I am despite the shortcomings. I embrace the fat of the land, and I'm the fattest one, I'm the fattest healthy man you'll ever meet. I am the loudest quiet man you'll ever meet. Like, I am the laziest man you'll ever meet. I do nothing. This, despite it looking like I'm doing something, is nothing. I'm still doing nothing here while I play Final Fantasy XI all day. I'm still doing nothing, and I wouldn't be happy unless it was doing nothing. And I've come to embrace these things about my personality that would make other people unhappy to embrace about their own personality. And it's that you are happy doing nothing. And so we're gonna look down this path here in two different directions. We're gonna take one look at do nothing, and then we're gonna take another look. We're gonna take another look at the philosophy of burning out.
Nothing. That is the advice I am giving for you. I am self-help Singh, international life coach and motivational speaker. Do nothing. People are always searching for a meaning of life. Why am I here? What is my purpose?
So, like, I'm gonna interrupt myself. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit. Notice that I'm in the middle of some fucking town I've never been to before in Skyrim. I don't know where I am. None of this looks familiar. That's the only way this could have been entertaining. I don't know the name of the town I'm in. Falkreath, right? So I'm in Falkreath, and I'm here because I was to buy a support hero who would follow me around and heal me. And there's other aspects of that training that I have to go do, like right now. If I want to be happy to follow my Zen path to my happiness garden, I need this NPC to be able to heal me, or I wouldn't have done all the work to come to Falkreath in the first fucking place, which, by the way, is a one-way ride. So notice that it doesn't matter what I do right now. It doesn't matter if I attack the guards. It doesn't matter if I attack my friends. It doesn't matter if I hop on this roof. It doesn't matter if I loot this garden. It doesn't matter if I die to fall damage. It doesn't matter if I jump into the sky. It doesn't matter. I jump to the sky for my people all the time, but it doesn't matter these things that I do. None of them fucking matter. It doesn't matter if I loot all this. It doesn't matter if I... Oh, and I ran into this fucking problem before, too. God damn it. You fucking asshole. You fucking asshole. It pisses me off. Like, those... They really don't want me stealing that lettuce, right? And that's the second time I stepped on that bomb. And you can see how, like the way the patterns of my mind take me here is take everything and fuck around and do the least you possibly can. It's kind of like Whitnail and I. If you've never seen Whitnail and I has some wonderful philosophy around this, and I'll take a look at that too. Whitnail and I had some philosophy that changed my life, definitely. And so notice that at no point is anything what I'm doing have a goal or some kind of thing in mind, unless it's to make sure that the fun per second doesn't reduce. So my only goal is fun per second. If that means Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Skyrim, then that means Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Skyrim. And hey, I'm Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Skyrim, right? So that's this is where this stuff goes. You can see where the craziness leads me, but I'm looking for the fun per second, and it is not in groups of people. It's what it is sometimes. Sometimes you are blessed to have that, but most of the time I would say the curse of losing fun per second has to do with commitment to other people. You know, and commitment is a good thing. People are a good thing. Having a wife, having a husband, having kids is a good thing. Commitment's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I just don't do it. I mean, it's do nothing is more my philosophy. And so notice that nothing I do matters. So there is goals that I will reach today in my Skyrim career, but none of them are the sequential linear goals of the average Skyrim player in any way or form. And so this would not be a game for a normal player. This is not a game for, this is a game for people who think inside their box. I'm thinking outside the box, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, trying to describe my behavior right now as to why I'm wasting my time running around on the top of buildings on Skyrim. It used to be we jump around Stormwind. That's unacceptable to me now. It's not okay. You're going to see this when I play Dragonflight. A lot of these idiots, they don't know what makes them personally happy. They've never done any sort of exploration, trying to understand what it is that makes them happy as a video game player who is willing to put 100 hours a week of their lives into something. What is it that makes you happy? And sure, you guys are making better leaps and bounds in that direction all the time. But I don't think you are, though. I don't think you actually are. I don't see you changing it. I don't see you chasing it. When I go running through videos on YouTube and Twitch and stuff, I don't see people chasing their chakra or their Zen path through to the art of their own motorcycle maintenance or chasing their own chi almost ever. I see them doing what they think the min-max cookie-cutter approach to meta is in everything that they do. And no, I don't respect it. And no, don't expect to see it here. Don't expect to see it here on this stream. That is not the end all, end all be all. And so now I've done my little rant and I can move on here. you know, and move on to what I, you know, the other things that I was talking about. But it's good to be able to provide good content for the stream. It is rare for me because most people don't provide that sort of good, like I'll spin up and I'll talk all day, but I require some kind of input to do so. So thank you, you know, Blacklist, for inspiring some of the best conversations I've ever had in my life. So we're going to cover 3 things. We're going to cover do nothing, the philosophy of burning out, and, you know, and there was something else in there that I was going to talk about too, which is, you know, like, a good example of this would be, not eFixa. eFixa is a good example of this, but not eFixa. We're looking for, the Alice in Wonderland, the Alice in Wonderland dub. It's called, like, Pogo. Pogo is a good example of this. Listen to Pogo. Pogo doesn't make music so that people can like his music. Pogo makes music because it makes him incredibly happy in his soul to do so. We've only had a few artists who did this, like the Beatles and Aphex Twin, and all the really crazy luminaries out there. We've got all these other people providing really good music and stuff, but not that many people who chase their happiness in their soul to understand what it is that they're doing. So I'm going to give you a good example of Pogo. Pogo doesn't need his own music. The same way I don't need, like, my own video game. I'm happy to make my own worlds out of theirs. Pogo doesn't need to make his own music. They call this dub. It's like a dub effects lifestyle, what it is I'm chasing here on these video games. It's a dub effects lifestyle where I chase the dub of my own Zen path to whatever gives me the most fun per second with the least commitment, and taking commitment when it means happiness. You know, it's hard to describe this stuff, but it's there, you know. And this isn't DMCA, notice. I mean, it's not, though. Because nothing in here is very Alice in Wonderland. It's so chopped and screwed that you might as well call it dubstep. It's not Alice in Wonderland. There's an interesting thing going on here where the flowers sing and they hit the top 2 melodic notes in this wonderfully beautiful hook that he wrote for the center of this song. It's like the actual chorus line of this song that we're listening to right now. They reach this melodious end as flowers for the riff that he wrote for this song, right? And I love these 2 notes that they do at the end, because it drops the Alice in Wonderland in a way where you remember it. But it is not Alice in Wonderland. It's some chop and screw so far from the original product that it might as well be a new song. It is by all intents and practices. I don't like the fact that the two notes are still in the song, because I feel it's almost plagiarism of Alice in Wonderland. But he had to give them the nod. It's the way that he lets them know. He's letting Disney know that he's paying homage. He is not trying to steal. This is real art. This is what real music sounds like. It doesn't sound like Top 40. It's some fucking anthem. And it's why we don't like the same music. Sorry. Pogo gets it, you know. Hopefully I'm not hopefully I'm preaching to the converted, not the blind, you know, because It's a thing. This stuff, it needs to be received. It needs to be understood. It needs to be witnessed. You know, people need to see the pints system. People need to see punts. You know, punts, PNTS. People need to see. I think this is Bojack. People need to see, right? People need to see is really funny. I don't want to do a DMCA stuff, right? Give the people what they want, right? Yeah. How do people do it, right? But there's this wonderful line. Oh, you can't fetishize your own sadness or fetishize your own sadness or any of this other stuff. You just have to keep living for the now, dancing for the song that you hear, not the song that you think everybody wants to hear, or whatever. And if it's familiar, something's wrong. If you're in a territory where you like people are so unhappy with their current lives in you know, in the real world, and where their place is with it, and how much money they make, and where they live, and how nice their home is, and what the rat race is, and how they look to their peers, and you know, everything's like a fucking litmus test, and you know, everything's a fucking like a personality IQ test, and all this crazy shit, right? All this like weird neuro-linguistic stuff going on in the background. But I think if you were to boil it down to a simpler thing, which would be do what makes you happy and let all the rest of it kind of flop to the fucking, you know, to the side. You know, it's kind of like The Secret. The universe will provide if you, but only if you go to places you've never been before. The explanation, we are nomads. Humans are nomads. We are not meant to sit in a house like this 16 hours a day with our lives that we built and we live in our constructs and all this, you know, and all this shit. That's not how this is supposed to go. The only reason why it works for me is because almost never on the same day does it look like the same thing. You know, it's always like different. Usually, it's sooner or later. It's when I need to switch things up, I change it. So it's sort of weird. It's, you know, so we covered the pogo. Now we're gonna do the self-help sing before we you know, with do nothing, and then we're gonna watch the philosophy of burning.
The meaning of
burning out.
All of this. They are feeling the emptiness. They are feeling the void. They are trying to fill the emptiness with various things. They are doing the meditation.
Trying to fill. They're trying to hunt for a game. They're trying to fill a hole with a game that no one's made yet. How's that for some crazy? You know, like some craziness. Like go to the insane asylum. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Don't take off the straitjacket. Just go straight to the fucking madhouse. Like crazy stuff here. I'm gonna say it though. Like you're never gonna fill the hole with a game that they haven't made yet. You know. And so people are always trying to fill holes with things that haven't happened yet. It's kind of crazy. Like the cosmos hasn't manifested your reality out of stardust yet, to make it a physical reality for you. And that's the secret. Is like the universe will provide you with whatever you put out to the universe and stuff. So, but in the meantime, the universe doesn't create asteroids out of stardust to make asteroid realities for you. You have to go out and do that. So you go do this by nomadically chasing your human reality of seeking change in everything that you do. And if something looks familiar, then something is wrong. You know, and so don't go chasing waterfalls. You know, it's.
And they're doing the CrossFit. They're doing the TikTok challenge, but nothing is being.
Like it's weird because the waterfalls are change, but but you shouldn't really. I mean, so you shouldn't. You should be running down the waterfalls whether you want to or not. Right, that's how it is. So like you're kind of like a rolling stone going down the hill. You're running down the waterfalls of perception, doors of perception and stuff, and like you're gonna fall down those falls whether you want to or not. So how you do it is up to you. So like if you go chasing them, you're only gonna find the only way you can find it's such a weird analogy I'm trying to make, but if you chase things that you know what they look like, you're going to have to go to territory that you already know. This is how mysteries work, right? Like I'll hit you with an analogy. If you're Sherlock Holmes, you don't go figuring out the solution to the mystery one step from when you figured out that there was a mystery to be had in the first place. You have to forensically follow the clues. But the opposite is different in my experience for human existence. If you go chasing random, you will not find it. You have to let random happen to you. You have to let the random happen to you. So I don't know why. I like there's order to the things that I'm doing here, like farming spider webs and ants and stuff. So there's a reason that I am where I'm at, and there's a reason why I am in Falkreath right now. I know what it is, but I don't have an overall reason to be here besides what the fun per second is. So often by trying really hard to find your niche in the game that you're playing, you are restricted. You are Slipknot restricting yourself. Like imagine like a fucking like a lariat around your penis. You're going to chop off the top of the head of your penis by pulling the lariat too tight, trying to figure out what game that you can fit in that makes that is the perfect game for you to be in. There is when the secret is there is no perfect game for you to be in. There is no game that is perfect. There is no game that's perfect for that moment. There's nothing that'll ever... So you're always going to be unhappy with the game that you're playing. So you kind of, you know, you let your inner child wander around, trying to find what makes it possible for you to even stand to be there. To be able to stand to be there. It's often you can't even stand to be there in that environment because it's so foreign to you that you don't understand the rules of the games that you're playing. So in this way, you can find like infinity in your personal life as opposed to chasing it. It just happens to you all the time. I don't know why this happened to me, that I'm chasing this Skyrim cat RP. It just happened to me.
Nope, sorry.
And my mind chased it and thought, oh, hey, Sky, there's going to be... This is your brain talking to you, Sky. And, hey, Sky, you're gonna find some happiness by turning up your run speed and killing your carry weight on Skyrim and experiencing it with a bunch of mods turned on, and you know that you've been chasing this reality for so many years, but you never found some perfect balance of all of it where it feels like a brand new MMO. And that's what I found by just letting it all happen to me. And now I can finish the conversation and move on, as I've tried to do like 5 times. But I am actually going to do so now. So now we go cutting north in a kind of a quiet Skyrim RP manner, you know. Frogs, goldfish. There was goldfish in that pond. That's cool.
All right, hand over your valuables, or I will gut you like a fish. Nice. I am not going to ask again. Don't you walk away from me. At your best, huh?
You think you're such hot shit, you're not. Booted, looted, and scooted in like 35 seconds. Most people, that's like a 5-minute fight, you know? And it was fun on top of it. It was enlightening to me. It was fun. It helped me experience the engine more, enjoy my time with it. It was a great little gameplay loop that came out of nowhere, and I don't even understand why it happened, but it did, and I had an immense amount of fun. Oh, what's this now? What now? Oh, okay, I don't know. I don't seem to have an enemy, so I don't know. I don't know what your vibe is. So now we're going to go to the Whiterun Stables. We're going northeast, yeah. I like the infamous, I'm a personal god. You know, you could die in this because the mobs actually are hard. But there's all these things like Fortnite stuff that you can do. I think ESO should have chased this more. But they couldn't. You know they couldn't. There's this thing that used to, like, one of the things I always thought would be one of the paths to my true insanity, like ending up inside of a straitjacket, was this concept of TLDR, where you want to expound on something for your own personal edification, so you just talk about it a lot, either to yourself or to other people. And if they don't want to hear it, they say TLDR, or they say you talk too much, or you talk over them, or you just talk too much, etc. Shut up, shut the fuck up, all that other shit. That to me is kind of a cardinal sin to treat people like that, because it's like, you know, I think oftentimes when people talk, it's for their own personal edification. They're literally talking to themselves more than they are to the people who are sitting right next to them. And the same is true of me. And so, like, of late, I've noticed that a lot of the humans that want to be around me want to tell me how much I talk too much, or that I'm wrong about things, or that I'm crazy, or that I have weird beliefs, or that they can't stand to be around me, or that I can't stop, or I'm like this, like, you know, this dreidel that they spin up, and they're this top that they just spin, and they spin me up, and I just go off for hours and hours and hours. And I'm learning now that those people, even if they are near and dear to me, are like kind of what's wrong with humanity right now. TLDR, there is no such thing. And the idea that you don't have the time to read about whatever it is, even if it's things that are like when it's TLDR, it's when the things that aren't related to what it is that you're like I struggle with how to say this, right? It's like you are working too hard if you go into a learning situation like YouTube or Wikipedia or a Twitch streamer or some streamer who's trying to impart some knowledge to you. If you are thinking about what the rules are of that engagement, how long it is, what the commitment is, what it'll require from you, if you are thinking about any of the overt exterior factors about learning like that, and not just living in the moment and letting it happen to you, you are what's wrong with humanity, kind of. If you, it's good to quantify your time, and if you think something is a waste of time, you shouldn't do it. But also, if you go into weighing every single time that something comes up, through your own personal, like, abacus of value, as opposed to just being open-minded and seeing the world with eyes unclouded by hate, you will not do so well. And it's hard to describe this. So it's like, you know, and this is where I'm at with, like, trying to find some inner circle, like, for the primary games that I want to be on. I don't think it's ever time for that. It's sort of weird. It's really odd. It's
the emptiness is still there, but nothing is filling the emptiness.
Nothing fills the emptiness is a better way to say it. Like, no matter what their solution to it is, it's not yours, and it never will be. And so many people say that I talk too much because they call it overload. But I don't think it's overload. I think it's underload. I think you don't try hard enough. And my whole life I've come up against principals, cops, teachers, soldiers, lawyers, judges, politicians, people, friends, enemies, gangsters, drug dealers, game players, nerds, endgame people, etc. It doesn't matter who it was. If I assume that they're right about whatever they assume that they're right about, and I assume that I'm wrong and that I don't know anything, and I assume that I'm right and I don't know anything, and that all of them are true at the same time, and I just shut up and let it happen to me, kind of, then I see, and then you find your path to enlightenment and Zen, and the reality that like you need to seek the meaning of life is to seek bliss, if whatever that means to you, and so then that so here we go, and then I said my piece here. I said what I needed to say.
Nothing is removing the feeling of the empty cup, because there is no emptiness. There is no cup. The cup is something we are creating in our mind to put the pressure, creating the pressure for us to compete with this person and that person, to do this and to that. But the purpose of life is to do nothing. There is no purpose or meaning to find in life. So just exist and do nothing. Start waking up early. Life is shit. So sleep through as much of it as possible. 5 a.m.
I sleep about 12 hours a day. I didn't do that my whole life until I was like 38. I'm about to be 40 here in like, a little while. And I am about to be 40 years old, and as I don't go through midlife crises, unlike every other man I've ever met, because I'm just not built the same way. I'm not going to go through the midlife crisis because I already know what it is. It's that if you can't handle making commitments, you will absolutely have to deal with having to make commitments. That's my midlife crisis, and it doesn't bother me because I can do nothing all day long. It won't matter. I've done it. I've been on the streets. It doesn't matter if I do nothing all day, whether I'm doing well or not doing well. It doesn't matter what it is. If you do nothing except for what makes your fun per second the highest it possibly can be. And I'm not talking about mindless self-indulgence or drugs or jacking off all day or being a coomer or any of this other stuff. I'm not talking about self-gratification. I'm talking about whatever random road that you want to run down, that you want to flow dance down in that particular moment makes you happy, then you are living a good life. Then you are on the path to enlightenment. And I don't believe I have a lot to teach. I'm just trying to point out what it is that I'm chasing in the moment right now as we speak for me right now,
Club, bad idea. 11 a.m. club, much better idea.
11 a.m. club is a much better idea. And so many people my whole life have tried to tell me how wrong I am about that. So many people have tried to talk to me my whole life about how stupid not stupid I am. And I never got, people never made the stupid judgment. They made the crazy judgment about how crazy I am. But I don't know, it's John Lennon wrote about this in I'm Only Sleeping, where he'll sleep when he needs to sleep and for as long as he needs to sleep for. That's how I view life. If you have to have a 9-to-5 life to survive, right? Then you don't live in a tenable place. As crazy as that sounds, if you have to have $48,000, if you have to have $48,000, alarms are trash. I don't use them. I do when other people want things from me. And that's why they make me so unhappy, But so, and I'm not saying jack off and be the self-help thing and do nothing all day long. I'm not saying that's going to be your Zen path. It is almost inherently not. There's something that's going to be your path to life. And thank you for speaking up, Blacklist. They are garbage. I hate it. So, I mean, you seek your own bliss even if it's selfish sometimes, even if it hurts people sometimes, even if it helps people sometimes. And in my experience, it does both equally pretty well. It's a nicely balanced thing. When you seek your chi, it's nicely balanced, and it harms people and it helps people, and you have to find some way to make those two things reconcile, and you have a good life. That's the secret to it. It's hard to describe it. So, like, oftentimes, very seldom can somebody who wants to figure out what their own path to Zen is, can they sit there? The answer is no. Now, I was a little bit more blessed in the respect that I am like Buddha. I can sit there. My desire is to figure out what it is that is the most fun per second. Fun per second, you know. I know that looting is not fun for me in these games, and that I consider it a chore after doing it for 22 years or whatever. I'm so sick of looting. I love Final Fantasy XI because it just rolls that loot. You don't have to do shit. You don't have to open your inventory. You don't have to click it. You don't have to fucking do anything. The loot just goes in your inventory. There's no the thought is not even required. You don't have to acknowledge that piece of rotten meat fell, and it just goes into your inventory. That, to me, this is that do nothing thing about life. Final Fantasy XI has the best loot system because their loot system is literally nothing. The loot just rolls into your inventory, and if you're full, then you can't fit it, you know? So a perfect loot system has not been done, but I can tell you what it's close to. It's kind of like the New World system, where when you are too full to receive something, it is placed in a discard menu that remains there like as long as you are in the vicinity of the thing that you picked up. So then, no matter what, you can't lose the item, unlike Final Fantasy XI. But all of the items just roll into your inventory all the time, like Final Fantasy XI. That would be the perfect loot system. Instead, you have these World of Warcraft things where you kill 40 mobs, you click one, it auto loots all 40 corpses to you, and summons all the loot off all 40 corpses to you. I think that's far more programming, far more ripe for problems and coding issues and stuff. It's far more complicated and definitely needlessly pointless and stuff, and it leads to issues, and it causes issues with the loot tables and all this other stuff. So why not just make it so the loot just auto rolls into your table, and deal with loot on a sorting basis, rather than dealing with loot like this thing you have to go click and pull out of the universe by clicking a button or whatever. And I see it both ways. I think it's both good and bad to have to click an item to loot something, but I also don't prefer it over the style of the loot just go auto flowing into your inventory. So it's, you know, like this do nothing thing. It also works for stuff like design, you know, what's it called? Design metaphors and design nuances. You know, it works for design nuance to make something kind of intensely valuable if you work with less, not more. If you keep it simple, you're going to make a better product.
Stop doing the things you don't want to do.
This one's really hard. You'd be surprised how often your entire fucking life is like, you know, doing things that you don't want to do for some dreamed up, imagined reason. And one of the things I love about my inner circle, I would say the only requirement to be in my inner circle is you understand this fundamental concept that, you know, that,
Uses. Avoid the work commitments, the friend get-togethers, the family gatherings if you so wish.
Like this thing about like you have to do it. You have to take care of your family. You have to take care of your friends. You have to be social with them. You have to do whatever the fuck it is that they think you need to do all the time. And that is not living your life. That is living their life. And you'd be surprised how really fucking totally oblivious they are about how selfish they are about your time. And when inherently understands this about humanity is that they're incredibly bad about understanding what the value of something like time actually is. That they can't quantify it in a way where they don't kind of fuck up on it, and they're more likely to lecture you about TLDR than they are about taking up 4 hours of your time on a worthless engagement. And until you understand this about about humanity, it's kind of like understanding vanity is, while we have true beauty because of it, vanity itself is also sort of bad. Just staring in the mirror all the time, you know, vanity's sort of bad unless you're, even when you're incredibly beautiful. I've had some incredibly beautiful women in my life, and vanity is something that they all have. But I would say vanity itself is sort of pointless in the respect that it doesn't really change your appearance. You can doctor it and change it, but it's not going to really change how you look to people in terms of your overall, like, rocking and appearance discussion and of who you are in their eyes and stuff. It's not just physical. It's not how you physically look. It's how they feel about you in their souls. It's about how their beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know, it's not this thing that you have, it's this thing that they see in the moment as they perceive you. So it's not this thing about how bad you need to worry about the mirror at all. And I don't look in the mirror a lot because it's just sort of weird. It's like this thing. So my personal friends, they understand that there is no requirements for me. And until they understand this, we don't get along very well. They can't be my best. Like, I knew my best friend when I met him when I was like 14 and stuff was going to be my best friend my whole life. Because he was like literally the only person I ever met in my entire life that required nothing of me except for me to be happy. That was it. Didn't want anything from me. Well, they do. They want things from you, but they don't expect things from you. And he taught me just by being, and he taught many other people. He's a spiritual guru in Denver, Colorado, and he taught thousands of people this particular thing about how it's not what you expect. It's kind of like that JFK thing about it's not about what to do for your country. Ask what you can do for it's not what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country. It's the same thing about humanity. It's about, with most of humanity, it's about what you can do for them, not what they can do for you. And this leads to my core life philosophy, which is, my man code as well, which then this all leads into each other and stuff. A man should embrace the notion of a man should abandon the notion of power over. A man should embrace the notion of power of, or anybody. A human should embrace, the power of something and abandon the notion of power over. And so, in most people, when they see something on the ground, or when they see like a pet or a human or a resource or something, they think, "Oh, what good is this to me?" It's good. I'm mangling what I'm trying to say. They think of it like two ways. They think of it, what good is it to me, and what can I do to control that thing? And often I find it simpler to be like, okay, I'm in the moment. That's it. That's all. You don't talk about me or I or that or them or the relationship between them. You just are living in the moment, waiting for shit to happen all the time. And you live in the now. And you don't worry about the past. And you don't worry about the future. And if somebody dies, it sucks, but you don't need to cry because no matter what, they're still there. Their memory is just as powerful as they themselves are. And it was all this other weird crap about like self-actualization and understanding who you are on a fundamental basis, and then making moves based off that as compared to what people think of you, what you think of yourself. So I can give a flying fuck what this dude or you or anybody else thinks about me. And in that, I probably do earn your respect somehow. I don't know how I do it, but I do. I probably earn your respect in some small way. In the fact that it is not a requirement for me for you to be anything at all. Does that make sense? I don't require you to not be a killer. I don't require you to be a killer. I don't require you to be a genius. I don't require you to not be a genius. I don't require you to be smart or not smart, beautiful or not beautiful, black or not white, purple, brown, up, down, left, right, purple, yellow, circle, left, right, square, purple, whatever your classification is, like, you know, orange, Galapagos, Apache helicopter. It doesn't matter what the fuck you are to me. I'm still gonna live in the moment, in my Zen moment, and enjoy the fun per second, whether you are a blue meanie or not, you know? So I can freely say, fuck you, blue meanie, Republican asshole, people like you that are always talking about war are the ones that need to be slew, and all this other crap, right? And I can freely do so with hopefully without, like, you know, incurring your wrath, because it's not personal. It doesn't matter whether you had that war or not. I still don't want it, and I don't want to think about it. It's not in my personal, in the moment, in my fun per second. So it's you know, and we've grown up hating this aspect of ourselves of what's the fun per second of this. If it's not fun per second, then I'm not going to do it. This is like why Mr. Beast is so popular and all this. And I like, honestly, I think one of the things about streaming is everybody assumes that it has to do with funds per second, how much fun per second I'm providing you or you're providing me, or what kind of lifestyle you're going to provide me with your support and your money and your fame and all this other crap and this weird cultural, like, you know, contract and handshake that you and I have somehow. But it's not. For me, it's about fun. It's about fun per second. And that's how I know that I can do it my whole life and never truly fail at it. Maybe I'll never succeed. I'm okay with that. But what I am not okay with is failing, right? I'm not okay with failing at this, but you can't fail at it if you just do it all the time, enjoy it, and you're going to do it anyways, and you don't care what people think, and you don't care what, you know, what their expectations are of either themselves or you. And so learn to see the world with eyes unclouded by hate or expectations, right? This is that thing. My mom asked me an interesting question recently. She was like, very interesting one. She was like, would you rather have order or chaos? Would you rather the government stepped in and forced people who are in our army to get COVID shots so they don't infect other soldiers with COVID? Or do you think they should have their own free will with that? And I was like, I would rather we all did this by ourselves. And I was like, I'm aware that makes me fall super ultra left-wing liberal. And I'm aware that it makes me fall kind of crazy Marxist, green, socialist, weirdest, whatever. But I also fall kind of ultra right-wing on certain things too. Like, I'm pro-gun rights and I'm against violence. I don't think violence is ever acceptable. But I mean, I don't, you know, and I'm anti-fascist, so I guess I sort of fall left. I do fall left, but I do believe in sort of supreme power over stuff like free market. I believe in a supreme power when it comes to enforcing a free market. I believe in a supreme power when it enforces our chasing of the stars and travel to the cosmos, right? I believe in a supreme power when it comes to that. I don't believe in a supreme power when it comes to the law or murder or rape or drugs or violence or sex or any of this other stuff. I believe in a law, but I don't believe in a supreme power when it comes to those things. And I don't believe in jail or any of this other crap. And I think we should suss these out. Destroy what destroys you. If someone rapes and murders you, you rape and murder them or whatever. It's sort of weird. It's like it's not eye for an eye. It's just, I don't have a working, like, you know, functioning outlook for how a utopia would work. But I can hit you with what St. Thomas Aquinas thought it was, which is that if you good neighbors make good fences. If the neighboring country, if everybody is king for a day, and you judge how well you're doing by how happy you are and how free you are you are a utopian society. If you don't have that, if you're worried about failure, or if you're worried about starvation or poverty, or how rich you are, or what you can and can't buy, then you are extremely limited. Like, extremely limited. That is no longer free trade. That's some kind of goddamn fucking criminal's joke of a premise that doesn't go anywhere. It's a sick, sad joke of a human race when it becomes like that. So, like, where's the freedom at? That's hard to describe. There's no political party for that. There's no religion for that. There's no rave scene for that. There's no music scene for that. There's no video game for that. There's no community for that. There's no trophy for this. There's no award for that. There's no equivocation or balance or sussing out or reckoning of that. There's no closing the doors of that perception. It's just open. It's closed. It's the loot flowing in. It's the loot flowing out. It's your heartbeat. It's the day rise. It's the cycle. It's the fifth element. It just keeps going and going and going and going. And I don't know what it is I'm talking about, but I know that like you can't achieve it through systems. You can only achieve it through balance, and that's very difficult to try to describe to somebody who does their reckoning with the world, their meeting out of how the world works based on checks and balances and sums and ups and downs. If you see your life through if you wager your life in nights and days, that's what your life will be. If you think of it in day and night cycle, that's what it will be. It's the same as The Secret and the universe and all this other crap. If you think that you will not be happy, then you will not be happy. It's just, if you think you're going to be happy, you're going to be happy, and it's going to happen. It's just a matter of what's in between you and that. So the simplest things can make you happy, but also the most difficult things can also make you happy. So it's this long journey between what you wake up for every day. Is it the color of a night or the glory of a sudden view, or is it what you can buy? You know, what can you afford to buy that day? How can you make your home better? And if that's how you see the world, in checks and balances of loot and ups and downs and ins and outs and money and currency and stuff, as opposed to like experience points or time or effort or respect or value or honor or any of the other things that are a requirement to there's funny examples of this in pop culture. Some of them are self-trolly, so you have to forgive some of the stuff that they do. But like the Swansonism chart, right? The Swansonism chart, right? This chart, right? The Pyramid of Greatness. Some of this is lampooning and a joke, but a lot of this is actually really important. Like the honor actually is the top of this pyramid. Honor is the top of the pyramid. And then they get trolly here when they say America and buffets, but what they're actually talking about is shelter and food, right? And then security, artistry, and making sure that everybody in society is taken care of before we worry about building the pyramids. We first have to make sure that the poorest, quadriplegic, black, gay, blind hooker, half Asian, black, gay, blind hooker, or whatever, is taken care of to the utmost, to the point where they don't ever have to worry about a single moment of their life, because there is that much abundance in the universe to take care of every living thing on this planet. Trust me, this is how Mother Nature works. It only becomes a matter of whether there's enough or not when you begin to count it. So in that respect, if we count it, we do it instead of counting it to make sure that there's have and have not. It's more about counting it to make sure there is enough for the people who have not. That's it. So, and once that's taken care of, all these other things don't matter. All the rest of it doesn't matter. They're there, like teamwork, selfishness, self-ego, self-image, id-ego, libido, suspicion, self-reliance, attire, discipline, protein, intensity, BO, stillness, cursing, friends. So notice friends is low on this list, but friends is right up here in the center of the pyramid, right underneath, like essentially food, water, sheltering, and community.
right? Community is this one here where they say welfare avoidance. This is how a right-wing retard looks at the world, through welfare avoidance, but how a smart person looks at it is community. Or another word for it would be communism, right? Only a retard thinks communism is bad. They just think it's bad because it doesn't work. A smart person will say, communism is retarded because it only works in theory. It doesn't work in practice. But the tenets behind communism are not bad, which is making sure that the weakest member of your society is taken care of before the richest person in your society can get any further, right? And that's not putting caps on things. It's putting limits on how low somebody can sink before somebody can rise. You know? So you would call that a caste system, and we try to get away from this thing that I would say really sickens us. Is we don't want to acknowledge Darwinism or evolution or any of this stupid shit that creationism wants us to ignore. But the fool's folly in that is, if you don't evolve along with everything else, you die out. And that's the fool's folly with it. So you have to evolve with this idea that we are nothing but hive mind. We're essentially bees. We're essentially dogs. We're no different. Mankind has social structure and status and caste systems and ups and downs and culture, all that stuff going on in a really strong way, the same way dogs have pack mentality. Beetles have, hives. Bees have hives. We have that just as bad or worse than bees have honeycomb and hives. We've got that worse. We have it way, way worse. So, like, trying to say that the other parts of the hive mind aren't taken care of first is actually essentially criminality. You'd be surprised how high criminality will fall on this chart, and how bad people will go to defend their own criminality if it means making a difference between them and someone else. They have to have a difference between them and someone else. Here's the secret, you fucking ape. There is no difference between you and me. There is no unique snowflake. You want to talk like a fascist? I could talk like a fascist. There is no fucking unique snowflake. There is no difference between you and me. You have the same value as me and a dung beetle and God and a rapist, a murderer, and Mother Teresa and everything in between. You have all the same value as that. We are the all singing, all dancing crap of the world. We are. So it's like you trying to say that you're different from somebody lower in a caste system until they've been equalized and make sure that they have good lives and they're taken care of. They can eat and learn and prosper and be loved in their community. Suddenly you have school shootings, poverty, famine, war, pestilence, Pandora's box. Pandora's box. It's an interesting thing. So and trust me, the way that you arrive to these things is you try to make it. You try to make civilization better. You try to there's this song that my best friend links to me all the time. And I forget, I'll have to pull it out of the conversation, but there's this social agreement that because you taught me to chase physics my whole life, and if I were to become a high functioning physics grandmaster, at particle physics, that it would lead humanity somewhere great. But that's not the secret. The actual secret to humanity is that we're all equal anyways, no matter whether you're Einstein or that retard down at the delicatessen who doesn't cut your meat right. Same value. And once you embrace this, you can find happiness. It's the understanding that in the hive mind, we're actually supposed to all be happy little busy little worker bees buzzing away in our 1984, Orwellian animal farms, because our lives are not simplistic like we think they are. We're not savages. We're not simple. We are complex, extraordinary machines that cannot be here without miracle. And I don't know, I'm just going to move on.
The excuse book and fill it with excuses. Keep the excuses ready.
I keep the excuses ready. I'll be like, blah, blah, got me out of this. I had a friend, I thought he was so intelligent. He kept 6 false identities and 6 different, and he didn't use them, but he just had them. He had 6 false identities. He had bug out kits and guns and food and bombs and all types of crazy shit. He never used any of it. He just had it in case the shit ever did hit the fan. Would you rather have it? I'm not saying you need to be a doomsday prepper or have that take up your mind or obsess about it all day or whatever. I'm just saying you should probably worry about it. I don't, and I probably should. I mean, I'm going to embrace the miracle idea that I can somehow make it by walking out the door with nothing but the clothes on my back in the zombie apocalypse. But in my experience, therein lies the rub. That is the mind state of the average human being around me. That is what they are thinking about the most. Can I walk out the front door with nothing but the clothes on my back in the onset of the zombie apocalypse? And the answer is most likely no. And that is what takes up the headspace and the mind space of most of the smart humanity around us. Otherwise, they're worried about the rat race and how much money and how much shit they can buy.
For the boss, for the wife, for the friends. Say no to the teams meetings, to the TikTok.
Say no to the let's get the team back together. Say no to playing video games. Say no to family dinners. Say no to everything. Like, provide excuses. Do nothing. If you are not chasing what your meaning is, you are not right now. And this is how you will come around to being. How do you love someone better? You learn to love yourself better. It's such a weird dichotomy, but it is what it is.
To the exercise, say no to the diet. Eat whatever the fuck you want.
That's what I do.
Soon you will be dead.
Yep, I'll be dead. What do I care? I don't care what I look like. I really fucking don't care. Trust me, and you know what? When it comes to girls, and like, trust me, it's not that fucking hard, especially when you're 400 pounds like this, and it's not that. They want to tell you it's personality or some kind of X factor or something, and I would say it is the X factor, but it's actually this. If you don't feel yourself to be inferior because of what you think other people think about what you look like or who you are or what your value is or what you represent to them, if the judgment just doesn't enter into it for you, and you don't need to go look at the mirror anymore, you become more beautiful than you ever could be without ever worrying about the upkeep of that beauty or any of the stuff that like a beauty queen or a perfect 10 will tell you is intensely important to being a successful human being. Trust me, it's not worrying about your image in that mirror. It's not. It's about accepting yourself, accepting who you are, loving yourself despite your shortcomings, even though they might be catastrophically, phantasmically, phansmatographically, magorifically, Google-complexically times as complex as something that you might even be able to self-actualize or whatever. I struggle to have the words to describe what it is I'm trying to describe. You know, and complex in terms of its, like, what you mean to the rest of the universe as opposed to what the rest of the universe means to you. And you do all your sussing by what their sussing is, not what yours is, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Everything is sus. We all do our sussing out. We assess. We judge. We make our value judgment and our value proposal and assessments and such. And we infer and we assess and we assume and we make our value judgments based off what we think others think other things are worth. Right. And until you see the value of something to what it means to you and what the power of that thing means to you, as opposed to what your power over what your power over that thing is, you are not going to have a good lifetime. You're not going to have a good life. And if you are constantly obsessed with, like, trying to figure out what your power over is other people, you will not have a good life. It is an instant, endless, pure fountains of power available to any living thing. Call it the Force, call it the fifth element, call it love, whatever you want to call it. Endless love, endless power is right within your fucking... You know, I know it sounds like self-help guru crazy man, but I don't care. I'm going to say it because I mean it. The endless power is right at your fingertips at a simple acceptance of everything being everything is everything. or whatever. It's everything is an endless pi number that's never going to be a number that you can suss out and get a total complete understanding of. So you just accept it for being pi, and you accept that it's endless, and that God is God or whatever, and endless is endless, and Googleplex is Googleplex, and you can't ever suss these things out. You become a happier individual because you no longer need to be God. You don't need to have power over God. You don't need to have power over others. You don't need to have power over some infinity power like magic or the world or some other thing like magic and such that you need to control with some clever tricks in your mind or your actions, your physicality or whatever it is, or some kind of crazy Jedi mind trick or Jedi power curse where you doom somebody to never be successful in anything ever again. And you realize that you were playing with power, and you were playing with magic, and you were playing with things, and you were playing with God, and you were playing with things that you don't understand and couldn't ever possibly conceptually understand in this lifetime with the things, the acceptance of the things that you have and the acceptance of the things that you don't, and some kind of 12-step program for life. 12-step program sucks, but acceptance doesn't. Closure is what you need to solve any fucking problem, and if your problem is that you're not God, you're never gonna be God until you understand and you fight God. And that's what most video games are about. And I know I'm trying to get some weird, crazy thing across, but it's, it's very seldom do I touch mind states like this. Usually it takes me acid to do it, but I don't need drugs anymore. I've opened the doors of my perception forever, and I feel fucked, and I can't get them shut. So I just speak to you from inside that door, a perception that I fucking opened like 20 years ago, and I can't get shut now anymore. It's the pure rantings of a crazy man, trying to be something that he's not. Because he was never anything in the first fucking place. So it's, and when you live these realities, like a reality like I never had anything in the first fucking place, so how could I ever have anything now? That's literally my reality, and that's what happens. That's what I put out to the universe, and that's what happened. I never had anything in the first fucking place, so how would I ever have anything now? Do you hear the insanity? These are laws of, like, I could write in an equation with general dynamics or John Nash bullshit about what I just said. But I'm going to try to say it again and leave the math out of it, which is I can't be anything because I am something. Or, I think therefore I am, or to be is to be or not to be, that is the question, etc. Like I can't be something because I am not something. You get to speaking like riddles like some fucking kind of crazy wizard. And I don't know. I'm just on here trying to suss out what it all means to me and try to provide some guidance while you suss out what it means to you. I'm never going to tell you what it is. And I don't know what it is. I'll be the first one to tell you. All I know is that I don't know. And my best advice is to do nothing and stop chasing it. Just let it happen. Like rape.
Chasing the perfect summer body. Whether you are fat or thin, haters will hate. And soon your haters will also die. Hopefully in the most horrific manner.
Yeah, hopefully in the most horrific manner. I'm supposed to feel so much hatred for you, for me, and for each other because I'm fat and I'm supposed to loathe myself and you and all the judgment and everything in between. I just don't care. And it's not like I lost my ground and I'm down in some basement now. I'm way up here saying, I don't care what you think and I don't care what I think. It never mattered in the first fucking place because it never mattered and was never real in the first fucking place, To hit you with some Nine Inch Nails, wisdom and stuff. Trent Reznor, Nine Inch Nails is like my favorite band because he used to say stuff like this that really, kind of fuck with my head. But he would say things like, the devils and the gods, all the living and the dead. What if all the living things and all the things in existence were just creations of your own that are in your head? Think Nietzsche, And just creations of your own, and if you were to make them all go away, they did, but you don't want to because you live in your own illusion, or use your own illusion in the true Guns of the Roses sense of the word, or whatever. And so I don't know, I don't know what the answer is, but I can tell you that it isn't following me, and it's not following you, and it's not following each other, and I don't follow. Do you begin to hear the cyclical logic of it? I don't follow. But, I mean, this whole game is a game based on follow the leader, but I don't follow.
Joking, not joking. Oh, am I joking?
Joking, not
Stop
joking, or
spending
am
your
I
days
joking?
Searching
You know?
for the meaning of life, for that is the most futile exercise.
It's so
You will
pointless.
die
It's pointless.
someday just as confused as you are now. So be happy.
Yes, I understand because I'm on the same struggle. I'm hunting for games all day. I think it's actually trying to crawl back into the womb. If you want to know what I really think it is, I want to crawl inside a vagina and orgasm for the rest of eternity. Every millisecond, every scrap of piece of molecule of time for the rest of the lifespan of the known universe. I wish to orgasm into some wet vagina for the rest of known eternity. This is how you know I'm crazy, right? That's my idea of heaven. That's what heaven is an orgasm that never ends. Simple idea. It's not something in the clouds or God or all your stupid ass, it's getting high that never ends, getting high, having an orgasm that never ends, hearing your favorite note in your favorite song and by your favorite band at the favorite moment, at the best moment in the universe, all the time, every day, all day, for the rest of your life, the rest of existence, for the rest of eternity. That's the meaning of life. And I don't know how to chase it because it isn't a race. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to chase. I don't know how to tell you what to do in this weird, reality that you guys face with whatever darkness it is that you face with hunting for games. All I can tell you is the game doesn't exist. The game is in your mind. If you can conquer your fucking mind, it doesn't matter what fucking game you play.
But what and who you are, as my good friend Farouk Freddie Mercury once said, nothing really matters. So do nothing. Do the least amount of work without getting fired. Nike say, just do it. Self-help sing say, just do nothing. Release yourself of obligation and responsibility and just do nothing. Everything you think you need to do was done before you and will be done after you. So stop doing. You do it best when you do nothing at all. You are not special. You are not unique creation. The world is fucked and you cannot unfuck it. So just do you and do nothing. Do nothing. Your job not care about you. Your boss not care about you. Nobody giving a fuck. Tomorrow you are getting hit by bus and dying. Your job forgetting you putting someone else to do for your job. At every possible minimum. But if you have to do something, do absolute minimum. But it is most preferable to do fuck all.
Fuck all.
In. Take as many sick days as legally possible. Give no fucks. There is no greater purpose, no greater meaning, nothing to be rushing for.
No.
We will all soon be dead. Yep. So just fucking chill. When you learn to do nothing, then you will find the real purpose of life.
Do nothing. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Let's watch it. Why 25% of workers just quit their job. Here we go.
Does anybody want to work anymore?
It seems like quiet quitting is everywhere.
Now they're saying half of people are thinking about quiet quitting.
Late night emails. What's quiet quitting? Just not showing up? Oh, just dipping out?
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was a, yeah, that's what I did.
For those. Quiet quitting is a really bad idea.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You just don't tell the next employer where you worked at. It's that simple. Yeah, you don't.
You want to know something fundamental about my current insanity, current intelligentsia, current intellectual state that I'm in, right? Every time somebody says something's bad, I think inherently two things. One is it's bad because I don't understand it, right? And two, it couldn't possibly be bad because I couldn't possibly understand it yet. And so when people say bad, it's simple to do, and things that have to do with your moral compass, like rape and murder, are bad. Yeah, no problem. Totally agree. Bad. bad. Thievery is bad. You know, all this stuff. Drugs, no, drugs are fine. Drugs are okay. But, you know, all this stuff is bad, you know. And, your own value judgments on what good and bad is, etc., our moral ethical compass and all this, our moral conscience and all this. But when somebody says something's bad and it's not a moral check, think of it like a Dungeons and Dragons melee swing mathematical equation, right? So you're in a Dungeons and Dragons game, and somebody posits to you that pineapple on pizza is bad, and you say you think many things. It's on such a simple question, you'd be surprised at how many places your mind will go. First is oh, it must be bad because he told me it's bad, and they call that like the conformity thing, the acceptance thing, the appeal to authority thing, where, you know, falsifically we just sort of accept what people tell us all the time because it's hard to go verify. It's hard to go verify foundations of everything that you learn. It's easier to just assume that what people told you in terms of their foundation of knowledge and what they are saying to you is actually true or sound. And so you make the assumption that they wouldn't be telling you this if their foundation is shaky. And often that is a requirement for something to be accurate and true, is the actual accuracy of whatever the process is. I know I'm speaking in absolutes, but it's in kind of in ethereal things, but it's not so easy what I'm trying to talk about. So many things go through your mind, and when somebody says pineapple on pizza is bad, you think, oh, it's bad because he told me it's bad. You think, oh, I've had it before, and it seems not that normal, so I don't like it. I love pineapple on pizza, by the way, but I mean, but it's abnormal, so I dislike it on that respect because I could see how it wouldn't be considered that common or that normal. And we have a conformity thing where we like normal, we like stability. Women in particular like stability. They like to be able to count on a foundation when they stand on it. They have more of it in their DNA than we do. We're more willing to, as men, we're willing to take leap of faith much easier than women are. Women are about stability and kind of understanding what your foundations that you build are and what you can stand on, what you can't. So they're all about foundations and stuff. So it's a thing about in the gender politics too, but I don't want to get split down that hair there. But so somebody says something's bad, and in your mind you have about 8 yeses and 8 nos in your mind, about 8 positives and 8 negatives go off in your mind about that statement. And the moral one should be the easy one, where somebody says rape is bad. You say, yes, that is true, rape is bad. Murder is bad. You say, yes, that is true, murder is bad. No, never is it okay. No, it is not okay to murder in defense. No, it is not okay to murder ever. And that's funny how many Christians get lost on that one. But I mean, it happens. Christians get lost on that one easy. They're like, nah, he raped my daughter, so eye for an eye, we'll hang him or whatever, we put him in the gas chamber. That's not how reality works for actual, like, God and life. In my experience, you can't, it's not your place to pass judgment. It needs to be somebody who is divorced from the inner workings of the issue or the event or whatever. And that's the problem with humanity. And then, and so anyways, 8 or so positive negatives go out, like, in terms of whether something's bad. But these days when somebody says, I'm trying to get into what I'm trying to say is, when somebody says that, like, a game is bad, it now sounds like they're saying it's good. Because it means that they took the time to assess the game to the point where they were able to make a value judgment that it was bad. But I posit that if the game took your time enough for you to make a value judgment in the first place, because we're kind of like picky, choosy people in a grocery store. We see an aisle full of choices when it comes to, like, video games or books or music or whatever we base our lifestyles on or whatever. Like, we try to think in absolutes, like this is the best or that's the best or whatever, but it's often not like that. And through the sea of albums and games out there, we try to pick our best, and we try to see the world through eyes kind of formed by influenced by that sort of thing. And so when somebody says something's bad now, I have to struggle with my own cynical boomerang that flips in my mind, where I think, oh, it must be good, or they wouldn't have ever have taken the time to tell me it was bad. It must be good if they're saying that it's bad. And you can, this thinking is full of fallacy. If you follow that thinking through, you begin to realize almost never is that true. Just because they say it's bad doesn't make it bad. It's the first fallacy with it. That's a slippery slope. And then the other fallacy with it is like, there's several. There's One True Scotsman, and then there's I don't even want to talk about that one. And then this one, it's like this one, it has to do more with like slippery slope. If you make an assumption that somebody tells you is true when it's not, it's a slippery slope that you're trying to climb, because your foundation will crumble beneath you in terms of your argument or whatever the fuck else. So when somebody says something's bad now these days, I think, oh, it must be good, and that's a serious problem. That's so backwards, bass-ackwards, you know. It's so bass-ackwards. It's, you know.
Today we are diving into the science of burnout and what happens in our brain and body when this is happening. In order to make this happen, I reached out to a colleague to better help us understand all that can go on when someone has experienced burnout. And as always, this video series is an educational
Oops, that sound, was that you? Yeah.
Now, I personally think...
I don't know what it is I'm doing here. Yeah, alright, so I think I'm trying to get to Whiterun now, yep. And, oh, what's this? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm getting side skill. I guess the other part of this argument would be is like, you'd be surprised how hard I work to do nothing, you know? It's a hard job doing nothing. It's not easy. You have to prepare your excuses. You have to work. You have to keep your expectations low. You have to chase things that other people won't chase, and all this other reality to it that's kind of weird. Yeah.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Looks like we got ourselves a hero. That it? That your best? You'll make a fine rug, cat.
Fucking racist.
Ow! A little help over here.
What's in there, damn it? Gotta get to the college. I like getting to feel like I know the world really well. Make potions of water breathing. Oh. Oh, scared me. I fell in just enough deep part. Fun as hell. I like riding the river.
I can take you to any of the hold capitals.
Most of my life, I thought procreation was the meaning of life.
Well, I know the companion. Oh, the rest you can find out by asking the townsfolk. Start with the barkeep at the Bannered Mare or the Castle Steward. Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. Oh, steady. Ooh, 3 stacks of pauldrons. Hee hee. Yes, it's primarily a smithing and claw crafting spot. The item in question is the Antiquan pauldron. T-cents to
Bronze ingots, dark steel ingots. 30k a stack. Because, I mean, you know, that's 12 attempts, right? With a stack of antique and pauldrons, you get 12 attempts at a dark steel ingot. Let's see what dark steel ingot's worth. I should have taken the smithing up, you know. Make a lot more money. Yep. Like 11k each. So yeah, that's actually more like 120k. 120k a stack. Oh, I know. I mean, well, yeah. If you, the only reason I'm here, it's not the loot, it's not the money, it's not the gil per hour or any of this stuff. It's that you can go AFK and still basically make a lot of money, and so an hour is subjective to me because I don't spend just an hour here. I'll sit here all day. 14 hours, and I think if you were doing it all day long, like all day, you would make a lot of money. But I mean, I don't do that. I sit here and I AFK this motherfucker, and I play other games when I choose to do this spot. This is my AFK spot. If I wanted to be active, no. You would also need something standing next to the Ottergon spiders that drop something like these auxiliary artists, because they have very fast respawn rates. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all within a block of each other. The spot's more special than you might think. That there's only 4 spiders that spawn here, and they're on like 5-minute pops. So by the time that your steel cooldown is up, the spider's back. I'm pretty sure Addercops in Ottergon, those are 15-minute timers, I believe. It takes a while for those spiders to respawn, and on top of it, there would need to be. Yeah, I'm sure I am. Yeah. I mean, people come and go. I got a guy named I don't know. Can't remember his name. Something loser. Or something. Sorry, bro. I think Sorry Bro is the guy that I generally compete with here, but I'm nice to him, and I mean, like I think people misunderstand what the value of this spot is. It's not the 13. It's not the 4 spiders and the 13 ants. It's the fact that you can come over here and stand right here, and every 5 minutes you can come in and you can kill 1 ant and steal a web. So every 5 minutes you're pulling in like, I don't know, what is that? 10k. So, you know, after 20 minutes after 60 minutes of 5-minute intervals, you do pull in like not that much. It's like, I would say 75k or something like that. But it's like 75k pretty much almost AFK. If I'm wandering around killing something, it's because I want to. It's because my brain can do it without thinking. Otherwise, I would stand right here and I wouldn't even move, and I would just wait for the spider to pop in, and then steal from him, and kill the 2 ants and never even move. So on top of it, that this spot can sustain 1 AFK motherfucker and 1 active motherfucker, because and often it will. It's a good spot because it can sustain 2 people, 1 active, 1 inactive. You know, and so I don't talk to him about that because, you know, in my experience, if you want a spot to get ruined, start AFKing there. When you AFK there, they start to watch why you do that, and then they all start AFKing there themselves, you know. So I try not to AFK here that much if I can't help it, but yeah. So there, I get my web. I sick the kitty to kill the spider, right? It takes about 5 seconds. I come over here, I sick the kitty to kill the ant. And then I sit, I heal, and I alt tab, and I come back in 5 whole minutes, you know? So that's the value of this camp, in my opinion. It's not, I mean, that's the value to me, I suppose is a better way. It's all subjective.
Keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, it's so much time. I mean, there's all these ways of looking at the spot differently. On top of it, like the beetles, you know, believe it or not, beetle jaws are like 15K a stack. So the beetles are actually really like almost more money than, you know, the only good drop rate here is beetle shells and beetle jaws and stuff. All the rest of it's kind of iffy. But the beetles consistently drop really good loot. If I wasn't lazy, so that's how you know the value of this spot is how lazy you are. I barely worked this spot at all, but you could just keep killing in this spot in a nice circle because the beetles themselves also give really good like you know, auction house loot. Beetle jaws are hella good loot, you know. Beetle shells, beetle jaw. That was like 1,000 gil in a single kill right there. I mean, the beetles themselves are even worth the money. You know, those are all over the place. They spawn so quick, like right down here. There's another one. My pet just one-shots everything. It's so simple. It's, you know. And if I don't have the cooldown up, you know, the pet kills the mob in like, you know, what, 2 minutes or something. It doesn't take very long. And I just think about how little can I get away with? How little can I get away with here? And that's the value of good spots. It's how little you have to work, not how much, how hard you can work, how little, you know. So where am I now? I'm in Winterhold. Yay, that's good. So I need to go to the college, but I'd have to do the inn first.
Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Ooh, beetle job.
I don't deal with any college applicants these days, so don't...
Just say the word if you need. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Yeah, mm-hmm.
If I was smart, I would take the money that I make from the spot and I would invest it in smithing, and I would start disenchanting these fucking antique and pauldrons and print my own money. But I'm not smart. That requires commitment. And you know how I feel about commitment. I'm not going to commit to the spot any more than I am anybody else. So, you know, here we are. You know, I never thought I'd be here making zero commitments to anything or anyone, but disenchanting the pauldrons, that would be doing something. And you know how I feel about that. I want to do nothing. So I just sell them on the auction house and play my different game.
I don't deal with it.
I think the greatest value of Final Fantasy, by far, is I don't think it's that great of an RPG. Although I do think the six-man partying aspect of it is extremely good and polished, like as good as, say, Overwatch is or any of that. But I think the actual value of Final Fantasy is that it is RuneScape and that it is an EVE Online and that it is an auto-swing RPG that'll play itself. And it is like the best idle RPG. I like it more than EVE. I think it's more attainable than EVE is, you know? Yeah. So like when I look at 11, it's about how little I can play it. Yeah, I know. Crafting is, I mean, yeah, I've done Thief to 75 4 times. Ooh, it's double fire. Double fire. Oh yeah. And here's a nice little perk that I get to show off here, which is occasionally double fire spawns, and we make our real money. Oh yeah. I go wide scanning with my flea, you know. I wish this song would play in the background. Oh well. Can't believe that was the closest one. It's weird. Oh.
Let me know if there's anything else you need. Just say the word. We may not have as much. Let's sate that appetite. Let's sate that appetite. Hmm? Good day. Good day.
Oh, did you stand me up? Yeah, you did. You Faraga, didn't you? Of course you did. Oh, damn it. I suppose I better put my actual axe on for this, because time is of the essence. Two fire clusters, yeah. I love double fire. Especially with this nice sunset. It's an interesting look. It's gonna be an interesting night. About 10 seconds here.
Cross the bridge at your own peril. The way is dangerous, and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry. Oh, forgive me. Most who arrive here do so because they have heard of the college before. This is the College of Winterhold, a safe haven for mages in Skyrim, a place of wisdom and arcane knowledge. I am here to assist those seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here? Perhaps, but what is it you expect to find within? Ah, the immortal plane. It is said to be the source of all magic. This is a noble goal, indeed.
Looks so cool. This game definitely has its moments. Fucking Faragas, god damn it, man. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make like 300k today, or 400k or something like that. I don't care, I love this spot, I always have. I think it's so good.
It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college? Not just anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. A small test, if you will. No, I'm afraid I don't know anything of the sort. Excellent. The fear spell has saved the life of many an illusion mage. If you could cast it on the seal here on the ground, that would prove your skill. No? Well, if you think you're capable. Or you can try your luck with one of the court wizards around. Here you are.
Snowy.
Now I'm anxious to see you cast it. Poof! How did you do that? Well done indeed. I think you'll be a superb addition to the college. Welcome, apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master wizard. Please, follow me.
Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Man. Fucking love this song. So chill.
No matter what, the college will endure.
That entrance exam, and this place is definitely worth seeing. Let's go and get that tour.
an asset to Skyrim, even if the
This is Savannah Symphony off of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. No, this is I'll link the video I'm watching. This is 3 hours of, this is like one of my favorite video game music compilations. It's 3 hours of relaxed Donkey Kong music, and this guy, forget his name. Yeah, this guy, Rare music is so good. Rare music is good. But this guy, I forget his name, it's like David Rise or something like that. He's actually very fucking good. Every song on this thing is so good. Even though I don't like all of the songs, I still think they're extremely high quality. Some of them are straight up jams, like this one. Like, I want to hear it again. This is like maybe my favorite one on the soundtrack. Yeah. Kind of smoothly slides into it, you know. Some of these songs I think rival big bands in terms of their in terms of their actual production value. There's some really nutty stuff on this video. South again.
much knowledge like... You'll need to speak with Mirabelle Irvine. Her quarters are in the Hall of Countenance, but she could be anywhere on the grounds. She's the master wizard here. Archmage Aaron may be in charge, but Mirabelle runs the place. You do well to remember that. I can teach you, but I won't be held responsible for what you do with the knowledge. You'll need to speak with Mirabelle Irvine. Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
Oops.
Certainly. Concentration spells can be cast immediately, though they're weaker. Good for a tight spot and less costly if you miss. You'll also need to decide whether to devote them. Focusing solely on flame spells will make them more powerful, but you may find yourself at a disadvantage against foes immune to fire. Certainly. Destruction spells come in different forms. Each concentration spells can be cast. You'll also focusing solely on flame spells will make them more powerful, but you may find yourself at a disadvantage against foes immune to fire.
I believe I've made myself rather clear.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
I believe I did. It's been so many years I don't remember. I know completion is 10. Both my best friend and I did. But I don't know. I don't remember it.
hoping to understand the reasoning behind the decision.
You may be used to the Empire bowing to your every whim, but I'm afraid you'll find the Thalmor received no such treatment here.
Oh, that was it, huh? At least I got a stack. I almost got 2 stacks. Not bad. I would have thought that would have had to been like Ruby Weapon in 7. Because it requires 32 Knights of the Round to kill it or whatever. It had 999,000 HP, I think. I don't know, I might be wrong. It's debatable. There's different games. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. All different games. Different ways to fight. Different challenges. 12 is so different from the others that, you know... 12 is so different, you know? I think I'm gonna go back and sell. I'm sitting on a lot. God damn. 50 million HP? Wow. Yeah. I don't remember Yasman 12. I didn't get that far in 12. 12 is the one that I played the least. Twelve's really good.
You are a guest.
I've been playing 12 a lot.
Here at the pleasure of the Archmage. I hope you appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, of course.
12, 13 for me.
Very good. Then we're done here.
12, 15, really. 12, 13, and 15. You know, the ones everybody hates.
Welcome to the college.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. Several if you're talented.
I love 15. Work of art. No women. Totally gay game. By reality, not like, you know, not by design, just incredibly gay game, but, you know, still really great game, you know? Are you serious? Snow is like my least favorite character in all of Final Fantasy. So I hate Snow. I hate Snow with a passion. Oh man. Everyone's got their own right, you know. I'm not saying Snow's bad. I just don't like him. Shit, I liked Kimari more than, like, I don't know. There's so many weird. Like, I like Waka more than fucking Snow, you know. Yeah. Yeah, Zach. Snow was cool. I thought his best representation was in Lightning Returns. Yeah. Zach's pretty sweet. They've been fucking around, talking about maybe giving him a game. I don't think they did that. Or no, maybe they did. Is it Crisis Core? One of those. Zach is the lead. I just didn't have the device it was on. Crisis Core, yep. I've never owned a PSP. It is a shortcoming. I like me some Patapon, though. Patapon, Patapon. $28,000. I thought it was worth more than that. Oh well. $3,000. I could work on smithing, I guess. It's weird. The decent of that. That's on my mind a lot, actually. I love me women. I like women. Men! Oh my god. For me, it's like men, not interested. Don't want them around me. Don't like them. I've had a bunch of long-term and short-term relationships. There's no fucking way I'm doing that. There's no fucking way I'm taking smithing to 80. There's just no fucking way I'm doing that. It would make sense, though. I mean, sort of. Yeah. I mean, it's not really a profit synth. You probably mostly just pull bronze ingots. Those don't sell for shit. You don't. You miss out on value if you synth them. It's not a profit synth. It's a lost synth. I mean, yeah, look at it. I mean, there's no way you're pulling HQ1s very often unless you're like 110 goldsmithing. Yeah, I mean, getting the ingots though, you're gonna see this is like 1 in 36 or something. 1 in 36, like or something like that. I'd say it's to safely might be faster, but I'm guessing like 1 in 36 probably HQ. So you got to go through 3 stacks of these motherfuckers at a straight loss, which is 90,000 gil for whatever that is. I don't know. It would be like 10k profit or something and a 90k expenditure. This is one of the worst areas to get stuck in. It's extremely expensive. It probably costs to get the 3 or 5 levels that you sit on Darksteel or on Antique and Pauldrons for. It's I mean, I don't know why you would. I mean, I guess it's got to be a money synth, but I mean, maybe it's required. You might have to desynth this. Like, looking at the smithing guide, if we come over here to 78... Oh, he stopped at 70. Why? Why? See... 3 out of 16. Yeah, for... I mean, for... Crafting's so stupid. It shouldn't require other crafts. I don't know. It's some of the system is really archaic. I don't think synthing should take as long as it does. You know, all this other stuff. It takes like 35 seconds a synth or something. It's really not too good. Oh, I've done it before. I know. I mean, yeah, don't worry. I know. Just not that high. I think I got the highest I went was like 36, I think, or something like that. 100k gil. Yay! Making some money. Oh, yeah. 231. Not bad. Not bad. Put this away here. This one, never stacks though. So annoying. Oh well. Some Today is Sunday. I can reset my Emperor band. Yeah. Yeah. She's a monk.
Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You consider restoration a valid school of magic?
It's the most valid. It's the most valid. It's the only valid one. Yes, of course it's valid. Yes.
Good. Good. Not that I require validation, of course. There are just some, and I shan't name names, who would disagree. It can make life difficult when one's colleagues fail to recognize the research one engages in. Well, no, not really. Not directly, I mean. But I know things are being said behind my back. Conversations cease when I enter rooms. I'm quite aware of what's going on here, and I will not stand for it. Take a look.
How much do you want for that? 183. Okay, so can I sell? Oh, good. I can. Oh, Mr. Jamar. That's the Sanguine Rose. Staff of Dread Zombies. Ooh. Top 3 games of all time. Well, let's go to the Metacritic and see, why don't we? Games of all time. Disco Elysium, Half-Life 2, Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm just kidding. My top 3 games of all time. World of Warcraft, EVE Online, FFXI. If you take the MMOs out of it, and you say single player, it would be Disco Elysium, Final Fantasy, oh god, I don't know. Oh god, WoW expansions, Legion. They're all good for different reasons. I just, like, Legion was the one that I really loved. There's so many good games. It's all apples and melons too. You can't compare a lot of these. So there's games on my list that I played so long that they technically would be my favorite game, like, say, Bloodborne. But I haven't played Bloodborne in 2 years, so... Yeah, top 2 single-player games are Disco Elysium and Bloodborne. Well, no, I like Elden Ring more than Bloodborne. Single-player-wise, I would say Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, Elden Ring and Disco Elysium. I tend to skew on what everybody else skews on. I don't know why Elden Ring is so low on this list now. I don't think it should be. I thought Elden Ring was super fucking good. It was like what Souls-likes always should have been. And it's like not even in the top fucking... What happened to Elden Ring, man? It's like number 16. It used to be number 2. And it dropped way down the list. But my favorite single-player games tend to be where the community falls too. Which should be Disco Elysium, Elden Ring, and, you know, like, I mean, that's enough for me. If I had to list the third, it would have been... I don't know. There's so many. Last of Us was very good, yeah. Yeah, it's the top game of all time, Disco Elysium. Yeah, it's very famous. It's a non-combat based CRPG. No combat at all. Think story-based Dungeons and Dragons with no combat, with that sort of depth too. If you wanna roll, you can roll. It's got dice roll system just like Dungeons and Dragons. Disco Elysium's so good. It's the best story that's ever been done in a game, in my opinion. It is my favorite single player game. It is. It's the #1 console game of all time. No, Disco Elysium, man, it's a first effort by this company. But I mean, these are the words they use for it. It's a smash hit. It's Disco Elysium will be around in the lexicon like Pong or Tetris or something. I think for like 100 years, people are gonna remember Disco Elysium. It's so good. It's its own little. It's like a film game. It's like playing a movie, you know. It's long, but it doesn't have it's not like it's not a score that the community gave it based off of like what you can do or the combat or any of that. It's just the most polished, technically perfect game ever made in the respect that anything possible in the engine was probably full-blown, thought through, and covered. And it's got the most replayability out of any RPG I've ever played, I think. It doesn't make you desire to replay it that much, but it's it's the most replayable game in the respect that it's like imagine watching for instance, like my favorite television show is House MD, right? Imagine watching House MD, but every single time that you wanted to watch an episode of House MD, you pop to a different episode within the 8 seasons. And it randomly popped you there. Disco Elysium's like that, where it has like 10,000 different endings, I think, because there's 10,000 different ways to play the game, and none of the endings are very, you know, the endings tend to be kind of blankety, but within that blanket there's many different variations of endings. It's the only story game that I can think of that's ever been done successfully. The way they hyped like the Telltale series, The Walking Dead, is kind of where Disco Elysium landed. Disco Elysium has the depth that The Walking Dead should have had. Because if you think about it, like, if you play The Walking Dead all the way through, there should have been every iteration of Clementine dying that they possibly could have written into the story. And the other main character, I forget his name, you know, the black cop dude, the black guy, I forget not that his race has anything to do with it. It was just the main character in the first you know, what's it called, season, and Clementine. You know, that's an interesting game in the respect that it should have 40,000 different endings depending on how you fight a zombie 3/4 of the way through your 59th playthrough, you know? Bloodborne is sort of like this. Elden Ring's like this too, where no matter what, it's always different. It always like Disco Elysium, you can die in the first 5 minutes, or you can push it out 3 weeks, kind of like the end of, you know, the end of Majora's Mask. And the ending of the game is anywhere that you want it, kind of like Chrono Trigger. It's one of those. It's kind of like deep, like Chrono Trigger. One of the reasons Chrono Trigger should be listed very high on this list. I would say Disco Elysium is kind of sitting in Chrono Trigger's spot, in the respect that it is technically the most beautifully executed story game ever done. But I mean, Disco Elysium did it perfectly. Every element of Disco Elysium was polished perfectly, where you can pretty much coax an ending out of it that you want. And I don't know how many endings are in Disco Elysium, but it's a lot. Be right back. Hello? Dinner in 10? Thank you. Love you, bye. Got dinner in 10 minutes here. So, I don't know. It's hard to describe why this is a masterpiece, but it's the only game that I've ever thought was truly a masterpiece I mean, there's a few, I suppose. I would say that World of Warcraft is a masterpiece in the respect that nobody had ever really done that before. Like, EverQuest had, but not really. Not like that. I would say World of Warcraft is a masterpiece in the respect that you could probably play it for the rest of your life. No problem. And I would say Disco Elysium probably is like that too. If you like Disco Elysium enough, you could probably just, and I do plan on playing it over and over and over and over again like the rest of my life until they come out with better movie games than this. Disco Elysium is what LA Noire should have been. Disco Elysium is what Skyrim and Morrowind and Oblivion should have been. The depth of the story in, say, something like Oblivion is present in Disco Elysium, but it's done better. Like, because if you can dream it up, you can pretty much do it. You could be, like, you're a cop, but what cop you want to be is entirely up to you. And you can start out from the get-go being like a bribery motherfucker and playing people off each other, threatening them, shaking them down. Depending on what Dungeons & Dragons abilities you give your character, you can play the game exactly how you want to play it no matter what. It is one of those perfectly... the only other game I think that's ever come close to this kind of rating would be like Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 has a story with the sort of depth that Disco Elysium does, but Baldur's Gate 2 is full of combat. Disco Elysium is not. Disco Elysium's entirely the story. So, of all the games out there on this list, I would say, beyond, say, like Super Mario Brothers or Tetris, Disco Elysium is probably the one game on this list that I would say my 80-year-old mother would appreciate. Kind of like how old people like the Wii, or some people, like Tetris. Some people like Candy Crush or one of those. Disco Elysium's kind of one of those where if you like story delivered experiences, Disco Elysium has that in spades. And I'm close to being halfway through my second playthrough now. And I could see playing it the rest of my life, but really all I really want out of this company is more sequels, because it's the only game that's ever had a really good story. A better story than, say, what you could deliver in a Hollywood movie. It's too dense of a story, in the respect that you could never make this into a Hollywood movie like they did try to do with stuff like Silent Hill or what's smash hit video game movies. I can't really think of too many, but they could never do this story because it's so faceted that you wouldn't be able to fit it in all one movie. It's far too deep, kind of like Final Fantasy 7. Well, that's sad. If that's what happened, I hope not. Let's go take a look at Disco Elysium, because yes, the guy who wrote this, he is a far more skilled writer than, say, the guy who came up with The Witcher. This guy, I would say, like the guy who did Disco Elysium, I could see him being a cult leader, kind of like L. Ron Hubbard. I could see him being that scope of a writer, really that deep and crazy. I would not say that the same is true of something like George R. Martin. I would say the writer who did Disco Elysium, he's up there with like somebody like Kurt Vonnegut or Chuck Palahniuk. He's one of those. He's super deep, like Stephen King deep or whatever. I wouldn't say Stephen King is that deep, but he is. Like, there's really deep, he runs deep. Still Waters run deep. He's kind of a Kerouac type writer, this guy who did Disco Elysium. And if they stole it from him, they were stupid to do that, because he's the only guy who's ever made a masterpiece in the video game genre. I can't think of one. Masterpieces are hard to classify. but I wouldn't say there's any masterpiece out there of the same ilk as Disco Elysium, in the respect that you can play Disco Elysium your whole life if you want. It's sort of, I mean, the pacing would get boring to you, I think, but it's definitely got the depth of an endless game. It's definitely got that pedigree. So if we look at what they're trying to say, non-traditional is a very good... I mean, the people who did Disco Elysium, they're famous for Planescape Torment. But without them, we wouldn't have had games like Baldur's Gate 2 and Planescape Torment. Disco Elysium, Planescape Torment is... Disco Elysium is the spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. It's the same production team, you know. Robert Kurvitz, that's a shame if they forced him out, because the entirety of all of their value is based off of him. It's not the game. The game plays exactly like... Well, what's the Dungeons and Dragons simulator? The game plays exactly like Neverwinter without combat. Or Baldur's Gate, or any of those. It's exactly the same as Baldur's Gate. Or Dragon, you know, whatever, you know, what's BioWare's whole set of games? Dragon Age and all that. It plays like Dragon Age without combat. It's exactly like that. The same systems that are in this conversation with this NPC is the entirety of Disco Elysium. So if the developers forced the writer out, they probably destroyed the series, because the entirety of the value is the writing. The rest of the game has been done by everybody billions of times before. There's no difference between Disco Elysium and, say, Divinity Original Sin 2, except for Divinity Original Sin 2 is full of combat. And Divinity Original Sin 2 is very generic in its story-based stuff. Disco Elysium is as far from its story-based stuff as you could possibly be. In the respect that if you wanted to play Disco Elysium as a goose-stepping Hitler racist asshole who believed that Hitler did nothing wrong and Flat Earth is our new religion, there is a playthrough in Disco Elysium entirely tailored to you. If that is your reality in the real world, that is the reality that you could have in Disco Elysium if you want. Or if you want to be an ultra-leftist, liberal, anarchist, you know, in the game it's called Krasmazov, but in reality it would have been called, you know, who's the communism guy? Marxist, right? If you want to be a Marxist, Leninist, like, Disco Elysium cop for the rest of your existential life, you can do so, which technically makes Disco Elysium the best game. But it's very hard to describe why this is on the top of the list, but I know why. It's because there's never been a game with actual depth except for Disco Elysium. It's an endlessly entertaining game in the respect that there's like 1 million hours of spoken word in it. There's 10,000 different endings. You can play the game from any political standpoint or a religious standpoint. You can play the game however you want to. If you don't want violence, it's not there. If you want a lot of violence, you can spec into violence. But I mean, there's not a lot of combat in the game because it doesn't fit that mold at all. It's entirely a movie game, right? It's like a 30-hour movie game. I would say the average depth of a Disco Elysium playthrough is about as deep as, say, the extended version of one of the Lord of the Rings movies. It has that sort of depth. So if you don't know it, you should. It's a phenomenon in and of itself. But yes, I would say they probably screwed this over. Disco Elysium was developed by Zaum, a company founded in 2016 by Estonian novelist Robert Kurvitz, who, notice, doesn't have a Wikipedia. This guy is not famous, but he should be. He's up there with, like, Chuck Palahniuk. Or one of those. He's so deep. He's Kerouac, or... Starving, Hysterical, Naked, I Saw the Worst Minds of My Generation guy, all those existentialist poet, transcendentalist poets. He's like that. He's of that caliber. He is an amazing author. The way he writes and the way he thinks about things. Definitely, he gets like that intellectual nod. I would say his value is the same as something of like Tolkien or one of those. The world that he wrote with Disco Elysium, I think, has the sort of depth that you could eventually turn into a Lord of the Rings following. It's got that kind of depth. I wish it didn't, but it does. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you like Polynuck, Disco Elysium's your game. It's an entirely Fight Club game. You can play it however you want. If you don't like fascism, Disco Elysium knows that you don't like fascism, and they'll empower you to fight fascism your entire playthrough. And you make all these sweeping political statements and choices in the story infrastructure that will turn the game into an anti-fascist fucking utopia where you actually did stop Hitler in time. You actually did stop Trump in time before COVID killed us all. You stopped the planes from crashing in 9/11. Disco Elysium will do that for you. If you want the fascists to have actually failed in the corridors of time, and there was never a Pearl Harbor, and there was never a JFK assassination, or all the things that the right-wing party has gotten up to since the 1880s. If you want your Disco Elysium fucking, your utopian reality to be that, Disco Elysium will be that for you, and that's why it's technically the best game ever made. There's never been a game with depth. I would say Skyrim or World of Warcraft are kind of close to this in the respect that you can build your own little world that's written for you in those games. And they have better gameplay than Disco Elysium has. But Disco Elysium has that endless, crazy, backwards, flip-around story that works on so many different levels that it's not like... it's not like Skyrim where you choose to... I mean, it does have a branching story kind of like Skyrim where you support one side or you support the other. But how you do that and what happens in all this is so up in the air to your random-ass dice rolls and choices that at no point could you ever have the same playthrough ever, for instance. Which is a way that technically... there's a reason they use that phrase with Disco Elysium. It's your non-conformative game. It doesn't conform to anything except for this chat system.
Tainted.
This chat system right here. That's that right here. This is right here.
Notes left in my personal effects. Simply barbaric.
Exact same execution, exact same delivery, exact same themes, exact same stuff, except Disco Elysium is entirely all of this. And so if Disco Elysium susses out that when you were a child, someone treated you badly, but didn't know any better, Disco Elysium will suss that out, and they will read it into the choices that you're making about your storyline playthrough, and they'll know that Disco Elysium will know that you had a death in your family recently. It's like a Rorschach test. As no other game's done that kind of outside the box. It sounds too good to be true, but they actually did do it. It's simple. They did it simply, in a very technically proficient, beautifully efficient way. But I mean, Disco Elysium's a hard nut to crack in terms of its actual depth is very difficult because you would basically end up playing the game for the rest of your life. It's kind of like how the Bible is for some Bible thumpers. The minute they come across it, kind of like Lord of the Rings, they're like, oh man, I can sit on this the rest of my life. I'm pretty sure Disco Elysium's got that kind of depth, I would say. And I want to see what the other people say about it, because it's I've been trying to understand what Disco Elysium is for a while now, and we never get games like this. The last time we had a game like this would have been like Baldur's Gate 2 or not many jump to World of Warcraft, or like Tetris, or like all the big ones from each genre. think each genre, right? For platforming, we have Super Mario Brothers. For RPGs, we have Final Fantasy. For racing, we have. I mean, a lot of people would argue about that one, but I would say now it's Forza. But for many years, it was like Gran Turismo or even like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is the king of open world sandbox or whatever. There's always some. Grand Theft Auto is a good example of how deep Disco Elysium is. What Grand Theft Auto 3 did, Disco Elysium does in different ways. It's got that kind of, you know, like stepping onto a new choose your own adventure-esque story driven entirely, as in there's zero combat in Disco Elysium. There's zero. As in there's like two kills in the entirety of Disco Elysium. There's two instances of combat in Disco Elysium, because that is not what it's delivering. It's delivering a movie, essentially. A movie that you could watch 10,000 times but still see something different each time. Like, I don't know, like maybe Citizen Kane, or what else do other what do other movies people watch like this that they'd say they can see many different things out of it? Like Breakfast at Tiffany's are one of those. People see different things out of different things, but this one was revolutionary. You know, it definitely doesn't have a rival. I watch other people try to sum up what Disco Elysium is and struggle. And you'll see 5-hour videos about it, because it's not easy. I think Skill Up did pretty well with it. I think he did pretty well with a condensed one. But even Skill Up took an hour to explain what he was trying to say with Disco Elysium, because it is actual artwork. The video game genre industry has not done artwork since, like, Skyrim. And even then, Skyrim is just a pumped-up Morrowind. We haven't really had artwork in the scene since, like, Morrowind, Grand Theft Auto 3, I would say, like, Street Fighter, Super Mario Brothers. Who are the big, like, genre-winning titles? Final Fantasy. And Disco Elysium is one of those. Disco Elysium is a Final Fantasy. You could easily make 15 Disco Elysiums. No problem. It has that kind of legs, it just goes on forever. So, I don't know, and I'm done gushing over Disco Elysium. I just think it's a really fun, it's a fun treatise to try to explain this. I'm going to go with somebody I respect more, like Ragnarok's, because I think he got it better. But unfortunately, with this video, it is like 5 hours long. Or wait. No, he got it right. He did it short. Never mind. Let's see what he says.
The song of death is sweet and endless.
Did they kick the author off because... Oh yeah, so let's read the development, right? Robert Kurvitz, who served as the game's leader, writer, and designer. Kurvitz, since 2001, had been part of a band called Ultra Melonhool, which, by the way, comes out in Disco Elysium a lot. There's an influence of a band, and I think even a song that they wrote in Disco Elysium that is very deep. And in 2005, while in Tallinn, Estonia, with a group struggling for finances, conceived of a fictional world during a drunken evening while listening to Tiesto's Adagios for Strings, which is a album by Tiesto. Feeling that they had a solid idea, the group created a collective of artists. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm coming. Thank you. So I'm going to finish up here, and then I got to take a small break. But, they feel that they developed a tabletop RPG. Think like Dungeons and Dragons. It's got that kind of depth. Steampunk tabletop RPG. I like Disco Elysium more than Shadowrunner or D&D, I think. So then you get an idea of it's whatever the game's whatever you want it to be. If you do a playthrough and you're feeling like you're an alcoholic and you just left your wife and your dad died and your dog died and you're depressed with the world and all this, that's what Disco Elysium's going to show you. But they're also going to give you hope on how to deal with that sort of problem, because that's what Harry Dubois, the lead character, is dealing with. Pretty much all of those things. His wife has died. He's got amnesia. I don't mean to spoil it, but it's not a spoiler. These are things they tell you inside of the first 10 seconds of starting the game, where they're like, you don't know what your name is, you have amnesia, you have had a psychotic breakdown, mental breakdown after drinking, and you might have killed your wife, and there's definitely a dead body in the back of the hotel that you're staying at, you might have killed him, and you might have killed your partner, and you might be in the mafia, and you might be a crooked cop, you might be legit, you might be the governor of the world, you might not be, you might have sold the world, you might save the world, you might be Jesus, you might be all of these things. That's whatever you want to be, and that is the revolution that is in Disco Elysium, and that's the best justice I can do to it, is whatever your mindset is at the time is what Disco Elysium turns you into. And there is no game like that. There's been games that try to do it, like Skyrim, Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter, Dragon Age, you know, where they put you in the shoes of any choices that you want to be. Just, you know, all the ones that have the top in the genre basically would be like, CRPGs. I don't like CRPGs, but they're given the most respect because they bite off the most that they can chew. And Disco bought off the most that any game could ever chew, I would say. He made it isometric. He made it D&D. It's a D&D game without combat. And it holds up. You don't need combat in a video game. This is one of the reasons why Disco sits in #1. Is because it makes statements like, you don't need combat in a fucking video game if you're fucking sick of combat. And so they don't make combat based. You can fill the game with combat, I would think. If you want to kill all the NPCs somehow, I would imagine you can probably make choices like that. The game might let you. But I don't think so. That would be you missing the game's point entirely, I think. You know, I don't think you can just cap anybody that you want. I think you can. I think it's kind of like a slippery slope. If you choose to unrighteously murder somebody, it opens that door whenever you meet anybody else. But until you do that, they don't ever give you the option. So it's not like you can just walk up to the guy and there's infinite options about what you can do, kind of like Dwarf Fortress or whatever. It's more like however you dealt with the last. You know, it's hard to describe. If you've never heard of it, you should have. It's a cultural phenomenon right now. I mean, I made it a point of putting, I don't know, like 2,000 hours into Disco Elysium because, and I've done it on stream too. I put like 400 hours into Disco Elysium on stream. I made a point of doing it over the last year because this is a brand new game. It just came out, it came out, not 3 years ago. And I hate to break in the middle of something entertaining, but I do need to take like a between 10 and 20 minute break to go have social dinner with my family. So I'm going to bail here for a minute, and I'm terribly sorry about that, guys. I realize that's not the funnest thing for my audience here, but I do have a real life engagement here that I'm going to go do. And so I'm going to pause my stream. I'll be back here in half an hour at the latest, but I don't think it'll be that long. And I'm here all night. So, and we can talk more about Disco Elysium. I'm going to watch this video about, this stuff about role-playing dream come true. They don't drop shit like this like every day. They don't say things like this. People with 300,000 subscribers don't make statements like this unless they mean it. It's a bit of a hard game to classify. It defies classification. It's one of those. It is the best full voice game ever made. It's got like 1 million hours of full voice in it. It's monumental in terms of how much voice is actually in it. Skyrim or anything, well, Skyrim's a good example because it's the only example out there like that. ESO or Skyrim, they have about 1/10 of the voice acting that Disco Elysium has. 1/10 of it.
Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation.
Yep.
I gotta admit that I did not expect this. I've been following the development of Disco Elysium since it was first announced, back when it was still called No Truce with the Furies. And what got me hooked by it back then was its elevator pitch. I've always been a fan of Black Isle's Infinity Engine games, Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, and of course the unusurped King Planescape Torment, and by extension the genre of RPGs that evolved from it. while admittedly always having been not so fond of its brand of pausable real-time combat and its heavy emphasis on it as a central challenge. That of course always comes down to taste. If this blend of tabletop-inspired role-playing and real-time combat is what you're in the mood for, then these games are the bee's knees. But I personally always dreamed of having a game in which not nearly every quest would eventually culminate in a real-time strategy encounter somewhere down the line. While there's nothing wrong with that, I've always felt that the default reliance on this design pattern hamstrings the writing in these games in a way, since it bottlenecks quests and storylines into a predetermined goal with only so much narrative wiggle room. Regardless of setting, story, and general quest design, it has to evoke a casus belli, a justification to regularly steer players into violent confrontations. This default reliance on combat as a central gameplay challenge inevitably renders even outstanding writing predictable in some ways. What I've always wanted was an RPG that's, at heart, clearly cut from the Infinity Engine cloth, but that completely omits combat altogether. A game where it's not one of the central tenets of narrative design that you play as someone who constantly ends up murdering people in battle. And No Truce with the Furies, while it was still in development, promised to deliver exactly that. A traditional, open-world role-playing game inspired by Infinity classics without simulated combat as a central gameplay element, but a true role-playing game that instead focuses entirely on storytelling. And the thing is, this premise was already more than enough for me to want this game bad. So my expectations and hopes for the final game were generous, and I approached it with an easy-to-please mindset. If Disco Elysium would have solely delivered this, with a solid but in no way mind-blowing story, characters, and overall execution, it would already have made an entry in my evergreens simply for doing that. But what Disco Elysium ended up delivering was light years beyond my wildest expectations. Not even for a second did I anticipate loving this game as much as I do now, after finally getting my hands on it and spending dozens of hours with it. Ever since the first half hour already, it's been hard for me to stop thinking or even shutting up about it. So here I am, realizing that I simply have to make a video on it for at least two reasons. First, I don't want anyone to miss out on it because it is a fantastic and absolutely charming title made by a small, passionate team of indie developers in Estonia, and they just deserve all the support in the world. And secondly, this is also a bit of a cathartic exercise for me, as I can finally get all my overflowing thoughts and musings on this astounding role-playing masterpiece out of my system. Now in this video, I'm going to try to avoid spoilers as much as I can. This is not a story dissection, but an examination on many of the reasons why I believe that this game is absolutely outstanding in pretty much every way, and why people should play it. That said, I will show some in-game examples here and there to better illustrate my points. So if you want to play this game completely spoiler-free, then you should stop here and trust me that it is, in fact, an absolute masterpiece that is 100% worth your time. Play it and then come back once you've experienced it for yourself. Whenever you see people discuss the best CRPGs ever made, there's a certain inner circle of titles that will invariably be mentioned. These games often don't even mechanically adhere to the same set of rules, yet what makes them so universally beloved when it comes to video game RPGs is that their worlds feel arguably the most alive and believable. Their characters and branching narratives are the most reactive, and they give the player the most freedom to express their own character in as many ways as possible. In short, those are the games that are generally considered to come the closest to what makes playing a tabletop RPG so engaging. Yet there is this general consensus that it is virtually impossible to make a video game that truly feels like playing a tabletop RPG, simply because a storyteller, or dungeon master, we'll just say DM from now on, has the ability to improvise the story on the fly to create situations, characters, and locations as it unfolds. If a video game were to accurately emulate that, it would either have to develop an incredibly advanced artificial intelligence, or the designers would have to write every single possible contingency, every little choice the players could come up with in advance, wouldn't they? And that's, of course, practically impossible. Yet Disco Elysium is a game that doesn't just feel like something that's inspired by the limitless freedom of tabletop RPGs. It's the first video game that, to me, truly feels like there's an actual DM leading you through the story. Disco Elysium, while playing like an Infinity Engine game, makes me feel like I'm playing a tabletop RPG right now, and it achieves this in several different ways. It does, as far as it can, try to go the latter of the two routes I just mentioned. Disco Elysium's world feels several times more densely written and jam-packed than any RPG I've ever played before. In reality, I don't even think that the common idea that to emulate the feeling of a tabletop RPG in a video game, you'd have to preemptively write every possible narrative contingency, therefore it is virtually impossible, holds a lot of truth to it. Experienced DMs know that while players will be assholes and wander freely and have the tendency to constantly do exactly the opposite of your masterfully plotted grand epic plan, a good DM needs to be able to A. gently steer the players towards the grand narrative, while B. making them feel like they're doing it all on their own accord, and C. like they're having all the freedom imaginable. Disco Elysium lives by these principles. For one, it fills its world with so many interactions and possibilities that players will constantly feel like they're doing all the legwork, while in actuality, it's all carefully laid out for them. One of the core ways by which it manages to fool players into getting that DM feeling is its unparalleled, attentive, and responsiveness to the player's behavior. If you're a serious type of player who shies away from sillier choices and approaches the game rather methodically, encounters and conversations end up much less chaotic than when you play a character who decides to go haywire with playful, daring, or just outright ludicrous choices. That's generally how the mood of the play naturally evolves during a campaign. The setting itself gives an indication, but depending on how silly or earnest players interact, the DM, if they're not throwing a tantrum because it doesn't go the way they envision, will ideally roll with it and tailor the narrative and the experience around it. Disco Elysium does just that. It indulges your mood. You can play the cold and methodical detective and the game will still be chaotic, true, but not nearly as much as when you choose to fully embrace its chaos. There's this moment where you and your partner look at a wall full of bullet holes and your partner nods, to which you can nod back, which your partner replies to with nodding again. And if you're feeling cocky and silly, you can keep nodding harder and harder until you eventually break your neck from nodding. Yes, you can die from trying to out-nod your partner in this game. But most people probably won't. Nodding like this is a strand of the branching narrative where the quote-unquote DM plays along with more tongue-in-cheek behavior. I know 100% that if I were leading a Vampire the Masquerade campaign and two of the players were having a good time nodding back and forth harder and harder, I would eventually let them roll composure plus athletics and gradually up the difficulty level if they keep nodding. And we'd have a good laugh. I rarely see things like this in other RPGs, simply because they feel so far out of the range of possibilities you'd expect implemented in a video game. When you find something like this in most games, it's the exception, and often one that people highlight for years as one of the coolest moments in gaming. In Disco Elysium, it's not the exception. This is how a vast majority of encounters and dialogues are designed, by default. Which brings me to the skill checks. I've never seen role-playing skill checks pulled off better in a video game. Most RPGs include skill checks, not unlike their tabletop siblings, but in most cases the die roll is completely automated and hidden from the player. You sometimes have something like a console where you might read up on past rolls and how they were calculated, but the checks are designed in such a way that the players don't have to care for them at all. It all runs in the background. I do understand this decision for optimization of flow, but there is a certain satisfactory element to knowing which number you have to surpass, then accumulating your skill points, and then casting the dice to see the result unfold right before your eyes. Most games take this simple gamble element completely out of the equation, and skill checks and dialogues are in many cases often completely reduced to, do you have enough points or a certain ability? Then it becomes available. Otherwise, it's not.
Oh, well, it's a little different, but entirely possible.
Disco Elysium does the opposite, and relishes the skill check with so much playfulness and creativity. Regularly, you'll find yourself in situations where you have to roll for one of your many skills, and the outcome of the encounter changes whether you succeed or fail. And the beautiful part is, Disco Elysium is finally a game that fully embraces the joy of a bad roll. I've said that numerous times in past videos, that a good DM knows how to make even bad rolls, or often the bad roll specifically, so interesting that you don't shy away from trying an impossible check, from getting a little playful with your character, embracing some chaos and creativity in your choices instead of always just min-maxing for the best outcome. And most video game RPGs simply don't embrace this possibility fully, not even close to the degree Disco Elysium does. Even in my favorite RPGs of all time, I still largely play with the mentality that I want to mostly avoid failure when I can, because at the end of the day, it will lead to a net penalty. Disco Elysium, on the other hand, is the first game that, within the first half hour or so, strongly makes it clear that failed skill checks will lead to incredibly fun and interesting situations. It only took a good 10 minutes for me to get to the point where my character, just woken up with a severe hangover that he's forgotten literally everything, gets asked for his name, which is when he realized that this is the ideal chance to come up with a really darn cool name for himself. So you have the option, and I say the option because you can be a square and just be honest about having forgotten your name. You get the option to roll a conceptualization check to come up with a really awesome name. And what can I say? I do not regret in the slightest to have critically failed that check. Because when my sense of conceptualization, full of determination, came back with the name Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, it was the second time that the game had me in stitches. Another thing that strongly adds to the feeling of having an actual storyteller lead you through the campaign is that the narrator guiding you through the conversations and encounters doesn't feel dry and neutral like in most games, but like an actual person. You will spend a vast majority of the game in the right side of the screen where the quote-unquote action, the reading, takes place. On a side note, it's also worth mentioning how great of a UI design choice it is to render the text in this narrow, vertically laid out format in a text-heavy CRPG compared to the traditional wide panel style we're used to. This narrow, fast-to-read 5 to 9 words layout makes long stretches of text feel similar to read as tabloid newspapers, since it's much easier and especially faster, and therefore far more comfortable to read over long stretches of time. And the content you're reading is, start to finish, so vivid and reliably and enthrallingly written that it never gets boring. And yes, you've seen that right. In the example from before, your sense of conceptualization actually did directly talk with you. This is one of those absolute strokes of genius in this game, that all your skills are all actual personas. They're characters in your mind that have actual conversations with you in your head, and they quite often come in conflict with each other. Your sense of empathy might not necessarily agree with the opinion of your sense of authority, and they will let each other know. It's amazing how much this adds to the characterization of the game's protagonist, who is, no matter how you twist and turn it, the absolute definition of a truly chaotic character in D&D alignment matrix terms. Your choices will mostly affect what kind of chaotic character he turns out to be in the end, but this never feels like a restriction. Yeah, you probably won't be playing the much despised lawful good paladin type, nor will you end up role-playing your protagonist into a perfectly neutral automaton or something like that. But which RPG really gives you that range? The range that Disco Elysium allows players to define their own version of Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is nothing short of astounding. And it strongly speaks for the game's excellent writing and sense of character development that this protagonist is someone I probably would never have assembled for myself, nor chosen to play if I had to select him from a cast of possible choices. It's just too far off from my usual flavor. But the fact that only after about an hour or two into the game, I felt like I knew not just this guy, but even his ancient reptilian brain and his limbic system far better than I know either the protagonist or any of the party members in Pillars of Eternity, which I think is a great game for the record, after 50 hours of play. I find myself incurably infected by his chaotic energy, relishing to regularly go for the most zany dialogue choices and getting all bubbly and excited when I face a skill check that looks like it's extremely unlikely for me to win. And then surprisingly end up rolling a critical success and getting an unexpectedly great outcome nonetheless. You can die and you can fail checks in this game, but no matter how bad you roll, or how low your skills are, you won't avoid interesting, fun, and outright hilarious situations and outcomes. One thing that you'll immediately notice while playing Disco Elysium is that the branching narrative in this game is unbelievably complex and wide-reaching. And that's often true even for single, self-contained dialogues, where dozens of different clauses and deviations from the dialogue tree occur depending on the quality of your skills, your choices, and potential interludes of character traits. For example, let's say you're talking with a person who is hiding something from you. Depending on your drama skill, you might or might not pick up on it, which will influence the dialogue options you have available. There are singular dialogue encounters that are so complex and multi-layered that I imagine the flowchart must look like the neural scan of brain synapses. And we haven't even taken into account how the game reacts to everything. Well, it's of course not possible that it literally reacts to everything. But man, it is mind-blowing how many things Disco Elysium keeps track of and notices, no matter where or when you are in the game. You remember my terrible name roll from earlier, right? Rafael Ambolios Costo. This is one possible outcome of the What's Your Name encounter. But yet the game, if I want to, lets me introduce myself as Monsieur Costo pretty much through the entire rest of the game. And dozens of conversations that give me this option to remain steadfast about my authentic name.
Yeah, there's this crazy meta thing in the background where there's this assumption that your identity was never real in the first place, and whatever you tell people is who you are at the moment, because he doesn't remember anything. He doesn't have retrograde amnesia. He just isn't alive, I don't think. He's like born at the moment that this case starts, I think. I don't think he's a real person. It's
no one can tell me I'm not. It's my choice. And that's honestly just a comparably simple and straightforward example. Anywhere in dialogues, external influences like tiny, seemingly unimportant choices you make, often in completely unrelated dialogues before, as well as, for instance, clothes you're wearing, thoughts you're having, more on that later, or items you're carrying, the game regularly picks up on it. And this reactivity never feels tokenized, like as if the game just wants to impress you with how much it picks up on. It pretty much always makes sense in the context and adds something meaningful to the situation. Like, at some point my character was still wearing garden gloves, for instance, because I needed a boost on my interfacing skill during a check a few minutes before, so I ended up forgetting to take them off, even though it looked admittedly ridiculous. But then in a conversation where I pondered with my partner about our careers as police officers, I was contemplating a hobby that would add some color to my life, when he notices the garden gloves on my hands and suggests gardening as a hobby. And he meant it. This bit of conversation wasn't remotely close to when I got the garden gloves, or related to the situation where I needed them for that interfacing skill check. It's an interjection that probably 80% or more of players will not get, but that type of reactivity permeates the entire game. The character and those you talk with react to things like your ideological leanings. Oh yeah, this game is highly political. Are you a giant communist?
We have a right to work! Besides, we're not that different.
Or do you walk the dark path of fascism? But you know, you're of course not just a racist. You've read books. Or maybe you are, Dios mío. It's up to you. But seriously, this is a game written with so many incredibly sharp, witty, and intelligent lines with such a frequency that it's next to impossible to even keep up. It's that game where a character just en passant remarks how capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself, so that even those who critique it end up reinforcing it instead, and then just continues with the dialogue. And the interjection is not shoehorned. It perfectly fits the moment and hits the nail on the head. There's many different ideologies clashing in Disco Elysium, and exploring this while contributing to it yourself, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's a big part of what makes it so captivating.
Hi! Whatever you say, boss.
Another truly fascinating aspect to me is that this incredible density and reactivity originates in the game's necessity to establish the alternative core engagement to the ubiquitous combat challenge RPGs usually employ as a means of friction. This goes so far that when an RPG delivers a non-combat option, it usually wants immediate pats on the shoulder, while Disco Elysium goes much further and handles it all with meaningful and interesting role-playing challenges within its dialogue trees to create compelling interactions and challenges. Like, when you're talking to Everard Clare, the Union boss, you'll face an adversary, or ally, who's incredibly strong at subterfuge and verbal intimidation. Every other game would have somehow muddled him into a boss fight, but Disco Elysium turns conversations with him into a branching narrative confrontation, a puzzle even, that makes you directly feel his verbal superiority over you. Not through stats, but through the way he's written and leads you through the conversation. Like, he insists that you take a seat on a ridiculously uncomfortable chair in front of him, with an intimidating persistence that you are only able to resist if you pass a pretty difficult volition skill check. Sitting on this chair then makes you gradually lose health during the conversation, while this well-informed man uses intimidating information on you gathered from his many sources to make you seriously uncomfortable. You're gonna fall apart and see your sanity just melt away right in front of him. It's okay to cry, just let it all out, man. This is a boss encounter, but without chopping each other to bits in real-time strategy fight with
Where'd she go?
Conversation. It feels so
she went outside.
Sorry, don't do anything to anger
made
the
something
locals.
like the final
They don't
encounter
need additional
for
reasons to
instance,
hate
so
us.
memorable and genius.
Welcome to the college.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I give you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Oh.
No, just as you'd expect. In Disco Elysium,
Welcome
you also
to the
gain
college.
XP over time
Another
and can
new
increase your
student.
skills gradually. And,
well,
as I said,
first you'll
buff
need
yourself
these.
with clothes
While you're not
support,
required to wear them.
often also
You may
negatively
find them more
impacts
to your
your
liking.
ability.
Here we go.
But another stroke of genius, storytelling-wise, is that, yes, every skill gets nominally better the more points you put into it. But every single skill can also become too strong. With a high level of empathy, for instance, most games would exclusively give the player advantages.
Oh, she
based on
wandered
their
and I don't
deeper
know where
compassion
to
for people.
find her.
However, in Disco Elysium, you can become so empathetic that other people's suffering makes you cry their tears and punch holes in walls because you make their anger your own, and potentially even make you lose sanity in the process, or health if the wall turns out to be harder than your knuckles. This creates so many fascinating storytelling opportunities, and you might have noticed extends the already ridiculously far-reaching branching narrative even further across the game.
Why?
This approach solves this age-old RPG problem that especially Elder Scrolls games are known for, namely that the players eventually become Swiss Army knives that literally can do everything without any trade-offs, making the already empty shell of a protagonist feel even more like a complete cardboard power fantasy.
I'd better get going.
It can be, fun to play, sure, but storytelling-wise, it's just really boring.
Sir, I think we all understand that.
To top it all off, Disco Elysium also brings the Thoughts system, an additional passive progression system that fits the tone and direction of the game like a glove. Basically, you have several slots that you can assign thoughts in the back of your mind to, that your character passively ponders upon while time passes. You know that effect when you have a certain something on the tip of your tongue? But the much harder you think on it, the more it evades your grasp. Yet after a couple of hours, you'll suddenly yell the word, but completely out of context, and people will give you confused looks. No? Is that just me? Basically that. But with thoughts and musings about all kinds of stuff, from where do I actually live, to where does this inexplicable feminist agenda in my mind come from, to the truly riveting questions such as, how do I get my shit together? Oh yeah, you can potentially also ponder about what it means to be Detective Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, if you remain persistent that that is in fact your name. But only if you failed that what's your name conceptualization check in the beginning. After several in-game hours, then you will resolve your thoughts and keep them in your mind map, which will lead to certain, oftentimes interesting stat bonuses and alterations, and also can influence dialogue strongly. like getting your shit together will make you finally be able to inspect that corpse you're supposed to without repeatedly vomiting on your shoes, and the Mazovian socioeconomics, the game universe's equivalent to Marxism, will make all left-wing dialogue options reward you with XP.
Critical theory
But you'll also lose some authority for being a downtrodden
Would you mind helping
communist,
me
and
with the
your
demonstration?
visual calculus skill
No.
suffers because you see reaction everywhere.
God damn it. I can't find this lady and it's so annoying.
Must you push like that?
As I just mentioned, Disco Elysium plays in an alternate history setting in an era that is, if you compare it with our timeline, oftentimes a little anachronistic. Parts of Revachol and Martinez feel like you're sometime in an equivalent of our 70s or 80s, while other parts feel distinctly older. The world building of the game's setting comes along with a surprisingly deep and fleshed out world geography, history, and geopolitical constellation. And this grand setting makes the world you're playing in feel considerably larger than it actually physically is. And yes, the game is an open world, and I say that with the fondest inclination possible. I've made it repeatedly clear in the past that I'm skeptical about many of the common trends in modern video game open world design. The Ubisoft approach that has branched out from Assassin's Creed and influenced so much of what we now understand when we hear open world is, to me, in big parts a collection of lazy filler content. The way these worlds are crafted, despite looking lavish and gorgeous on the surface, often tend to feel like a shallow theme park experience to me, and not in a good way, designed to primarily put players in a state of constant flow, neither over nor under challenging. An abundance of categorized items pointing to categorized activities, categorized mission types, categorized genetic side activities, and of course, categorized meaningless loot, collectibles, and unlockables everywhere. Mass-produced, highly streamlined content meant to cost-effectively stretch out the playtime of a game. But even with the genuinely great examples of the genre, like Assassin's Creed Origin, or heck, the 97 Metascore wonder Red Dead Redemption 2, I keep growing so frustrated and impatient over time towards being knowingly compelled to finish all this meaningless excess in order for my brain to achieve this conditioned feeling of getting to a reward this design pattern makes me seek out. I think this type of open world design is garbage, and the fact that it's so common makes an open world like the one in Disco Elysium feel so much more rewarding and refreshing to explore. Now, if you'd compare its plain dimensions with a big-budget, AAA action adventure a la Red Dead Redemption 2, you'll find that Disco Elysium is comparably tiny. But this game populates its world with a peerless density of diverse and reliably interesting content that it took me a good 12 hours of playtime or so to even realize that the world itself is not that big in the first place.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Like, for the first 2 in-game days, which take quite a bit of time, I never even reached the boundaries of the overworld, if you can call it that. And that's not because it's freakishly massive or anything. I tried it out. If you run from the northernmost tip of the peninsula all the way down across the waterlock and up along the dock until Joyce Messier's boat, you'll cover the longest distance across the overworld map in about 2 minutes or so. But, of course, you have to take dozens of lavishly rendered locations which you can enter into account. And altogether, this encompasses an estimated 50 to 100 rooms, all in all. So I'd rather describe the game's open world as intricate rather than massive in dimensions. There was so much interesting stuff to discover and interact with that kept me engaged that I spent hours upon hours in dialogue and investigation trees just with that small area that my mind initially felt intimidated by how huge this open world must be. Meaning, before I decided to just walk from border to border, I kept thinking that Disco Elysium's world is immense. And I still think this is true, simply because there is so much more to a cohesive and enthralling open world than just square footage. As we've said, it's next to impossible to fully emulate a real DM by pre-writing every possible scenario even the most silly player characters would even come up with, but Disco Elysium comes so unbelievably close to filling every inch of its beautiful locations with so much interaction potential that you'll never even think of the boundaries. There's always something to do. This is a game where you can visit a bookstore and you can damn well be sure that you'll find an abundance of books to buy, read, skim through, interact with, and spend deep inner monologue branching narrative excursions in. And hey, while we're in the bookstore, of course it has a board game section in which you can buy a family-friendly tabletop game where you build a civilization and then go on to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. And of course you can buy the game and read the package, unwrap it, read the manual, inspect the cards and pieces, and then go on and play it. It is completely optional, but as with all the side activities in this game, it ends up being a thoroughly enjoyable interaction with your partner while delivering a contextually fitting, sharp critique of common problematic board game tropes. Oh, and of course there's also an in-universe tabletop.
I have many.
Why wouldn't there be? So I'll say it again, this game is so jam-packed with interesting,
I'm trying to pay
written
attention.
content that I can guarantee it's well worth your time, and you're gonna spend a lot of time in it. Nothing in this game even once felt like mass-produced filler content, but it's packed to the brim with unique, fresh, and enticing bits of interactive narrative that I'm seriously running out of words to properly praise it for that.
And now, the conclusion.
Now, have I deceived you, clickbaited you with the bold claim on the thumbnail of this video that Disco Elysium is the literally best CRPG? No, I haven't.
I have.
I stand by this. I stand, how the youth say these days. Admittedly, I've been wrestling with myself for quite a while when I was playing the game because I kept having this desire to say, this is seriously the best RPG I've ever played, but I didn't quite dare to speak it out because it's such
Please
a
don't
bold
bother
claim,
the Archmage unless it's
the more I
absolutely
thought
necessary.
about it, the more I felt that, yes, in a literal sense, in the original semantic meaning of the term RPG, role-playing game that harks back to the tabletop, there is not a single game that made me feel more like I'm feeling during a tabletop campaign. And this is not an average, bog-standard campaign. This is a good campaign.
This is a good campaign. Good campaign. Good. This is a good campaign. This is a good campaign. This is good campaign.
Yes, as a role-playing game, to me personally, it surpasses even all those grades that I can never shut up about, like Planescape, New Vegas, Bloodlines, Arcanum, Mask of the Betrayer, so that I can say that, yep, Disco Elysium is to me, in fact, literally the best CRPG I've ever played. And I'm convinced that people will still talk about it in a decade from now and longer. And I'm also sure I'll come back to it time and again because there are so many different ways in which the story unfolds. The story will really go down a completely different path if you play the game differently. What a year, honestly. Not one, but two amazing titles by small developers that ended up being decidedly in my list of the best video games I've ever played. By Pathologic 2. But aside from that, what's the conclusion here? What's the lesson? The way I see it, Disco Elysium is yet another example of a game that greatly benefits from rejecting long-established, rigid genre conventions, namely the use of traditional combat as the central vessel for challenge, and instead charting a different path to answer the questions of how else to engage the player in meaningful and captivating ways. And by daring to take a path that's, compared to the beaten one, much less explored, it benefits from such a tremendous pool of untapped possibilities and ideas, and it excessively scoops from that pool. But when we tend to follow the beaten path, we also tend to become rigid and close ourselves off to the possibilities of truly groundbreaking innovation in favor of imitating what's already there. It's the law of the instrument. If your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail. Disco Elysium, both rejecting combat and realizing this decision with an open mind for experimentation and a stubborn will to deliver something equally, if not even more compelling than what we've grown accustomed to. It's the model recipe for unexpected brilliance. But what I truly want is this to be an inspiration. I don't want it to make ripples, like waves across the video game RPG genre. I want Disco Elysium to be a beacon that brightly signals to designers out there that making an RPG that feels like you're playing a tabletop is, despite years of arguing for its impossibility, in fact very achievable. The game is critically highly acclaimed, and so far I've honestly read almost nothing but glowing praise from press and fans alike, which makes me hopeful that it ends up turning some heads. I want this game's bold and daring design
I don't want to see you treating any
to
of these books
upheave and transform how we think about RPGs. I want Disco Elysium to be the game that instigates the long overdue semantic RPG revolution.
Oh.
I want this game to be the example that people bring up to argue that the term role-playing game, in the context of video game, should not anymore refer to progression systems and XP bars shoehorned into genres that have nothing to do with the origin of the word. I wanted to reclaim the term RPG to once again describe video games in which you actually
Hundreds of years have gone into
role-play.
assembling this collection. It's going to stay pristine, understand?
Hey, thanks for watching and sticking with me all the way. So the videos that I make are, for the biggest part, funded by my supporters over on Patreon, and I love them for it. Crowdfunding has been what enabled me to do this for years now, and I'm thankful for that. So if you feel like helping me out as well to make sure that the boat doesn't sink to the depths of YouTube's algorithm ocean, you can follow the link that just popped up in the top right, or the one in the description to pitch in as well, and you'll have my gratitude for it. You also get access to my monthly in-depth production blog and my Patreon-only Discord server. Get to see videos 1 to several days before release. You can get access to my scripts while I'm in the middle of writing them, and you can get your name in the credits of each video as a thank you for your contribution. This month,
My full thoughts on Overwatch 2.
I was gonna voice meter Overwatch 2, but then I thought that that's not fair considering the big bulk of what makes it a sequel isn't even out yet, which is the story mode or PvE.
Yeah.
Right now it's exclusively the multiplayer, which is basically
It's effectively like an early access game right now.
still just Overwatch 1 with some big patches to it.
Yeah.
So instead of doing a voice meter, I'm just gonna come in here raw and give you my full, unfiltered thoughts. The
Okay.
brutally honest truth. So if you're allergic to facts, then I
Enchanting
recommend you get your
services
EpiPen out.
are one of
because
the
I'm not
few
pulling any
things that
punches
keep
this
us in
time.
I don't know what
touch
EpiPens
I'm in
are.
insane style. I'm entering a flow state of opinions about Overwatch 2.
All right, let's do
So
it.
over the last week or so, I've played probably about 35
I'm trying to pay
hours
attention.
worth of Overwatch 2, which for me is a lot.
Okay.
New
World
here
Health
too, eh?
Organization would
I'd
diagnose
hoped I
me
wouldn't
with
be
a
the only
severe
Nord,
case of
but
epic super style
not.
gamer.
My family
I'm
was
somewhat
convinced coming
alright,
here
how
was a
are you?
death sentence,
And
or
I put a
worse.
lot of time into Overwatch
It took
2, and I
years
feel
of
like I've got
insisting
a
that this
firm
Have you
grasp
mastered
of
the
what
expert
it
level
is as
distraction
a
spells
player.
yet?
Now, a lot of you
May your
know that
work
I
on
was a
warm
very
sands.
outspoken critic of Overwatch 1. Unironically, I was one of the biggest hate watchers of that game. I would keep up with it just to make fun of it and be upset by it, go
I
out
have
of my way
many
to be
important
offended by its existence. I was a
I think that like Overwatch 1, the only thing that I didn't really like about Overwatch 1 is the
Leave me alone.
like just the metas of the games in the Overwatch League. I thought the Overwatch League was fucking stupid. Like the whole idea of having different cities attached to like video game player teams, I thought it was so dumb, man. I still think it's dumb. I don't know how Bobby thought this was a good idea. It doesn't even make sense.
huge fan of Overwatch for Season 1.
Are you quite
and
sure?
played it actively all the way up until Brigitte came out, which is when most people started to drop the game. Because it got super stinky. The game devolved into just giant fucking bullet sponges, just shooting at meat, charging alt, and then
I'm
dumping
disappointed
alt
to
the
say
same
I've
time,
learned
rinse
little
and
during
repeat.
my time.
It wasn't very fun. Nothing
Yeah,
but-
what he's saying is the game became formulaic. I think that's definitely a problem with a lot of competitive games. This is kind of an issue with WoW as well, is that whenever, a meta comes out, people just continuously do the exact same thing. It becomes very predictable. You know exactly when everything's going to happen, when it's not going to happen, and you kind of just play according to that. I know like in BFA Arena, it was very, very common. It was awful.
You have to keep your
It's like
ward
in
up, or
Overwatch
else
2.
this won't work.
It is,
I
but
don't
like
want to hurt
you do have instances where people
Over
can
there,
make
please,
really big
just opposite
plays
me.
outside of
Don't
ults.
want anyone else
I
to play.
absolutely think that's true.
Hold still.
But massive shields to
Excellent
break
work.
through and hard CC
Well, I
that
think
basically
this
just
is an
turned your computer
excellent
off
start.
for 8 seconds.
I'd like
during
you
the
all
game
to
if you got
continue
chained by
practicing
it.
the
It was
war.
just not enjoyable.
I think
so
perhaps
I
we're ready to begin
didn't
exploring
like
some
the
of the
game
various
for a long
applications
time.
of magic
It even
throughout
became
history.
a yearly tradition
The
on my
college has
streams to
undertaken
do
a
an
fascinating
Overwatch check-in
excavation in the
annually,
ruins of
just to
Sorcerer
go in there and
nearby.
Just to
be
shit
mad,
on it.
yeah,
Yeah.
just play the game and get upset
I
by it.
used to do that with
We meet
World of
there in a few
Warcraft, but I
hours
would do it
and
every
see
day.
what awaits us inside.
Realize that it still
all for
hasn't
now.
gotten any better. So obviously I wasn't the biggest Overwatch enthusiast. I stopped being a fan of the game
I have
after
to
about
say,
a
I
year
wasn't
and a half,
expecting to explore a
and from-
Nordic
I was
ruin so
always
soon
very
after joining the
positive
college.
about the
Let's get to
environment
Sardar as
and,
soon
like,
as possible.
The lore and the world
Good to see
building of
Skyrim
Overwatch.
still
I
has
thought it
such
was really
fine
cool
people.
and interesting
You
how the
give an old
characters have
man
these.
I have
in a
many
weird
important
way.
things on
I don't know if you guys can
Your
follow me on
concerns
this,
are
but
not on
let me know if you can. I almost felt like the way that the lore was told in Overwatch
It's
was
always
similar to Dark
encouraging to
Souls.
see the younger generations
Where like a
embracing
lot of
education.
times, like you would not even know something even existed
Are you quite sure
unless
we
you
need to be
played with
speaking?
different characters that interacted with each other in the pre-game lobby. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? No, you guys completely disagree. Nobody follows me on this one. Wow.
I don't want to see you treating any of
Shit
these
take?
bullets
I don't
brutally.
think it's a shit take at all. I think basically, so what I'm saying is that, so the way that the world of Dark Souls is told, I think that people are, I think that most people are reacting so negatively because they don't think that the Dark Souls universe and the Overwatch universe are comparable in terms of their valuation of them, rather than the actual story building element. So what I'm saying is that, like, Overwatch doesn't have a centralized narrative that exists in the game. There is no centralized narrative that you play through. There's no story mode. There's no character, you know, like fucking backstory thing where it explains everything about the characters. There's not a bunch of different cutscenes. Like, yes, there are cinematics, and you can argue the cinematics are similar to that. But if you play the game, there's not a bunch of cutscenes that tell you, like, you know, where these characters are from. So the only way that you learn what the lore of Overwatch is by playing the game and putting the pieces together. Do you understand what I mean? It's very disjointed. You have a point. Yes, I have a point. And so I'm glad that at least some people fucking agree with this, because yes, I understand that comparing Dark Souls storytelling to Overwatch storytelling is not a one-to-one comparison, but I think that there are a lot of similarities here. Yes, I get what you're trying to say. Yes, exactly. Stole disjointed from chat? I actually did not. I steal a lot of things from chat, but that was not one of them. Reminds me more of WoW lore. You have to read. I think the difference is that WoW lore kind of is just out there, but a lot of Dark Souls lore is spontaneous. And what I mean by spontaneous, it's like if you encounter an NPC in a certain way, it does one thing. Whereas like WoW lore is just like a book on the ground, you click the book. But like Dark Souls lore and I think Overwatch lore is much more spontaneous. Here we go. Let's watch the rest of it. I understand people might be disagreeing with this, but I think I'm right.
That point forward, the best thing Overwatch ever had was its porn. The porn community was keeping Overwatch alive. It was the last heartbeat for that game. So I really
that's exactly true. I've seen more porn of Overwatch than I've seen content of Overwatch. Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't have huge expectations for Overwatch.
Like, I can't see Widowmaker and not imagine her with a dick.
I thought it was just going to be more of the same and just be really boring, and I'd just drop it pretty quickly. But surprisingly, that hasn't been the case. I've actually really been enjoying the game, which is a bigger shock than when Hank found out that
You know, this
Walter
is one
White
of
was
a very few places where you can receive a
I truly didn't expect to enjoy the game as much as I am. It's far from...
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with the game, absolutely. And I think that's generally true, yeah, for sure.
The
a lot of
college will
people
be
are
here
going
for you.
to disagree with this, but I think that like really what happens.
What you
and
learn
what
here will
I
last
don't know
you a
if Charlie
lifetime.
realizes this, but he's going through the exact same relationship with this game as it seems like he was going through with Overwatch 1. Is that whenever the game came out, he really loved it. It was super fun. And then there was some change that was made down the road that made him fucking hate the game again. So I'm actually curious to see what these new characters are going to be whenever they bring them out,
It's no
and
secret
if the
that
same
the
thing is going to
college
happen.
is
Because I think that Blizzard actually does a very good job at releasing interesting and
It's
fun to play
always
games.
encouraging
What
to see
Blizzard
the
really
younger
does a bad job with is responding to community feedback and community trends and being able to adapt accordingly. I think that's what they've done a very bad job with.
Come on in.
Perfect.
Let me know
So
if you
I
need
want to
anything.
immediately jump
Take a
into the
seat by
things
the
that
fire and
are
I'll send
wrong
someone
with the
over.
game. So first
I
of
don't
all,
care how many
everyone knows
colleges
it had
they
a
build,
laughably
or how
awful
much the
launch.
sea
Few
swallows up.
times that would
Yeah,
go
I'll
fucking
outlast them
hours
all.
and you'd never get in. You'd just be locked
Just
in
say
this
the word
endless
if you need a drink or
purgatory
something to
waiting play
eat.
the game.
Yes.
On day 1, even day 2, the servers weren't fixed.
This was me.
I believe it was due to being DDoS. I think that's what Blizzard said was the main cause. Some people could play, some people couldn't, but it was an absolute mess.
I use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Massive joke about how terrible day 1 and day 2 were for Overwatch 2.
Yep.
Another big problem with it is
I didn't even
it's
try.
been
I didn't even
improved,
try.
though. Also,
I didn't worry about it. I didn't log in. I was
fucking
like, I'm not
Bastion
trying. I
still isn't
knew it was
playable.
gonna be bad.
You still can't fucking play Bastion in the game.
Needing a mobile number in order to play. That also was extremely messy because some providers wouldn't actually work. So even if you had a legitimate phone, legitimate number and everything, if it was like a prepaid phone, I think it was Cricket was the big one, you still couldn't access the game. Blizzard wouldn't allow it, but I believe all of that's been fixed.
Yeah,
So
they fixed a lot of that. They basically added in like a, I guess you could say like grandfather exception, where anybody who's had an account from, you know, like 9 months ago and before then, you don't have to use your phone number. It's only new accounts that are made like this. As I said, Cricket's a ratchet phone service. Anybody knows this, right? If you know somebody with Cricket, you know 2 things about them. Number 1, their phone doesn't work. Number 2, they're ratchet. It's a fact. I know it. Everybody knows it. You know it too.
these massive problems that
They're down
arose
bad, yeah.
immediately at least have been addressed and fixed to some level, as I understand it.
Mhm.
But even still, a pretty inexcusable, catastrophically awful launch for Overwatch 2. Now let's dive into the actual
Well, it is, but another factor here is that is it a bad launch for Blizzard, for a Blizzard game?
No.
Ah.
It was a bad launch, yeah, for Blizzard, yeah.
I would say, in the context of it being a Blizzard game, it was about average, maybe a little bit of, you know, somewhere around there.
itself. As all of the astute observers have realized, the game looks exactly like Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
Anyone with eyes and a brain will be able to immediately recognize that not much has changed visually or gameplay-wise from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. As I mentioned, it's the same game. It's not really a sequel in terms of its multiplayer. It's basically Overwatch update. But they've now lumped it all together into Overwatch 2 because that's coming out with like the PvE and everything.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
The name has changed from Overwatch to Overwatch 2, I guess mainly for marketing because it's a lot easier to generate hype.
Just say the
around
word if you
Overwatch
need a
2
drink or
versus
something to eat.
Overwatch 1.5, you know.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that, and also if they came out with the PvE content at the same time, I think that it would just be, it would obviously be Overwatch 2. I think that a lot of people's concerns around Overwatch 2 and frustrations around it, I think that many of the concerns and the shit talking about it, it's about the name. People are just mad that it's called Overwatch 2, which I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I think that's stupid. I do. I think it's fucking dumb. I don't care what I don't care what they call it. I don't care if they call it Underwatch. Who gives a shit? What else would you call it? Yeah, what else would you call it? It's like it's a non-existent problem.
Something like that. So yes, it is still the exact same
It's
Overwatch.
misleading. What the fuck? It's misleading. I mean, is it really misleading? They made updates. They added new maps. I don't really think that's misleading.
But with some big changes to it. And
Yeah.
you're delusional if you don't think these changes make an impact on the game. The
Oh,
biggest
absolutely.
one by far is the switch from
One thing.
6v6 to 5v5. It is an extraordinary breath of fresh air. The biggest problem with Overwatch 1, as I mentioned, was just everyone being a bullet sponge in the entire game just being fucking meaningless until you get your ult, because everyone has massive shields, everyone has huge health, so you just shoot at a giant clump of fucking flesh and grease until you charge your ult, and then you just dump all your ults at the same time. It was so boring. And the biggest problem, the reason why that was there and such a big problem, is because of the 2-tank meta. In a 6v6, you always had 2 tanks.
I don't want to see you
DPS,
treating any of
healers.
these books
And
poorly.
those tanks always had
Are we clear?
shields and shit, so it was just really boring. Such a snooze fest. But 5v5
my
speeds up
dearest
the pacing a ton.
How are you
In role
today,
queue,
my
you only have
green-skinned
one
friend?
tank. And yes, admittedly, that tank is like a fucking raid boss that
only
somehow also
restoration is a
spits and
perfectly
shits out
valid
so
school
much
of.
DPS.
I'll gladly
it's
share
wild.
my knowledge
No,
with you.
it's actually like I will measure myself whenever I play the game. I will, if I play a
So
ranked
you
game,
wish to master
did I
the
do
arcane
well?
arts?
The answer to that is, did I do more damage than the tank? And if I did more damage than the tank did, I did really fucking well. I popped off that game.
Still just one tank, which means
All
you
right,
now
then.
as a DPS or even a healer,
Don't
you have
fret,
much
my
more
friend
of an
acquaintance.
impact on the
I
outcome of the
shan't.
game. You're able to actually get picks more. You're able to actually have fights. Like it's no.
Well, you're able to have like I think one
Don't
thing that
fret, my
games
famed
like
acquaintance.
Overwatch in
I
general,
shan't
one thing
trouble.
that
My
these games
research.
are really good
So
at,
you
and
wish
like
to
this is
master
same
the
with
arcane
BRs,
arts?
is giving people hero moments where it's like you kill 3 people outside of your ult and you change the outcome of a game. And if you only have 5 people instead of 6, it becomes easier to do that. It's the same as like, it's easier to have a hero moment in Warsong Gulch when it's a 10v10 versus in Alterac Valley when it's a 40v40.
Longer just shoot at the team shield till it breaks and you get your ult.
Yes.
Now you can actually fight each other as opposed to just waste time until ults come online. It's just so much better. I don't think there is a single person who's played Overwatch 2 right now that says they preferred 6v6. I haven't seen that take anywhere. Not on Twitter, not on Reddit, fucking nowhere. I would have expected some people to get like nostalgic, like put a finger up their ass and be like, damn, I missed the good old days when you could
I've been
have
meaning
2
to ask
tanks
you
and
something.
do nothing for fucking
Look, I know I'm
45
not very
minutes per
good at
match. I miss it.
practical
So,
things.
I hate that the
You know,
game's fast.
combat.
It's
I rely on you
such
to win
a
our
welcome
battles, and I
change.
shouldn't.
It is so much better. Another thing
So I
Overwatch
suppose
2
I was
does that's
wondering,
just an absolute fat
do you think you could
W
train
is
me?
The removal of hard CC. There is still some, but
like
not
fantastic.
nearly as prevalent as it
Can't
was
wait
in
to get
first
cracking.
Overwatch. Like,
That's definitely true. I think that CC, this has always been my
You would?
perspective.
Where
with
shall we
CC
start?
In general, is that CC is not fun. Being crowd controlled and stunned and not being able to play
A
your
very
character,
important skill,
this is a
and, might I add,
fundamentally
a highly
unfun
valid
game.
school of magic.
And it doesn't matter
Let's get
whether it's
started.
WoW, whether it's Path of Exile, whether
Take
it's
those.
Overwatch, any of these games, if you're getting CC'd, you're immediately not having fun.
To help, I
It sucks.
do hope you're not disappointed.
I mentioned it was a huge
Disappointed
problem
is not
there.
the word I
You
would
got
choose,
chain
Colette.
CC'd, it was
Excuse
miserable.
me.
Absolutely insufferable. I would have rather cleaned a gas station bathroom with my face than play Overwatch 1 with all the stuns and all that shit. It was so bad. In
Already?
Overwatch 2, a lot of
I
those
still haven't
hard
finished
CC
digesting our
abilities
last
have been
lesson.
replaced.
Perhaps
For
another time.
example, McCree, or god damn it, Cassidy. I keep forgetting they changed
What a
that character's
coincidence.
name.
I need to trade some things
the
with you
old
too.
Western shooting cowboy man,
Clint Eastwood.
Gunmaster cowboy
Yes.
guy, he no longer has that flashbang anymore. Instead, he now has a sticky grenade. So he throws a grenade, it can stick to you, and it does a lot of damage when it blows up. So no
And
more.
I think the sticky grenade is a lot better because the sticky grenade has counterplay. Like for example, you have you can use the Reaper ult to, or not Reaper ult, Reaper shift to you know, Wraith and avoid the damage from it. Same with the Tracer ult, things like that. You can also use Roadhog's, you know, like his fucking. Like his heal, and the heal makes you take less damage. So it's very counterplayable. And I think that in general, that's something that every ability should try to do, is to have a way that you can counter it. Because if you don't have a way you can counter an ability, I think it's not very fun to play against it, just in general.
Under a stun. And I just think that's overall better for the health of the game. Just these 2 changes alone.
Somebody says heal for less damage, 5 head. No, whenever Roadhog is doing the heal, he takes less damage. He takes 50% less damage. He also heals at the same time. So it's a twofer.
On we go.
You get the damage reduction.
I don't want to
and
see you
also
treating
get
any of these books poorly.
Immediately
clear?
improve the experience, making it more enjoyable. At least for me personally. I prefer
How are
the
you,
more
Travis?
high-octane,
what do you
full-throttle gameplay as opposed to just sitting behind your tank and doing nothing. Healers in this game, the support class, are actually super fun too. Because now that it's not just a ton of shields and frontline tanks.
By super fun, he means super fucking annoying.
That just clutter everything. Now, you even as a healer can do a ton of damage and contribute a lot, even just beyond healing. Like, I'll oftentimes see Zenyatta top frag, and even
I fucking hate that. I hate that fucking thing, man. Like it's so easy to kill him, and it feels so good whenever you do kill him. But whenever you don't fucking kill him and he kills you, you feel like a fucking idiot. Yeah, Moira remains. Yeah, they just sit there with the fucking auto-aiming beam. And then also, like, where's the other one? Oh, Anna. You know, I've mained Roadhog for a long time, and so I'm getting fucking slept. I'm getting my heal reduced. I'm getting, oh my god, I fucking hate it. But the thing is, that is counterplay, right? Like, Anna being able to do that counters Roadhog very well. It may be annoying, but it's good design.
DPS some of the DPS characters, because the healers are pretty well designed to be fun. Like, a lot of my friends are actual support mains because they just really love it. In particular, Anna. Anna's really, like, become a crowd favorite for at least my friend group. I know a lot of my friends play Anna now. And for good reason. She's super strong and she is fun to play. Like, overall, just everything in the game has been improved by just these two changes.
Anna's great, but on a player.
The new gear that's been introduced, I also enjoy. Haven't played much of Kiriko because she's not available in ranked mode yet, and all I play is ranked mode. I never do casual because I'm not a pussy. I don't waste my time. If I'm playing a game, I'm out there grinding to be #1 on the leaderboard, baby. And she's not available there, so I haven't really played much of her. But I do like Sojourn, and I do like Junker Queen, though I do think Junker Queen's a little underwhelming compared to some of the really strong tanks like Orisa right now.
Yeah, I don't think she's that good either. Silver 3. Okay. And it's smart to play a Roadhog without a dedicated healer. For solo queue, I'd go with heals. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, in general, right? So his points are invalid. No, I mean, I was just curious because if you're going to play ranked all the time, I'm curious, like, how long it takes to, like, grind that up and how long it takes to go.
Hello there, fellow traveler.
Imagine that you can get a good
One
rank
itinerant
without playing 8
minstrel
hours
and
a
wandering
day.
wastrel.
I don't know.
At your
I think that it's mainly about being good at the game too.
Afraid
but
not.
Overwatch has like
But
a lot
if you're
of
serious
other
about
angles
sharpening
that,
that,
you can be good at
why, to
that are
perform
not
for my
just
common
one
man,
thing.
of course.
So, like, for example,
Why
in,
should only the
a lot of
courts
these,
and
like, FPS
inns
games,
of
the
wealthy
main thing that matters, and it's like the only
be
thing
given
really
the
that
gift
matters
of
is like your ability to point and click. But you have an Overwatch, and I think this is not necessarily always true. There's always going to be other elements. But with Overwatch,
a bit light in the purse.
Clear that, you know, team play, team comp, positioning, and the way that you know the maps, etc., being able to heal, etc.
But if you're serious about
these
sharpening
things
that
are
tongue,
very, very important in Overwatch 2. And I think it gives people that are not necessarily amazing at FPS.
the mine will be the talk of. It's a matter of time before the Jarl is coming to me asking for
It
money.
gives them a way that they can still play a game like that and enjoy it.
But I don't think there's any, like, dog shit characters at the moment. I think the weakest character in the game that I can think of off the top of my head is Doomfist. Doomfist is kind of useless right now, completely outclassed by legitimately every other tank in the game. But aside from him, almost every other character feels very strong right now. And
I don't feel like McCree or Cassidy is that good. Like, personally, I don't really think he's super great. I think
he's
that
pretty good.
let's see, Mei is weak. I think Mei is really strong because of her ult, but besides that, Silver, by the way, well, yeah, this is just my opinion, right? I mean, he and I mean, we're both fucking Silver, right? So, I mean, that matters, you know? I mean, there's a lot of people at Silver, let's be honest. Is weak, skill issue? Maybe. I haven't played against one that's really, really good. Sojourn is really OP? Well, yeah, I mean, I would say that she is. I think she's fucking insanely good. I would say Sojourn is, I think, probably just better than Soldier 76. Maybe not, but I think so. It certainly feels that way to me.
You're just having a good time regardless. Now, again, this is Overwatch. it's not really like a
it's
huge
situational.
departure from the Overwatch formula. The maps are the same, the game modes are the same. There are new maps and there is a new game mode, but overall you're going to just be playing mostly the normal Overwatch stuff and experiencing normal Overwatch shit. So if you didn't like that, this game is not winning you over. It's not even gonna come close because you're playing the same thing, just a better version. So if you didn't like Overwatch, you're not going to like Overwatch 2. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Like, if
Never
you're a
should
fan
have
of,
come
like,
here.
Valorant, or you're a fan of Warzone, Overwatch 2 might not be your game.
Sugarcoat that. It's just that simple. One other compliment I'd like to give to the game is there's a lot of really fun custom games, like some really goofy ones that built to grow. Where you start as like a little ant, but as you get more kills, you start getting bigger and bigger until it's like there's really enjoyable custom games that just brought back that nostalgic feeling of old like Halo custom games, which I haven't really seen in many other titles recently. So I just wanted to shout.
Yeah, all the Halo and CS 1.6 and CS Source games. Those were super fucking popular.
Out the custom games at the moment because those have actually been pretty fun to dick around in. And one more thing that I don't like, the ranking system at the moment. The competitive ladder doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. They have this system in place that's very mysterious and doesn't compute with me or anyone in my friend group, where they don't allow you to queue with people that are even somewhat higher or lower ranked than you. So for example, we tried stacking and we were able to play whatever role we wanted for like the first 2 games, but then by the 3rd game, one of us wasn't allowed to be DPS anymore, one of us wasn't allowed to be tank anymore, one of us wasn't allowed to be support anymore, for no reason. Like none of us had even gotten a new rank or anything. Just after winning 2 games, all of a sudden we got locked out of our favorite role for some reason.
I think that's obviously fucking stupid. Yeah, rank systems about making people grind as many games as possible. Yeah, that's weird. And I think the reason why is obviously, you know, they have like a hidden MMR, and the hidden MMR just got past like the threshold between 2 players playing with each other. I think this is just going to be a problem in general whenever you have a game that basically, like, whenever you have a game, let me think of a way to put this. Whenever you have a game that has a ranked mode that you can queue solo into,
My carriage is the same. Where do you want to go?
Stack into. Because playing with a 5-stack of people that are on Discord or talking in voice comms, this is a massive
Climb and back,
advantage,
and we'll be off.
and it's insurmountable if people on the other team are
Ready to go
equal
yet?
skill and they're
You want to
queuing
watch
solo.
yourself in Riften.
So it's
Lot of ways
effectively
to
a
get yourself
boosted
in trouble in that
exactly.
town.
Now I think this is just I don't know how you can solve this problem. I have no idea how you can solve this problem.
And they're doing this because they don't want like Smurfs to be, you know, infesting the lower ranks or some shit, I guess.
Well,
but
it's definitely a good thing because like Overwatch is a game with a very high skill ceiling, and the reason for that is obviously, you know, you have like different ways of mastering the game that are external from aiming. So like, for example, in Fortnite, you have building, and building's like a huge part of the game. So like, just because you're good at shooting doesn't mean you're good at Fortnite, because there's building too. So like, Overwatch players are better, you know, a serious Overwatch player is better at aiming, they're better at map awareness, they're better at team composition, they're better at counter-comping, they're better at knowing all the abilities. So there's like so much more knowledge that you take into an Overwatch game versus like a PUBG game, for example.
Please help me. I'm going to lose my job.
super strict and really vague, like super obtuse. Nothing really makes sense about it because we all started at Bronze 5. I feel like there was some kind of bug with the game. This could be copium, but I've read a lot where like even Grandmasters started Bronze 5. After you finish
Working at the
placements,
I don't think that it's. I think that this might be copium, because I think
Okay, lass. Ready to make some coin? Good. Wait until I start the distraction, then show me what you're made of.
Everyone, gather round. I have something amazing to show you that demands your attention. Gather round, all.
You're not a thief trying to rob me, right?
hell? $5,000 gold?
Essence, and it turned out to be crushed nerve root mixed with
All
water.
meats guaranteed.
If you're ever in the market, I deal in specialty
But
goods
this
for
item
Morrowind
is
in
the
one
real
of the stands.
Lads and lasses, I give you Falma Blood Elixir.
Oh, come on. Are you talking about the snow elf? Filthy pick.
Did you get some of that?
Come on! The one and only. Mystical beings who live in legends and were masters of great magic. Imagine the power that coursed through their veins.
How did you get that then? No one's seen them in years.
My sources must remain a secret for their own protection, but I can promise you that the contents are genuine. One sip of the elixir and your wishes will be granted. Great wealth, everlasting life, or perhaps limitless power could be yours.
How much does it cost?
Only 20 gold septims. Hurry, before my supply is gone.
Why would you even listen to him?
Please hurry. I only have a few bottles left.
I can't afford to get one. But can I afford not to?
Fresh meats and produce. Get them before they're gone.
And what might you need? Hmm? Just what you see here. I may be dying for reasons I'm still trying to discover. I ended up orphaned, then taken in by a kindly Argonian family in Black Marsh. I hope one day to find out what happened to me. How I ended up like that. Just one. I know when I was found by my Argonian father, I was wrapped in a blanket bearing the symbol of House Telvanni. It was one of the great houses in Morrowind long ago. Whether that means I was one of them or not, I'm uncertain. If you come across anything in your travels that might provide me with the answers I'm looking for, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Anything you can find. Would be of great help. Good luck.
Fresh meats and produce. Get them before they're gone.
Well, I see that my time is up. Come back tomorrow if you wish to buy.
What a waste of time.
Damn. I knew I shouldn't have waited.
Looks like I chose the right person for the job. And here you go. Your payment. Just as I promised. The way things have been going around here, It's a relief that our plan went off without a hitch. My organization's been having a run of bad luck. But I suppose that's just how it goes. But never mind that. You did the job, and you did it well. Best of all, there's more where that came from. If you think you can handle it. All right then. The group I represent has its home in the Ratway beneath Riften. But get there in one piece. My organization's been having a run of bad luck.
I hope that doesn't mean
But I
things are going
suppose
to get
that's
worse
just
around
how it goes.
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
Clean and free from rock joint.
Hilda.
Right, Branche. Turn out your pockets. We know you have it.
Have what? What a blazing
Practice the debellum.
Don't play stupid. I said turn out your
I'll
pockets.
make sure that
now.
pretty little face
I'm telling you, I
loses
don't...
its beauty.
Wait, what's this ring?
He
This
wasn't
isn't mine.
protesting, Nathan.
That's right.
course
It
he
isn't
wasn't,
yours.
you stupid.
You're under
He's
arrest,
a man.
Branche.
Now I'm not going
This
to
is
warn you,
insane.
right?
I didn't steal
Stay
anything.
alive.
I never saw this ring before in my entire life.
We can do this one of two ways. You can walk with me up to the keep, or I can drag your lifeless body. Your choice.
I presume you're bothering me for a good reason. Before I can get any more golden glow honey.
I thought it was strange that Aringoth stopped coming into town. I suppose he's having
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
Yeah, what all the honey's for. I mean, what in the name of oblivion do you want? I don't have time for idle chit-chat. What is it? Of course. Nothing gets done without my approval in this city. I have the Jarl's ear, and the guards in my pocket. Anyone makes trouble for me, and I pay a visit to the Thieves' Guild. Make me angry, and I contact the Dark Brotherhood. You do well to remember that the next time you make such a stupid observation. I believe we're done.
We're lucky to have you here.
It's my pleasure. If you see the Thieves' Guild harassing anyone else,
I've
you
never
be
seen
sure
the
and let
old
me
this
know.
upset about anything. The city really gets to her.
Greetings, honored friend. Could I interest you in some fine jewelry?
The old told me.
That could be a good start.
It isn't this bad everywhere. Maybe one day I'll venture out and see if she's right.
I'm the brewmaster around here. What did you want? I'm quite busy. Need something, or can I get back to work? Maven Blackbriar wants me to keep the mead flowing, and that's what I aim to do, despite all these lazy good-for-nothings that work for us. Ever since I took over as a foreman, the production of our mead has never been more profitable. And if the meadery is profitable, or get rich. Get the picture? Lady Maven could buy or sell anyone in Skyrim. I wouldn't be surprised if she's the one pulling the strings around this city. She's always welcome in Mistveil Keep, and between you and me, I'm pretty sure she even has some pretty influential friends within the Empire. I'd also warn you not to cross her. She employs quite a few troubleshooters to take care of messy problems. Good. Now maybe I can get back to work.
Welcome. Allow me to recommend the Blackbriar Mead, the purest brew in all of Skyrim. We serve only the best here. Blackbriar Mead. May I get one for you?
Tell me something.
Lady Maven's been developing the secret recipe for Blackbriar Mead over the last several decades.
This is the last one.
She uses a very secret blend of spices, fresh honey from Golden Glow Estate, and specially constructed aging casks to ensure the best flavor. Even when you get to the last sip in your flagon, it'll taste just as good as the first. Damn it. Sorry. I'm not very good at this. Look, just don't say anything to Maven, will you? I've spent weeks trying to get that right, and if she sees how stupid I am, she'll get rid of me. Yeah, fired. Sure, that's what I meant.
Ooh, mithril up them, huh?
Take a look.
Is it 1,000? Charge too much. I was supposed to break the money mold, but I haven't done that yet.
Lady Maven, she uses a... Even when you get to the last sip in your flagon, it'll taste
I'm
just
the
as good as the
brewmaster
first.
around here.
Come back and see us again.
Welcome to the Bee and Barb, milady. If I can interest you in one of our special drinks, you let me know. 3, in fact. They're my own recipe. First is the Velvet Lechance, which is a mixture of blackberry, honey, spiced wine, and a touch of nightshade. Perfectly safe, I assure you. Second, we have the White Gold Tower, which is heavy cream with a layer of blended mead, lavender, and dragon's tongue on top. Last, and only for the bravest of souls, we have the Cliff Racer, which is firebrand wine, Cyrodiilic brandy, Flynn, and Sujamma. I met her when I wandered into Riften a few years ago. In Blackmarsh, tradition dictates we present a potential mate a unique wedding ring to represent our future bond. I already have the gold band, but all I need are 3 flawless... I was hoping you'd offer. I didn't think it was my place to ask such a favor of you. I thank you. Every Argonian wedding proposal band is supposed to have 3 flawless amethysts as part of their design. 2 of the gems, the ones on the outside, represent the couple to be married. 1 for the husband, 1 for the wife. The amethyst in the center represents the Hist, the entity that all
Platinum
Argonians
ingots.
consider a sacred
Platinum
part
ingot.
of our lives.
Those are chancers, man. Platinum ingot. What is that worth? Oh yeah, platinum ingot. That's huge. So let's go looking at that. What's a platinum ingot? Yeah. No. Platinum ingots. Platinum ingots goes for 18,000. Yeah. Need to be killing more of those. Fucking. Or whatever. Slice. Try slice. Slice didn't do shit. Dark harvest was better.
Depends. Are you Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both? If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
If you've got the coin, you're welcome here. Otherwise, hit the road. If it's true that the dragons have returned, what will it mean for all of us? Is this how it all ends? Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Yeah, what do you want? If this is about the meadery, we can talk later.
Welcome to the Bee and Barb, milady. If I can interest you in one of our special drinks, you let me know.
Let me know if there's anything else you need. What can I get you? Meat? Wine? Looking for a place to stay?
Yep.
Get away with that.
What? Seriously? Fucking damn it.
Yeah, what do you want? If this is about the meadery, we can talk later.
Welcome to the Bee and Barb, milady. If I can interest you in one of our special
Got the
drinks,
coin? You're
let me
welcome
know.
here. Otherwise, hit the
Excuse me,
road.
I have other things to attend to.
You know, actually...
Divine smile on you.
Is there something I can do for you? I met her when in Black. I already have the gold band, but all I need are... I was hoping you'd offer. I didn't think it was my place to... First, second, last, and only for the... Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both? If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
To me, Kirava. Why won't they do as
What can I
say?
get you? Mead?
They
Wine?
always try to take advantage.
Sure thing. It's yours
Give
for
them
a
an
day.
inch and they'll take 'em
Take
up.
a look. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Yeah? What's your problem?
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
You look like you could use a drink. What do you say to some cheap mead?
Looking for a place to stay?
I'm sorry you just...
You've got the
Father,
coin, you're
but I
welcome
made up
here.
my mind.
Otherwise,
I'm
hit
not a
the road.
warrior. I'm a businessman.
What can I get you?
The only
Meat?
reason you got the
Wine?
gold for your business is because I gave it to you.
I'll pay you back if it means that much.
It's not about the coin. It's about honoring your legacy by picking up arms and keeping this land free.
Looking
The
for a
sooner
place
you
to
remember
stay?
that, the better.
Get away from me!
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
Oh, excellent. The Ratway. This place seems like an absolute riot.
I don't know, Droff. They'd skin us alive if they knew we were doing this.
Ow! Please, just give up!
That's all you got!
Radical suggestion here, but I was just wondering, have you considered not trying to kill me?
No!
Do your
You're
work!
a disgrace to your own kind.
was terrifying. Take this! Sorry.
Odd little room.
Is someone there?
Yeah!
Die, damn you!
If you're looking for conversation, the flagon isn't the place.
I'm telling you.
Veckel and me,
This one's
we have a
different.
thing going. Try anything with him and it'd be bad for your health.
Quit kidding yourself.
It's time to face the truth, old friend. You, Vex, Mercer, you're all part of a dying breed. Things are changing.
Huh. I suppose I can work with your face. After all, the sculptor cannot always choose the finest clay.
You can offer, but I may not buy.
All right then.
Why don't you just formally join up? Quit sitting here
You need
wheeling
advice?
at people.
Well,
Talk to Brady.
well. Calling me impressed, lass. I wasn't certain I'd ever see you again.
Oh, thanks for the compliment, Delvin. I may just pick you up on that one day.
Gotta pee. Be right back.
Delvin, that last shipment we heisted on the Cyrodiil frontier was worthless.
That's impossible. I distinctly heard that lout in the tavern say it was a full shipment of furs. That should be worth a fortune.
You idiot. He said furs, not furs. It was a damn logging caravan.
Oh, right, well, you won't let Mercy hear about this, will you?
Okay, much better.
Reliable and headstrong? You're turning out to be quite the prize. So, now that I've whetted your appetite with our little scheme at the market, how about handling a few deadbeats for me? They owe our organization some serious coin, and they've decided not to pay. I want you to explain to them the error of their ways. Kirava, Bersi Honeyhand, and Helga. Do this right, and I can promise you a permanent place in our organization. Honestly, the debt is secondary here. What's more important is that you get the message across that we aren't to be ignored. A word of warning, though. I don't want any of them killed. Bad for business. Of course you'll get cut. We take care of our own. Now, if you need any details on your marks, I'll be here. Get going. He's as pig-headed a man as you'll ever find. The key is that ugly dwarven urn in his shop. Smash that thing to bits and he'll change his attitude.
Put together another shipment from Morrowind, Veckle.
Helga is a devout follower of Gabella and dotes over the statue to the divine that she keeps at the bunkhouse. Use it as leverage, and she'll cave.
That stuff's getting tough to bring across the border with only Argonian.
Kirava's stubborn, but she's got a soft spot for family. Talk to Talon J at the Bee and Barb, and see if you can get something out of him. They're well acquainted, if you catch my meaning. I'll be here when you're done.
You better have coin to pay for your drinks. There's no handouts here.
Sure, Tom. You know I'm good for it.
We don't know you, so we've got nothing to talk about. How about you finish the job Brynjolf gave you? Then we can talk. Take a look.
If you're looking for conversation, the flagon isn't the place.
You need advice?
I'd love to learn
Bring
that
it.
ward spell
Got
Tolkto
better
was
things to
teaching
do.
us about. If you've got a copy of the spell tome, I could see.
Job's done, boss. Gave the package to her just like you said.
Good. Did she say anything we need to know?
Yep. She said that the Jarl was planning a surprise raid on us, but she talked her out of it. Said she saved us a lot of trouble.
That she did. Very good. I'll tell Brynjolf.
I'll be
Stay
right
out of
behind you.
trouble, or there's gonna be trouble. Last person who made trouble for Veckel ended up with a smashed head. They call me Dirge because I'm the last thing you hear before they put you in the ground. Why? You think it's funny or something? Oh yeah? I think so too. You're pretty smart. Hey, here. Have one on the house. Maul? Yeah. That jerk works for Maven Blackbriar. Left me down here watching this garbage heap. I guess he's better at all that talking stuff anyway. I just mess everything up. I already told you. They call me Dirge because I'm the last thing you hear before they put you in the ground. Until next time.
You'd better have coin to pay for your drinks. There's no handouts here.
Have anything for us yet?
Come back later, and I may have something. Stick with me, and they'll never even know you're there.
Have anything for us yet? I'll be here when you're done.
Got a lot of nerve coming down here.
I'm busy. Don't you have something to do?
Yes? I have not always been a ragged beggar. I learned my art from the masters of the art of flesh sculpture. I studied with the faculty of chirurgeons and Cloudrest. I walked with the hollow-faced men of Notahogra for 3 years. I count the nobility of both the Empire and the Dominion among my clients. And yet, I have fallen so low that I must justify myself to a wanderer in the sewers of this backwater of the world. Change it. I can remake your face, if that's what you desire. I do not practice my art for free, however. I doubt you can afford my services. You have the smell of the vagabond about you. Indeed, it is no small thing to submit yourself to the flesh sculptor's knife. Until next time.
Popper is so good. wash my hands.
I'm busy. Don't you have something to do?
You'd better have coin to pay for your drinks. There's no handouts here.
Power. Eventually. Fortnite, oh, 8:30. In a few days. Burnt out. I can't do it, I'm sorry. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm playing games that are 12 years old because I'm burnt out. I can't do it. Burnt out.
It helps to know that there is an actual reason we feel the way we feel. And in a way, it's validating. Because if we know something is happening in our brain to actually make our life harder, or maybe even easier, it's obvious that we aren't making any of it up. And either way that we feel, we almost have like a real, tangible reason for it. Since I am no doctor or brain specialist, I reached out to my friend and colleague, Dr. Barry Lieberman, who, if you remember, is a psychiatrist and medical doctor, and I am hoping that he can help us better understand why it is burnout makes us feel the way it does. And I find it interesting.
I want to share an experience that I had about 8 years ago, and that was quite disruptive in many ways. It happened in the morning of January 5th, 2010, and as I opened my eyes, the room was still dark around me. I felt a bit disoriented, and when I finally managed to turn the light on, I realized that instead of my usual pajamas, I was wearing some kind of green and white shirt. You know, the type of shirt that covers you pretty well on the front side. There's not much to cover you on the back side. I thought that must be some kind of hospital. So what I did, I sat at the edge of the bed for a while, and I looked at the room around. In fact, there was not much in the room. It was completely empty. And being an introvert, I needed some time to figure out what I was going to do next. So I waited there for maybe something like 20 minutes, listening to the sounds around me. I thought maybe someone would come, maybe something would happen. But after 20 minutes, nothing happened. So I thought, I'm not gonna spend my whole day here. And after a while I decided I was going to stand up, reach for the door, and then I went into the corridor. And when I arrived into that corridor, I saw a lady with a white coat, nice badge, pens and pencils. I thought, this lady must be a doctor. She's going to help me. So I went to the lady and I said, what happened? What am I doing here? She said, Mr. Mobley, you just had been through a burnout and you're in the clinic.
14,000 gil? Jesus. 14,000 gil.
What are the next steps? How long will I stay here? I said, Mr. Mobley, please, I guess you must be quite exhausted at the time, so I would advise, first thing you do, you go back to your room and try to get some sleep. That was frustrating. So I went back and said, but what am I doing here? What shall I do? What are the next steps? For how long will I be here? She looked me straight into the eyes and said, Mr. Mobley, I have just told you, please go back to your room and sleep, sleep, sleep. That's what I did. But after a while, after a few days, few weeks in the hospital, there was a turning point. I was having lunch with one of the long-term patients in the clinic. Well, you know, it was not really like having lunch in a restaurant. We were basically sitting at a table in the main hall where they would serve us the usual mix of food and medicines that you get in this type of clinic. And at that point, he told me, I said, Fred, you know, I've been observing you for the last 2 weeks. And I think you don't belong here. You had a lot of visits from your wife, your friends, even your kids. So what are you doing here, Fred? I think you have a life outside of the hospital. But if you want to get out of here, at the end of the day, Fred, it's your call. You need to make it happen. And I can tell you, this was like an electricity discharge in my spine. Because at that time I realized that if I really want to get out of the hospital and reconnect with life, I had to welcome disruption. I had to fundamentally and quickly change my mindset so that I could welcome that disruption, embrace change, and move on. And thanks to my resilience, and also to all the support that I got at the time, I could progressively recover and move on. Of course, it was not an instant recovery, and I'm very grateful to all the people who gave me support at the time, being the doctors, the caregivers, my wife, family, friends, my mentor, and I cannot find words to describe what a gift it was when 2 years later I could go back to the hospital, but this time in a completely different setting. At the time, we had the luck to welcome our third kid, the little Noemi who then joined our growing family. And when I look back, I think that burnout has been really an incredible experience in terms of learning. So it was a great gift in a way. But at the same time, I'm aware that this is a big phenomenon in our society today, and it has a big social impact. So we should really do our best to try and prevent it. So in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to share some first-hand insights as to what is the exhaustion process, what can you do to prevent it for yourself, but also for the people around you that you care for. But before we do that, let's have a quick check with you in the room. I'm going to ask you please to raise your hand if at some stage in your life or your career, some of your friend, a colleague, somebody close to you went through the burnout experience and has been impacted by the burnout. So please raise your hand if that happened around you. Yeah, look around you. That's quite impressive, huh? So that's way too many burnouts. And let's see what we can do to prevent them. In the time that we have, I'm going to keep it simple. And I'm going to drive you through the exhaustion process, giving you some watch points around 3 main axes that get disrupted during the exhaustion. This is at the physical, at the mental, and at the emotional level. If you look first at the physical, what you need to do to manage your physical part of the exhaustion, first you need to understand how your nervous system works. In your nervous system, there's a part called autonomous nervous system that constantly regulates your physiology. It can either stimulate your body, that's called sympathetic activity, or it can slow it down. This is called parasympathetic recovery. And this normally is an autonomous regulation we're not even aware of. You can even monitor that with some small devices. And I'm going to show you an example of how it looks like when this regulation works well. So here is what we did. We selected a person who had a good overall life balance, and we
among ranked and masters. Defran got masters. XQC got diamond. I feel like, I don't know. I think that it's fucked up, but it's probably not as fucked up as people are making it out to be. Like XQC got masters. Oh, he did. Well, his initial placement was diamond, right? I think so. XQC plays silver. I don't think he plays silver. What do you mean? Train got bronze 5. I placed silver 5, and then I won 7 more games, and I placed silver 2. So I've got a long way to go.
Like, most people end up bronze, so all of us were in like bronze 5. But for some reason, after winning like 3 games together, some of us wouldn't be allowed to play our main role, even though we hadn't gotten a new rank or
that's
anything
dumb.
like that. So it just doesn't make sense. And I really don't think it's copium. I saw now 4 Grandmasters, Overwatch 1 Grandmasters, that got placed bronze 5 after going 7-0. I personally went 7-1 in my placements and got bronze 5. So I definitely think there was some kind of bug with the ranking.
There's
right
probably
away,
something wrong with it.
I really don't like this super strict.
I think I'm saying it's a bit of both, right? I think it's a little bit of copium, and it's also probably messed up too.
The counterintuitive queue lock system they have, because it just doesn't make a ton of sense. You should be able to queue with your friends within reason, like unranked bronze and silver should all be able to play together until like one of them reaches like gold and they can't play with bronze or something, or even like plat, you know? Like it just feels way too strict and nothing makes sense about it at the moment to me. So I think that's a lot of trash. I also am not sure how I feel about their competitive system where you have to win 7 games or lose 20. You lose 20, you go back, or you win 7, you go forward. I also think there's a bug with that. Could again be copium, but I won 7 and got from bronze 5 to bronze 5. So my promotion was bronze 5 to bronze 5.
Blizzard maps.
But then I won 7 more and got promoted all the way to silver 4. So it really might have been a glitch. I don't know. But regardless, I don't know how I feel about the win 7 or lose 20 system at the moment. I'll have to keep playing to see how it feels. But overall, I've just been enjoying the core game itself, which I can't believe I'm even...
I think the reason why they did that, and I'm not saying this is a good decision or not, I'm just saying I think this is the reason, is because people are so fixated on their rank that making it to where you don't rank up every single game probably makes it to where they don't mauled out as much. I'm assuming that's why.
So yeah, I just wanted to get all my thoughts out here about Overwatch 2, and that's about it. So yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Well, there we go. And so yeah, I pretty much agree with a lot of that stuff. I think Overwatch 2 is it's a much better game than Overwatch 1. At least that's what I've seen so far.
It's the same game as Overwatch 1.
I would say it's there. The reason was rank anxiety. Yeah, exactly. Genji's getting nerfed next patch. Well, I'm not sure exactly what
Why would they nerf
what
Genji?
the nerfs are going to be. I don't know that they said that or anything about that. I'll go ahead and I'll link you guys to videos. The Charlie video. We've watched a lot of his content before. And I like these videos. They're just basically fucking... I mean, they're like my videos, right? He's just sitting there talking to the fucking camera. And I always prefer those. Genji Moira nerfs. Well, the thing is with Moira and those other characters is anytime you have something that can effectively auto-aim like the orbs do, it becomes very, very hard to balance it, especially at low and high levels. Rise of incels. I see these videos pop up, and I love watching videos like this, because I will always have a lot of things to say. It's your chat. It's real. Yep. Here we go. The video of my subreddit. Yes. A video of Twitch.
When I was 10 years old, I had my first real crush. It was 4th grade, and summer was approaching. There were rumors spreading around about a girl in my class named Maddie who apparently liked me, or rather, more than liked me. As a young kid who hadn't yet been conditioned by the internet, societal norms, or proper manners, I decided to confront her.
Loser.
Is it true that you like someone? I said. She replied simply, yes. After asking her, who, 1,000 times in the hallway in between classes, she told me I was starting to sound like an owl, and she stormed away. But eventually, she did open up about her feelings towards me, and I told her that I had a crush on her, too. But then, summer hits, and I no longer had any way to see her other than romanticizing her yearbook picture in my room. I didn't have a phone, and at most, I'd be lucky to see her online in AOL Instant Messenger. Now, how many of y'all remember that? As the first few weeks...
I had AOL Instant Messenger, too. Absolutely.
Oh, we all did. Places Denver?
AIM,
oh,
exactly. Yeah. AIM, ASL.
I loved AOL because Places Denver, because it felt like this little secret club of Denver people that could talk about whatever the fuck they wanted to talk about and do whatever business they wanted to do and hook up if they wanted to. And it was the most free... At the age of 15, it was the most free society I'd ever been in.
Went on, I couldn't bear being away from her for any longer. So I decided to look up her house phone number in our school's directory and give her a call. After around 9 rings, it went to voicemail, and I left one explaining that it was her classmate, Cole, trying to talk to me. I then proceeded to call her another 5 times because I had no conception in my head of what...
I'm surprised his parents let him do that. I'm gonna be
Parents?
honest.
What the fuck does his parents have to do with it?
Yeah, my mom would always be sitting next to the phone. She's like, who are you calling? No, you're not calling him. He's not coming over today. Nope. Not him.
5 times, yeah. I was being that kid. Finally, she called me back after a few days, and she said to me, my mom says you need to stop calling me. It's getting weird. She hung up, and we barely spoke to each other again. As I was reflecting back on this story when I thought about the idea for this video, I wondered how radically different this interaction was from what most 10-year-olds do now. And not just 10-year-olds, but people of all ages. It's clear a lot has changed in terms of dating and how we interact and form relationships in the past 15 years. With kids in single-digit ages having access to any information they could possibly desire at their fingertips, dating apps on the rise, and individuality becoming more realistic, the landscape of intimacy has morphed into...
Individuality becoming more realistic? What do you mean realistic?
Between 18 and 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018.
Oh no.
Yes, but
losers. Don't say
the,
sexless.
Graphics
say
in
losers.
Video games have also tripled from
Got tripled.
2008
Yep.
to 2018.
That'd be why. Yep.
So whenever you think about it, it makes sense.
You know, the graphics got better.
It really does make sense. Like once you put everything into perspective here, I've showed this graph before too.
And it's the graphical improvement in video games. Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that they don't really do anything. They just sit around all day, and they can't get a girlfriend because they're losers. I don't know. I can't think of anybody like that offhand.
I know, nobody, nope.
Wow.
18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And I can only imagine that it got much, much worse when the pandemic hit.
Yeah,
With this has come the rise of the involuntary celibate movement, or incel for short.
Yeah.
A group of men who are convinced that they cannot and will not be able to form a relationship with women ever due to all the problems brought upon by the modern dating market.
Well, I think it's also like guys, they don't really have a girlfriend in like, you know, in middle school, and then you don't have a girlfriend in high school, and then it becomes like a thing. It's like you didn't do it, and so now you feel like you can't do it, but you want to do it, but you can't do it, and so like it turns into this like weird paradox of like getting your first job or something like that, where you need to have experience, but in order to get the job, you have to have experience, but you can't get experience if you can't get the job. It's like one of these situations. And so you have a lot of guys that get put in that position for, you know, whatever reason. It could be 100 different reasons.
Much of these men's assumptions are based on facts. And
He's
how much of it is
hold
men
up, I'll read something. He's acting like this is a self-diagnosed thing. No one calls himself an incel. It's mostly an online label used for slander. So, well, I mean, number one, you contradicted yourself, because you can't say no one calls themselves an incel and then say it's mostly used. I don't think that's true. There are a lot of incel subreddits of people that talk about being incels, and they say that they are incels. Yes, this is not something that you would do if you had your...
Times have changed.
real name attached.
Rage. Sorry.
To it, but I think that people often seek out these conversations in an anonymous setting.
Projecting their trauma as a way to cope with the fact that they're fat, lazy, and socially awkward. Today, I want to explore that question.
I'm fat, lazy, and socially awkward, and I never had an issue. I mean, I had an issue when I was like being hunted by police and stuff, but I didn't have an issue generally. Like not that much, no.
Number two, you have to get taller, and number three, did I mention making more money? Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah. So then, yeah. Again.
And lonely path that you do not want to tread on. More choices, more opportunity. First off, we need to deal with the elephant in the room. Online dating. As I was doing research for this video, diving into the depths of internet forums, YouTube videos, and studies, I found a common theme throughout almost all of them. Most of the data collected had to do with dating apps like Tinder. Sadly, this is where a lot of researchers and incels seem to be basing their ideas off of. Before I was doing research, I thought that...
Well, I think it's also like a lot of guys, they want to date a hot girl, but the girls don't want to date them because they're like they're ugly, right? It's like these guys, they want to date a girl that goes to the gym every day. Meanwhile, they've never been to Planet Fitness even. Like, this is just what happens. Now, I think that there's a lot of times where it's like, yeah, a guy can get a girlfriend, but the girl that he wants to date is like way more attractive or higher status, and he's not able to do that.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty good idea to see where dating is in the modern world.
Okay.
I feel like
it's funny, when I've been in love, when I've been in good relationships my whole life, it's never been this thing about pressure or money or my living situation or how old I was or what I looked like or any of that stuff. It was just about love. Love happens, man. It actually happens occasionally.
Like most of my friends in real life have at least tried online dating, but what I found shocked me. The percentage of adults who use Tinder above the age of 18 in the United States by April 2020 was only 13%.
Yeah, see, that's what I like. Does anybody even use Tinder? It's actually fairly dangerous, I would say. Let's see, if I was to say, if I was a hot girl, I'm not taking a Tinder date. I don't care how you know, fascinating it is or whatever the fuck. I'm not taking a Tinder date because it's something about it is just it's the element of the random that just doesn't go well to the whole hot girl thing. Hot girl and random, I don't think they're elements that go together very well. You don't really want to surprise the hot girl. She doesn't want to be thrown into situations. She doesn't want to know. It's that, blind is not a word that applies to the hot girl. Hot girls don't do blind dates, in my opinion. And if they do, it's an older premise and stuff. It's not like, you know, it's so. Like, I always wondered, like, how good... I think Tinder was huge for a couple of years, but then it wasn't... But then all of these people acted like it was, like, basically this revolution had happened and that only people hooked up with Tinder anymore. And 13% sounds more like the number that I always assumed it was by that point. I think there's only about 10% of society that actually wants, like, hookups. And I know all the rap music and all the high school talk and about pussy and I'm gonna fuck that girl in the ass and all this stupid ass shit, all the sex, you know, bullshit that people get up to, self-inflation and ego and all this. It's actually sort of hard to it's sort of hard to be in that. In the club, having like, you know, one and done hookup lifestyle, it could be fun and people do it, but it's not this thing they do on Tinder in my experience. You know, I don't know. It's just sort of weird.
Not that much. 17% of men have used Tinder, and just 7% of women have used Tinder. Now, I feel
that sounds about right. I always thought that about 80, or well, more like 93% of Tinder was male. And the other 7% of the women all had 1,000 dudes each, or whatever. Think of it like famous streamers and then like normal streamers and stuff. Like the women are like only there's only about 5% of the streamers are famous, but they take up 95% of the crowd share. Ooh, I am dying because my tiger is now dead, and I'm going to die. Nope. Nice. Really cool. I was so distracted. I don't even know. I can't seem to do this. The Taramas are bad news. I can't seem to do that XP grind. I end up to the XP point. Watch, it'll be to the point. Something about it. To the point. Almost to the point now. This is the 7th or 8th time that I've come within an XP point. Oh my god, it's to the point. About 28,100 and some odd. Jesus Christ. It stayed at 14k. I've been out there. I've killed 700 mantas or something, and I'm exactly to the exact XP point that I started with. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not going on Mount Z. Nope. It's like this weird energy curse, man. I've been at 28k for into 74 for like a year or something. I don't even know, like a year. I can't break this XP. I can't do it. I go solo. I'll go to so many different camps and I grind and I grind and I grind, and I always remain 14k away from 75. It's so weird. It happened to my RDM on Asomi too. My RDM was 72 3/4 like this for like 5 years or something. I just couldn't get XP on it. Just didn't. I don't know. I'm gonna stop focusing on this game because it makes me unhappy sometimes.
I feel like, yeah, that's about right. And I feel like if you add in all of the dating apps, right, you're talking about like Plenty of Fish, I don't even, those are the only, that's the only two that I know. What are some? Bumble, is that another one? Okay, Hinge, Match, yeah, Match.com, okay, Cupid, yeah, yeah, there you go, Farmers, yeah, Christian Mingle, Farmers Only, Grinder, yeah, you put all of these together, and you're probably going to be looking at like 40 to 50%, I'd say somewhere around there.
Well, when you respondents, for this study, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's closer to 20% children who have used Tinder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's probably after the pandemic. And especially like whenever you consider Tinder is effectively in this conversation interchangeable with any other dating app.
That means 80% of the dating market over the age of 18 has not even used Tinder once. 80%. Not only that, but 80% of the people on dating apps like Tinder are men, and only 20% are women. It's complete.
Yeah, of course it is. Like, it's the same. Like,
I've had like 5
fucking
Tinder
obviously.
hookups.
Like, personally, I've never used Tinder before. I've
I
never used
have.
any of these dating apps. I didn't really get into it. It's not my thing. If they're like back in the day, if there was a hot girl, I would just find her on Facebook. I would just message her like, "Hey, you're really hot. You know, do you want to start talking?" And that would be it. So it's not like I would just use social networking sites as dating apps. But it's not like I never did this. I just didn't get a dating app exclusively for it.
Completely skewed in women's favor, meaning they have endless options that they can choose from on these apps. When you take 20% of people on a dating app and you allow them to choose from a pool of 80% of people on that app, it's no wonder that pretty much only the above attractive guys are getting swiped on.
Exactly.
Women have endless choices on these apps, whereas men would be lucky getting even one match. And frankly, what I've heard from women and what I've seen on most of these dating apps from like my friends showing me or something, most men's dating profiles are not exactly optimized. When a woman...
No, they don't min-max it at all. Like, they have like a picture of like, it's like them with like a Pops collar and a Bud Light or something like that. And it's like the thing is like, yeah, I love bitches. You know, I like fucking bitches. I got a fucking problem. And it's like this guy, and he's like 110 pounds, and he's 5'9", and he's wearing a 3XL t-shirt. Guess what? You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody. But if you go down to some of these like fucking these ratchet ass clubs downtown, I'm sure that guy could find a girlfriend. He's just looking in the wrong place.
And can only judge you based on your appearance and some lines in your bio, then the main determiner as to whether she's gonna swipe or not is your looks. And the same is for us guys. So if you add most...
Well, it's not the same for us guys. Any guy, so
It's
like
not.
this is my assumption that if you are looking at dating profiles, obviously first thing you look at, is she hot? If you've established that, you look at, does she have any kids? And if the answer to those questions both is like, yes, she's hot, no, she doesn't have any kids, that's a yes. It's that simple.
It is true. I mean,
men being bad at taking photos of themselves onto the fact that women can get the cream of the crop guys, even if they're just average looking, then you can convince an average looking or above average looking guy that they're way uglier than they are because they aren't getting any matches. These apps completely distort who and what you actually are like in reality. When this happens, and since this is happening more often...
Oh, that's so fucking true, man. I'm gonna fucking hit you guys with a red pill. Man, there's some people that I meet them in real life, they don't look the same way they did on the internet. I'll tell you, that's a fact. Some of them, I didn't even recognize them. I didn't even know who they were.
We see more and more men running to online communities to confirm their biases. The human brain naturally will look for things to confirm how
their
it feels about
biases.
reality in that present moment. And so you'll get a guy who, in real life, is actually not too bad looking, reading all these black pill and incel Reddit posts about how it's over for even average looking guys, and a bunch of stories similar to what he just went through on a dating app. And he will.
I've been on these subreddits before. I've readed them. Multiple times, and it sucks. I mean, the thing is, like, it's always funny to meme on it, but there are a lot of guys that are in like a bad position. You know, it just sucks. I mean, they feel like they have low self-esteem. I think like the worst one for guys, I would say, is probably being short, because if you're short, there's nothing you can do about that, right? Like for me, I'm a skinny fucking guy. I'm a very skinny guy. And I'm gonna be honest, whenever I was growing up, I felt really self-conscious about this. If you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, you'll see that I never even show my arms in my videos because I was self-conscious about it back then. I didn't like being very, very skinny. It hurt me a lot. I even used to wear a shirt in the pool, right? And this would bother me quite a bit. But, you know, now that I'm older and all the people that, you know, I felt were at a healthy weight then,
Humanity
well, now all of them are fat.
I
And I'm
will
not.
find the key.
So look who's winning
Push
now.
your limits. Nothing breaks
Yeah,
that I
they've got,
cannot
yeah, so
mend.
I've got no problems with it now. I'm not complaining anymore. But the fact is that even back then, I could have just gone to the gym. I could have done something about that. If you're really skinny or you're really fat, Jeff was really fat, Cody was skinny, so they both went to the gym, and they both worked out a lot, and then they have much better physique. Both of them, right? Like, that's something that you can do. You can do that if you want to do that. You know, if you don't have a lot of money, you can fix that. But being short, bro, like, that's, you're fucked. Like, straight up fucked. It's crazy to me how somehow it's less so I can't believe that. The objective is now. You know, maybe that's an insult take for me.
A taste
I always thought that was a little bit of bullshit.
Repairing your cellular network.
This is our objective now.
I offer something more.
God damn it!
We need to stop basing and correlating online dating statistics. It's been shown that the majority of people are only on dating apps as a confidence booster anyway.
Evolution is a painful path to
not
walk.
for true intimacy and connection. Okay,
That's
so we have
crazy. I feel like a guy is not a girl thing. I've never even heard of that before. Like, it's actually
We gotta kill the healers so that Diva can't.
like, yeah, it evolved? Damn, that's nuts. Guys do that? Yeah, they think like, oh yeah, I could. Maybe, yeah. I never heard that before. Oh yeah.
Lending a hand. Cure for all the needs.
It's time.
Let's break it. Damn!
Well, it's also the opposite. Because, like, have you ever been working at an office and there's only one girl there that's around your age, and every other person there is like 47 with 3 kids.
Nourished.
And so this girl is proportionally way fucking hotter than she would naturally be in like an average environment. Yes, at the IRS, exactly. Yeah, there was definitely one of those there for the IRS.
Let's fall back.
100%.
I cannot hear you yet.
And so it works the opposite way too. It's like if there's only one girl there, well, I mean, shit. You know, I just gonna have
Focus
to
the healers.
Surrender to my will.
What was that? You guys all died. Why? Why did you all die? Oh, damn it. Why did everybody die? Nobody got a kill?
I'm an ugly
Jesus.
Dude, okay, like, I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm a fucking ugly dude.
Yeah, me
and
too.
if you just send a girl a message, like,
Bothersome.
you will automatically be above the bottom 20% of guys if you don't send your dick. Just don't send a picture of your dick. And you're automatically over like 20 or 30%. If you don't ask for nudes, then like the first probably 2 minutes of talking, that's another 20%. So
Taking hold of the objective.
that helps a lot. Yeah, confidence is big.
Let go.
Once you get on the phone.
Let us take it.
That is a phrase you'll be hearing me say throughout the entire video. The online world is that is why I want to talk about something that I think benefit from.
Tactical visor activated.
Is this a sponsor?
And you try to pursue something meaningful, which is therapy.
Kill the healers.
Specifically, online therapy with these sponsored
I fucking knew it.
better. If
See,
you
like,
don't-
I can tell
Evolution
now
is a
because
painful
the way that I
path
can
to
tell
walk.
with YouTube videos is you look at the time. It's like at about the
On
first
point.
third into the video, so like you've already got them on the hook. Like, people are interested in the video
Receive
because
my
you played the
aid.
video this early. And this early. Shit. You know, people like to talk to you because you're not invested. But like, if you're going to right here, that's whenever things are gonna get serious. Yeah, and it's like whenever they say, and you know what else is gonna help you with X, Y, or Z thing, you fucking know it's about to be in
Your strength becomes mine.
For a while, you've probably heard of BetterHelp before.
Yeah,
They
something
will
costs.
assess your needs for licensed professional therapy.
Back in, G.
BetterHelp helps over 2 million people with
Got Anna.
Going somewhere?
much of what drives this incel mindset and culture.
Receive my aid.
Traumatized men projecting their traumas and trying to cope with the fact that they have these problems, these mindset problems, and all these mental health problems that are.
They're gonna come in for one final fight. We're gonna pop our ults once they get into the show.
I think that if you are shorter than average,
Alright, let's go.
because average is not just
Surrender to my will.
if you don't have a great job,
Got D.Va.
if you're not a really good looking guy,
Nice.
I think you're gonna have a really hard time. Yeah, you're gonna have a fucking hard time. You're gonna have to work harder. That's it. Yeah, there's some reality. Now, obviously, a lot of people. It's the same.
Dude,
thing
no
as in
way we
video
just
games,
won
right?
that. That was
It's
crazy.
like, well, like we have a, let's say a Fury Warrior who's doing a lot of damage in our match. So like Fury Warriors are actually really good. But like if you actually go and you look at the
He just
statistics,
does not die.
Fury Warriors
Ever.
are really at the bottom of the meter.
Oh,
So,
I
like,
was
just
saying
'cause
I
you
was
have,
going
like,
Roadhog
one
because
Fury
he's a
Warrior
hard
that does
counter
really
to
well,
D.Va.
doesn't necessarily mean that it disproves the rule.
I don't think they're gonna have a very fun time on this map.
And so if you can really open up to someone like a therapist, someone who can
Capture
help
the
you
objective.
overcome
This one's definitely better for us.
all your bad mental
Yeah,
health
Roadhog is
issues
broken on this
and
map.
low self-esteem, then you can start getting towards the path of being someone
Misery made
confident
manifest.
and attractive. On BetterHelp, you can
Right on the money. Enhancing your vitals. Your fate is in my
Have any of you guys
grasp.
ever tried this?
Reaper.
The objective
Okay.
is now
waiting
active.
room as with traditional therapy. And if you find you're not vibing with the therapist that you get matched with,
I know someone who has.
How are all you dying?
Painful path to walk.
traditional offline therapy and financial is available.
Repairing your cellular matrix.
That
feels much better.
Not so fast.
You're broken. May I? A sip for the parched. Give yourself to me.
I think it's also because you can't
You will be renewed. Claiming the objective. Assist me.
So it's like obviously marriage rates are going to go down because it's hard
So we're getting to the point quick. We're wasting time.
Reaper's on the point.
and just, people like my parents just got married and they were like 27
Receive my
or 28
aid.
or something like that. I feel like, yeah, a lot of people's parents probably got married younger than maybe you did. And I think there's a lot of reasons, economic and also social.
Be nourished.
I feel like
You only asked
kids
for
on
my
marriage
help.
decrees. I feel like kids and marriage are kind of hand in hand with a lot of people.
Reaper pushing behind.
Tyrones as attractive men are commonly referred to as incels.
It's surrender. Torchaging. A cure for all the days.
That's definitely true, right? It's like if you had a kid with a guy because it's hard to get contraception back in the
only
day,
ask for
you're
my
gonna have
help.
like a much bigger reason to stay with the guy. Whereas like now, whenever you can get birth control a lot easier, it's like you're not gonna have to worry about it, right? You want to break up with them, it's not a big deal. It's not like you have any. There's no strings attached.
It's been 100 years
Give yourself to me.
Yo, Moira is
A cure for all the tales.
Two Junkrats.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Is it really a bad thing that
What the fuck,
Progress
dude?
is seldom one with ease.
That's so weird. Oh my god, shit was crazy? Yeah. What the fuck?
You're broken. May I? A cure for all the tales.
a lot of men like
How you feeling?
Your end is within my reach.
Throw it to me!
Preparing your cellular makeup. Vitamins to recharge.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a, fucking like, oh, it has to be carried.
Pow! Right up the end!
You only asked for my help.
I'm on the agenda.
Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. Because, like, if it's back in the fucking 1800s, or the 1900s, it's a lot harder to go and, you know, like, go on your own as a woman.
Surrender
like, I'm not
to
talking
my
about,
will.
like, nowadays, right? Nowadays, women have a lot of options. Obviously, like, there's always going to be problems. But, you know, in general, women have gotten a lot better than they did back then. And, holy shit. It's a much different thing. Now, to me, I've always
I think
said
I got that
think
play
marriage
game.
is best for the kids, and you know, I'm
No.
an advocate
Oh, I know when you
for
got
one
it.
day
Yeah, like a
have
triple or quad or that.
a
You
girlfriend
could
or something
leave.
like that, and I want
Fuck
to
this
take it
guy.
more seriously. I would absolutely get married. It's not
Look
even
at
a
that.
question to me. Now, I know that there are some people and some guys that are like, oh, well, this is, you know, like you're gonna get taken advantage of, etc. Now, I feel like there's a lot of girls. Like, here's the thing: is that like if you're a girl and you have a kid with a guy and then the guy leaves you, it is way fucking harder to get another boyfriend. It's way fucking harder, and you have like all of these fucking problems, right, with like you know, your boyfriend getting along with your kid and all of this shit. Like, a lot of guys, I mean, let's be honest, boys, how many of you guys, if you see a girl that has a kid, she's automatically off the menu? How many of you guys feel that way? Call them projects? Yeah, you're not going to play somebody else's saved
Now
game.
arriving at
Yeah,
Yeet.
it's very, very common. Me,
Sexist.
Right, okay. So that's one of the reasons why they have marriage. Yep, that's one of the reasons. So I don't think it's as cut and dried as it's more advantageous for women than men. I do, however, think that probably in terms of child custody, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, yeah, is it the same for single dads? I think it is much less the case for single dads.
Humanity is
because
shackled.
in a way,
I
like,
will find the
most
key.
moms
Another
are more
day,
involved
another
with
mission.
their kids' lives,
Man,
like single
I'm
parents.
so
like, you look at
excited.
most average, there are way more single moms with a kid than single dads with a kid.
Push your limits.
But I do think
Nothing
that, yes,
breaks that I cannot mend.
Of course, it would probably be the issue with anybody. Yeah, for sure. Not true. There are a lot hunting single. There are a lot of hurting single dads. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. It's not. There's never going to be. This isn't a 100% situation. I just think
If
it's
it must be
it's a trend.
done,
That's
let it
all.
be done quickly.
that regard. They can
So
now
that's
A taste
yeah,
of
yo, real
poison.
quick, it's totally fucking fine. You don't want to date a girl that has a kid? That's fine.
You need only ask
That's
for
totally
my help.
fine. Then don't do it. Yeah, then don't do it. Like, that's it. Yeah, I just a preference. Yeah, you do date.
The objective. Assist me. Be nourished, enhancing your vitals.
I think that's probably a good thing because it's agency. I think everybody should have agency over their own.
are being exposed because they can't just force
Now,
women to marry.
to start
Yeah,
It's at all
yeah.
taken
I
to
was
be-
thinking
I
about this the
offer
other day.
something
You know,
more.
Because, like, back in the day, people used to have, like, 6 wives. What moron 3,000 years ago got rid of that? How did this happen? Like, what fucking idiot got rid of this? How did this go away? Like, I mean, you think about this. Yes, it's like we used to have that, and now it's gone. How the fuck did this happen? Christianity? Shit!
I offer something more.
For example, a common argument is that most women
You will be renewed.
6 feet or over. If you're a guy below 6 feet, then don't even try. That's a common saying among communities like incels. But if you really go past all the traumatized guys,
I should watch this. 100 black pill beliefs in one video. Oh, that's a good one. I should definitely watch that. That's a great idea.
Armageddon. Surrender to my will.
I love how guys act like this is women being fucking, yeah, this is not fair. But meanwhile, they're like, yeah, I want to grow with really big boobs. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, we've got to have that. Absolutely. Yeah, and they're like, yeah, but these fucking superficial hoes only want tall guys. Yeah, there it is.
Be nourished.
I power.
You will be renewed.
You absolutely
receive my aid.
I think that whenever he does that, it's going to be like the things that I do. You know, like it's going to be, yeah. Basically, I've crafted my own Infinity Gauntlet and used it myself. Right? Never shower, play video games all day, live at mom's house. Let's see, what are the other ones? Balding. And let's see, is there another one?
Did you?
Done wash hands? Yeah, bad teeth? It's just a minor thing. Yeah, I'll have to think of one more. Yeah, I'm sure I can think of one. Yeah, I'm not social. Completely.
What are they?
Yes, I have the Infinity Gauntlet.
Your end is within my reach. Mind your surroundings. The sick for the parched. Surrender. Persistence is always rewarded. I offer something more.
At all, like, I was fine.
You need only ask for my help.
Gotcha.
Get ready for a shot. Let go. The cure for all the tales. My power emanates.
My generation is probably the last one where the
I offer something more.
I think there's also like the reality where, have you ever talked to a girl online and been together in real life? And she was like
for the
really fucking annoying, and you realize like it's not working. Yeah, it's like this is like I thought this was gonna be a great idea. Like this is really fucking. This is really fucking annoying. Like I don't want to deal with it. And I think like if you have
Making yourself an easy target.
I think it'll cause guys to lower their standards a bit because maybe the standards are holding them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife.
1-0.
That's great, man. I'm happy for you.
Without a smartphone. But now the virtual world makes the real world go round. So what happens when you take the majority of kids growing up and give them unlimited access to a device where every app is designed to keep them on it for as long as possible, that highlight drama,
This foolish mission is taking time away from my experiments, Akande.
Think of it as
both men and women completely unrealistic expectations. You get a whole generation of people spending half of their waking hours in a reality that does not at all reflect how things actually are. Not only that, but it's so easy to
Pain is inevitable.
By interacting with people online or watching videos of others, or to use it as a distraction from working on a version of you that is unmotivated,
I offer something more.
Such moons. For men, there's a couple of key problems. First,
need a moment to recharge.
Having access to this kind of content
the objective is
Well, that's definitely true, right? I mean, I'm gonna.
Fancy getting hammered on the job.
Don't fancy getting hammered on the job. Don't fancy getting hammered on the job.
Need a moment to recharge.
Bad guys.
That's absolutely
Not too good. Nope.
Your brain is going to be focused on all the wrong things, and you'll never be able to go You're just keeping on the creepy ways that you get her to do stuff with you. But the even bigger problem
Progress is seldom won with ease.
if they haven't been taught at a young age,
I offer something more.
And handle rejection, that most men find themselves.
Get into this.
Then they will hate themselves and others. And then this means they will start
A cure for all the tales.
all of us guys will be complete destruction.
I'm under attack.
Oh,
Eyes open now.
Oh my god.
Completely traumatized if they're
You can't kill that Ryan.
And the thing is, if you go to the internet, like that, yes, that happened to me. I was very upset about it, and it's denied 115 times. Well, it was a long time. It's a number thing. Yeah, it was awful, man. Simply stop caring. Well, the way that I kind of got over
Surrender to my will.
Like that's what again, I get Cody to come back and Cody to come over at some time and we'll talk about what it used to be, because that's what it was. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not saying I do that shit now or anything, but I'm saying like when I was like 20 or 21.
Your end is within my reach.
Absolutely. Fucking absolutely, without a question.
Step right.
Receive my aid.
Bro, like, you think I could fucking go and like DM like 20 girls and go, hey, you're really hot? No, they're gonna post that shit on Twitter. I'm gonna look like an asshole. I can't do it. Remember, who was that guy that always fucked that body of yours insane? I don't want to have that happen to me. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. No way.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa!
I was like a fucking fool, man. No shot. I'm gonna put myself in that position.
Progress is seldom
Seizing the
won
objective. Rally here.
Which is a trait that
Over here.
involves a lot of women anyways. They eventually find themselves on these
Wow. Okay.
men are screwed if they
Nice.
have a ton of money, six-pack abs,
Good job.
I offer something more.
Yeah, I don't really want to.
and on all of these videos, the majority of the people in the comments completely agree with what
Nice, nice.
Cannot hear you yet.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh!
Because it's like
Let's break it.
it's like you had to do. It's like 20 extra daily quests every single day. Right? It's like we had to go out and we had to. Oh, it's Sunday. We have to go out and buy candles. All right, and so then after you buy the candles, it's like, well, there's this nice restaurant full of a bunch of food you don't want. Well, we're going there. And
Hey there, Moira.
Friends. Oh, great. And
How
you're
have you
paying for-
been?
Oh, great. That's
Busier
this
than
is
you,
what
I'd
a
assume.
wonderful time. And then get home.
I
Oh,
missed
well, you
you
never
too.
watched anything with me.
You look
All
great,
right,
by
well,
the
now
way.
we've got to watch a show
Same
together.
saccharine
And before you
tone.
know it,
Same
and then I want to
empty
get on the game.
head.
She's like, well, I'm going to go to bed, so you've got to come to bed. Okay, all right. So I never would have had any time to comment and complain. I wouldn't have any time. Like, what? Yeah, there's nothing. When would I ever get onto the internet to watch one of these
for the
videos?
decisive battle.
Yeah, it's
Pain
so
is inevitable.
many days.
You need only ask for my help.
It's out there. They don't take care of themselves.
A cure for all the days. I must recharge. Hold on.
Well, I think that the problem with the black pill and the red pill stuff is
Because you can't kill shit.
right? It is fucking if you're ugly and you're short, you're gonna have a harder time.
I've dealt with
Fat.
cynics before.
Like that's it. And I think it's not contextual. Sometimes it's not contextualized around the fact that like special pills come in these things
A
too.
sip for the parched.
Whatever pill content they're taking, whether that's black or red, it's a bunch of guys put together, all projecting.
Wow.
And their women cheat on them. And, so with that being said, I know that
Great minds are always persecuted.
It's what I said.
Subscribe to that ideal and you think this is the only way that reality is. then
Receive my aid.
Yeah.
A cure for all the days. I require assistance. Careful, we're
There are
outnumbered.
a lot of statistics
I don't think so.
that you, by the nature of the fact that you exist, you have already
A
overcome.
sip for the parched.
He's right, and that's what I'm saying. He is true.
Preparing yourself. Surrender to my will. A sip for the parched.
the mindset of what's the point of even doing this?
By the way, I think that acceleration is
I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
becoming more like real life. And more superficial ideals and things that are artificial will become more valuable. And these extremes and
Receive
these types
my aid.
of, if you don't have X, Y,
What was that? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Come on, you fucking dick. You fucking. Oh, not too good. Not too good. Nope. Not too good. Not too good.
is a much more
God
gray
damn it.
statement than it was 10 years ago. And 10 years before that, it was a much less
Oh. God damn it. So funny. I don't know what's going on, man, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, get out. Get him alive. You fucking dick, kill him.
You cannot escape me.
Oh, thank God. They're coming. They're like here. Oh God. How have we like somehow managed to do this over and over and over again? I don't know. It's scary. They're going to hit me. I need to get out of it. Yeah. Okay.
I offer something more.
Yeah. He's like trying to guess where I'm at. It's so stupid. Oh, that's bad. That's not too good. Gotta kill myself. Gotta kill myself. Oh! Yeah! I killed your Junkrat! I killed Serious Junkrat! I killed Serious Junkrat! I killed Harry Potter, bitch! Oh. Oh. God damn it. Man, when I killed the Junkrat, I was like, wow, we have a chance? Oh. No, we don't. At least I killed the Junkrat. It means more than the win. You know, when you kill a Junkrat, it's like killing 12 people.
He moved up, and I thought he put a chain on in between the different cuts. Freaked me out.
Look at him just face tank while he kills the entire team. Yeah, wow.
Which is most likely
Damn
a
it.
very small subset of women.
Oh,
But this
yeah.
is what I was talking about.
Are we
All the
still
data,
on
the
this?
stories on modern
I
dating.
don't think I want to be on this anymore. I'm terribly sorry, but I don't. I don't know.
What is an MMORPG? A question asked by scholars and philosophers alike. How do we define this genre? This question is actually so volatile and divisive in the MMO community, it really needs its own series of videos split over several specific topics. So let's do that. Let's dive into this fascinating genre and really ask, what is it? From the acronym MMORPG itself to the games we know as MMORPGs to the games we describe as MMOs which aren't quite. What are we actually talking about? Quick note, this video is kindly sponsored by Guild Wars 2, which is definitely an MMORPG, unlike Guild Wars 1, which is an online RPG. What's the difference? Let's find out. As always, thank you to the supporters on Patreon who allow me to keep making these videos. Several YouTubers far smarter than me have already made excellent videos examining what an MMORPG even is.
I don't know, Josh. I'd say you're
If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
MMORPGs.
My hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
Agree on.
For the party.
Doesn't know what an MMO is because MMO tag games are always quite strange. And two, an MMO is a game in which there is a fishing minigame. That's about as far as we've gone. As for why fishing specifically, Adam Millard has a brilliant video on why so many games turn to that exact thing. If you're interested in game design, go and give it a watch. I'll link it in the description. But beyond fishing, what is an MMORPG? Well, the acronym stands for Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. So I wanted to break this down and examine each bit individually. How massive multiplayer is, what content is it always online, and what level of freedom is given within an RPG. Some games we would know that aren't necessarily basic. Some of them don't even require multiplayer. Some of them aren't even always online. But while I was writing a brief outline of all the important points, the long topic, I saw such a retweeted by MMO Bots. The original tweet reads, why do we like MMOs so much if we keep playing it like a
I can hide in its crotch hole. It's like, yeah, nice. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh.
We need to attack!
Yeah.
Pick up your feet, you drongos!
You drongos.
Solo play.
Time again to try again.
Is enough to justify changing the acronym, then the multiplayer element must be a core design pillar of this genre. This seemed like a good place to start exploring. I'm not saying
Eyes open now.
wrong in his reply, it's just a solid starting point. Because
You cannot escape. They have surpassed us.
That's not too good.
We have to ask a simple question of why would
receive my aid?
Rocket barrage incoming!
Nice. Oh.
And giving you the ability to play with millions of other people players from all around the world. Why would anyone choose to take on a multiplayer adventure?
Your strength becomes mine.
Pretty simple.
You're back in control.
The gameplay of an MMO is usually broken down by slow and
Oh no, no.
And while it can be nice to have company during these long stretches of repetition,
what?
It's not always wanting. People enjoy doing lots of things by themselves. I like strategy games. I also like nourished. Unreal Tournament. I like painting
Warhammer.
Surrender.
Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. I want to fry your mercy. I want to fry your mercy. Hey, you better fucking hide from me, you bitch. What was this? Ah! Oh, shit. What was that? Oh. Man, if any of you guys could get a kill, like if anybody could get a kill, like, oh my god, like, the shit just goes by. Time goes by and nothing happens.
All human contact at all costs. It usually means they
that guy's getting kills.
Either alone or with a closer
oh my god.
group of friends, because those friends enjoy the game in the same way
about
they do,
this.
either focusing on the lore, the mechanics, or the min-max.
Reforming
it's important to not simply have a large player base for the sake of having a large player base if you don't actually interact with them. Playing an MMO is not a relaxing topic, while constant interaction with people can be a both the real world and the virtual. Sometimes you just want to come home from a day.
I'll get on it, yeah.
Yes, there are other people. I offer something more. Actually, a calming element of it.
Fuck. Oh no. Get that tank up. Get that tank up. Get that tank up. Oh. Oh. You fucking dicks. Oh, you fucking dick. Kill him.
Repairing your cellular makeup.
Oh. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it. Fix the problem. Make it bigger. Make it ours. Make it ours.
The world, the music, the characters, the lore, the story, all the mechanics, without that pressure.
Yeah, here we go. We got it back a little bit. Oh. You fucking dick, you die! Ah! Yeah. Oh, that's not too good. Oh. Yep.
We will take the lead. Jumping puzzles all day and demanding they actually start doing their job and sponsoring some YouTubers or something. I've played Guild Wars 2 since it launched all the way back in 2012, and it's been one of the few MMOs I've installed on every PC I've had since then. And finally, after like 5 years of coming soon, it's actually
Receive my aid.
Steam. They've even released 2 very positive reviews. Dragons brings a ton of new content without
eyes open now.
That's not too good.
Try the game. There is out of this game, Guild Wars 2 is probably the best value money I've ever spent on a video game. To celebrate the Steam launch, there's a link in the description. You can sign up, get
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
Yes, fucking
experience boost packs, some karma boosting.
You shill for fucking Guild Wars 2 all the time, but I never see you playing it.
Surrender to my will.
Yeah, power shit, get the fuck off of it.
Misery made manifest.
I don't accept sponsorship unless I can personally vouch for the product, and honestly,
I'm just gonna run this all the way the fuck back and just keep on pushing it.
We must take the lead.
Try. Right, back to talking about solo MMO games. When I play MMOs on stream, I often have people following me around, but I would still consider myself a mostly solo player, despite the fact I enjoy dungeons and team-based events.
Be
so
nourished.
how does that work? Well, the simple fact that I'm playing with people doesn't mean that I'm interacting with them or connecting to them in any meaningful way.
Dicks!
There is a long-held belief that newer MMORPGs are pushing people more towards solo-focused play. You exist in a world with other people.
Evolution is a painful path to
I've even made a video called Social to Solo, where I look at how the design philosophy has changed over the years,
for the
allowing people to experience the game solo. But were older games actually more cooperative? Did they demand more teamwork, or did people simply remember the past, or hanging out with people online was novel
What is it now? Did that aspect more. The massively multiplayer part is a major point of contention within the MMORPG community. What is renourished? It's not quantified, it's far too vague. From game designers to players, we don't know.
Meet your fate.
People on my friends list.
Returning to
I have an example of a million players left. Will there ever be a zone where you really have a million players all at one time? Could you even interact with a million people if you wanted to?
I cannot heal you yet. A cure for all the tales.
The amount of players a single player could realistically be expected to engage with at any one time, is that enhancing your player base, or is that simply padding it out? How big is massive, and how big does massive mean for the players to actually...
TS1, move this barricade.
Old school RuneScape has hundreds of thousands of players.
What?
Successful game, and it's definitely
okay.
Each individual world holds up to 2,000 people, meaning even if you have every single player on a given world in the same space, you can only be interacting with a tiny fraction of the total player base at any one time. And you wouldn't likely be able to form any meaningful connection with any one of them in the massive players. The Elder Scrolls Online has its mega servers, shards, all existing.
Receive, surrender to my will.
60 seconds. Where you always see enough players to the world
Repositioning.
but never so many.
Girl, the Mahal, you cannot escape me.
Is this massive if you're experiencing a curated
I offer something more.
community around the game. The majority of your games, dungeons and raids would say 5, 10,
Our push is under recharge.
interacting with 25 people, or are you interacting with thousands of people? Or are you interacting such
Oh.
2 seats behind you on a roller coaster. Just because you're going on the same journey doesn't mean you're taking the journey together. MMOs are often broken down into styles of theme park versus sandbox. Would going to a theme park alone count as interacting with everyone at the park?
I
Could you
offer
say you
something
had a multiplayer experience? And should anyone be stopped having that experience?
Preparing your cellular
Most often it's less about the potential.
Meet your fate.
Your strength becomes mine.
A small group of 5 to 10 friends together
Just in case.
feel a lot more social and connected than running the same dungeon.
What is it now?
Quality really does beat quantity when it comes to meaningful interaction. Actually feel connected to. It's known as Dunbar's number, and it's around 150 people. Any more, and you simply cannot connect to them
GG,
on an
guys.
individual personal level. Meaning, even if your game does have 1 billion players, only 150 of them may be close enough to you to be meaningful to play with. The massively part of the acronym can sometimes be a bit of a false selling point. Having 1 million players means nothing unless you're required to interact with all 1 million, and if you are, that's overwhelming. Having enough players
Meet your fate.
full, but not too many to overwhelm, while still maintaining those personal relationships, is a good amount to aim for. The potential for connections is massive, but until the player chooses to realize those potentials and actually interact with and connect to people, it remains potential, not realized. Many modern MMO games are designed so you don't need to interact with people, but you can if you choose to. The potential is there, but it's not required. It's this change in design, this facilitation of solo play in a genre which prides itself on multiplayer aspects that many people point to as the downfall of the genre. They say MMORPGs used to be games which needed player interaction and so forced those connections between players, resulting in long-term friendships, guilds or clans. And now taking that away, the genre is weaker for it. And this is of course subjective, but I decided maybe I should go back and play an older MMORPG and see how that handles the facilitation of solo play to gather some information on this strange phenomenon.
Now, I've played a lot of MMORPGs, some for thousands of hours, some for only a few, but most of them have allowed me to have a pretty decent solo experience, teaming up with people when I wanted to, playing alone when I wanted to, and I value this. MMORPGs often advertise themselves by saying you can have your own adventure, especially the sandbox games. Live your own way, forge your own path, and if I want that path to be alone, who occasionally teams up, that should be something I can choose to do. If you look at many of the modern MMO offerings, you'll see solo play is not only viable, but often encouraged. Old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 both have their Iron Man mode, literally cutting off a layer of interaction with other players by removing trading, forcing you to survive this harsh world on your own. And most of the endgame bosses can be soloed. Indeed, when I spoke to
Humanity
and
is
Elena about the
shackled.
latest raid coming out,
I
I
will
asked
find the
specifically
key.
if they
Whatever
designed it
awaits
to be
us,
solo
I am
possible,
prepared.
and they had. The Elder Scrolls Online has a solo-focused story with fully voice-acted cutscenes and lots of solo instances as you travel to save
We will be the
world
lightning
bosses
that
are
rise
possible
the
solo,
storm.
but incredibly tough. Guild Wars 2 is the same, a deep involving story with a vast majority of the game being solo-friendly. And when the grouping does happen, if it happens impromptu, it gets organised behind the scenes. So just by being near someone, you're automatically working toward the same goal as them, meaning you can now work together alone. Star Wars The Old Republic is one of the better single-player Star Wars games and Star Wars stories, which just happens to be online. It takes place in an online world with other players. Even the flashbacks and dungeons will supply you with AI-controlled NPCs to complete them if you don't have a team. Now, I'm not saying these games don't have multiplayer content. Old School RuneScape has Barbarian Assault, you don't need a team. The Elder Scrolls Online has these dungeons, Guild Wars 2 has the PvP battleground and the practice. These games all have content which cannot be completed solo, but this isn't usually early game or story focused. These multiplayer experiences are usually extra in addition to the main game. Indeed, Star Wars supplying AI NPCs to accompany solo players through dungeons by starting out the team is a mechanic that cannot go on time, allowing solo players to experience what your game has poured endless hours of design into is a good idea. It's the same reason I really like the
Finishing them off.
system in Guild Wars 1 a lot, but we'll get onto this later. So we can see that modern MMOs are mostly accessible to solo players, with the choice to connect with others if you want to. But let's go back and see how older MMOs handle. I decided to go back and try and play EverQuest 1 on the live version, not the Project 99 original. I even streamed the whole thing on YouTube in the if you want to. And I'll likely stream more because I really enjoy janking places and it's hard to be convoluted with others. I offer something more. Hyping your interactions, through things. It's me a little, but all in all, it's a very well-made game. Now, EverQuest released back in 1999. Not only still going, but it's still being actively updated. It's had 28
I can taste
with a 29th planned for release in 2023. That is an insanely successful lifetime MMORPG. It is due to the quality of the game that it still has an active player base. Now,
Surrender to my will. Meet your fate.
You need to rely on your team to survive.
That taste of poison. The point is vulnerable. Let's take this. Lending a hand.
Will take you some time to learn.
Unassailable prowess.
There's a lot of downtime between the gameplay modes. As a mage, you need to sit down to recover your mana, and this means as a fighter you'll be waiting
for the
mage.
parched.
There's a lot of moments where nothing is happening, and so you will talk to the players in your group. When EverQuest was big in
You need only
1999
ask for
and
my help.
2000, you didn't have that. You didn't have a second monitor to watch YouTube on. You would focus entirely on the game and therefore...
A cure for all the pain.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Genji.
So when I played EverQuest,
Personality duplication.
Necromancer. In character creation, the class is described as
Personality
choose to adventure alone. Though
Time
they can
again to
provide
try
benefit to a
again.
group as well. The Necromancer is an excellent
Taking to the
choice for
air.
the independent player who enjoys a wide variety of abilities. On the EverQuest wiki, the class is described as
Be
one of
nourished.
the best soloing classes.
Dusting
Now,
require assistance.
EverQuest has seen many changes throughout the years.
Airspace is
Maybe this was a modern update.
Not so fast.
Project 99 emulates the original experience without any of the quality of life upgrades. And the Project 99
Not so
entity
fast.
the Necromancer describes it as such, the Necromancer is very independent.
No
Few support
opposition
classes
is
are able to offer
insurmountable.
anything that the Necromancer
Careful,
does not
we're
already
outnumbered.
have, and items and gear
This
are
ends
something
now.
more important than they do for other classes. The wiki class highlights one of the most
As
independent
round
classes,
with
being
it.
designed with a number of self-only spells that certain
Just
other
try to
casters can
stop
cast
me.
on others. Example, self-only invisibility
Score.
and self-only evacuation,
0
making it a prime
to
choice for those that plan to solo the majority of their careers. However, because of the wide variety of abilities, many not gained until higher levels, a Necromancer must constantly learn new ways
Much
to
lies
play
in
their
store.
class. So
Let
even
us
back
see
in
to it.
1999, before the popular argument that MMORPGs were becoming too solo-friendly, in the game that many consider one
Plan
of the
to win.
grandfathers of the
Or
genre,
expect to
there
lose.
was a class specifically designed to allow people to adventure alone. When I played Meridian 59, considered the first 3D MMORPG, the opening crypt tutorial section has a door which requires two people to open. You must pull two levers at the same time.
Keep it
And while it
together.
is
We can
technically
turn this
possible
around.
to do solo with almost frame-perfect inputs, it's not a required rule. It simply leads to an optional boss to low-level Nothing about Meridian 59 demands you team up to play. How about Guild Wars 1, considered by most to not be an MMORPG, but instead, including by themselves, an online role-playing game? How does this differ? Well, in Guild Wars 1, the world is broken down into maps, both safe and dangerous, and the only times you will see other players in Guild Wars 1 is when you're all in
Big Steiner.
when you travel outside of the city, you'll only ever see yourself or any of the players you specifically teamed up with
A
while
cure
you
for
are
all
in the
tales.
safe area. So if you leave town without talking to another player, is the game going to force you to adventure solo? Well, no. There's an NPC henchman system by the exits of any
Need a
safe
moment
map.
to
You'll find a row of
recharge.
henchmen you can invite to your team. By yourself, direct the map. In fact, once you're a higher level, you can actually find your own characters into mercenaries, meaning they will now be available as NPC supports when you play on other characters. So you're supported by your own old characters. And it's this lack of open
Time
world
again to
player
try
interaction
again.
which leads people to describe Guild Wars 1 as an online RPG, not necessarily
Enhancing your
player
vitals.
online RPG. Even Final Fantasy XIV has
I offer something more.
with an MMO setting, meaning it's focused more on the personal journey of the player through its story with multiplayer elements added on, such as the dungeons and the raids, and then the daily roulette allowing you to play the team.
You cannot escape me.
You can save any game of almost any MMO, including Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2.
Surrender to my will.
Elements of it, trying to turn yourself into a lifeboat. Extremely social things to do.
What was that?
Power grows. Your end is within my reach.
There is pride before the fall.
This means the end is
Oh, you.
with them in the game world at random. Not social need or demand RTR to experience the majority of the game. Yes, you can form connections with people.
Great
in
minds
games.
are
You've
always
been able to.
persecuted.
That aspect hasn't gone anywhere. You can still do that. You just don't
What
need
is
to
it
do
now?
as frequent. People often say to me, yes, I know you
Thanks
can
for
still
the
do
help.
that, but older games encourage it, so people did it more. And that might be true, but if people are doing something because they're pushed to do it without a choice, that doesn't necessarily mean they would do it if given the choice. In modern day MMOs, we see that choice exist more, and more players are choosing to play with smaller, closer-knit groups of friends, or refer to themselves as solo players. A playstyle which has always been on some level supported, but is now much, much more popular. So have MMORPGs become less social? Not really. All of the elements to be social are still there, there's just other stuff to do as well. Unlike the downtime in EverQuest when you would sit down to restore your mana and therefore you had nothing else to do but talk to someone, you now have hundreds of other things to do, both in and out of the game. Why play an MMORPG solo? Because you want to. At that exact moment, you maybe don't want to interact with people. You maybe don't want to be relied upon to play your role within a team. It doesn't mean that you won't interact with people in the future, or wait till your mates log on and join up with them. It doesn't mean that you won't talk to someone as they cut a tree down or mine a rock next to you. It just means that you have lots of other choices other than being social to distract you. It just means you want to exist within this multiplayer world as a single player for a short time. And there's nothing to stop you from doing that. And if you play an MMO solo, you're not playing it wrong. You're just enjoying your adventure your way. As for that tweet, I think MMORPGs have always, to some...
Hey folks, this is Kalani. The new Dragonflight expansion will be introducing some huge, sweeping changes to the entire game. We have a brand new talent system, classes are changing the most they arguably ever have, professions will see a massive overhaul, and there's brand new tech being implemented to fuel things like dragon riding. But everyone knows about those changes, that's the big stuff, the key expansion's selling points. But there are some very interesting and quite important smaller changes that might have slipped through the cracks. So in this video, we're going to go over 20 lesser known Dragonflight changes you absolutely need to know about. Before we jump in, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. To kick things off, one of the most impactful smaller features being added in Dragonflight that you might not know about is that mob tagging is no longer faction specific. Mob tagging itself has evolved quite a few times over the years, and if you played Classic Wrath recently, it might have been a bit of a rude awakening, but back in the day you could not get credit for a kill in terms of experience and loot if someone who was not in your group hit that mob first. Eventually we got to the point where anyone could get credit even if you weren't in a group up to a cap, but there was still one main restriction in place. If someone from the opposite faction hit a monster first, they would tag it and you couldn't get credit. That seems to have changed in Dragonflight. You can share credit with members of the opposite faction. There's almost zero tagging in the open world to worry about now, unless there are a bunch of folks in the exact same spot. It was super weird to see this for the first time and kind of confusing, but with the faction lines being blurred bit by bit and with cross-faction grouping now in the game, I think it makes sense. This also means you can pseudo quest with players of the opposite faction. You won't necessarily share progress, but you won't hinder each other quite as much as you normally would. All in all, it's great for outdoor content and it's a nice quality of life change. Another pretty huge change is to something that I don't think has ever been changed in game, or at least I can't remember it ever changing before. Resurrection sickness is no longer going to last for 10 minutes, it's only going to be for 1, so you won't have to sit around for 10 minutes with a massive stat debuff not being able to kill anything until it has run its course. It's only going to be 1 minute, which is basically just a flight path at this point, so you can get back into the action almost right away. There is a downside to this change though.
I have every achieve for Wrath. I don't need it.
Durability loss in
I am not a Classic Andy. I believe in retail. I don't like Classic.
When you were above level 10.
I put a lot of time into it too.
Has been increased up to 50% of your total durability. So if you ever find yourself in a pickle and you need to res your spirit healer, you won't have 10 minutes of being worthless, but you will absolutely tank your gear's durability. Thankfully, most of us probably have a vendor mount by now, but this slides quite nicely into our next feature. Now before we continue, today's video is sponsored by NordVPN.
I knew he was
Using
going to do
public
this.
Wi-Fi networks exposes you to the dangers of data breaches and malware infections, and your personal data in the wrong hands can leave long-term consequences. NordVPN and its latest feature
I did. Yeah, I mean, I did 20 years of WoW. Yeah, and I'm gonna keep doing it. You know. Yeah, I don't know if they would call that Classic Andy is just somebody who made the differentiation between the two, you know, being retail and classic, right? I just stopped playing WoW. Period. Either one. I played some classic. I definitely played about 3 months of Shadowlands. You know, 3 months solid of like Shadowlands, and that's about what I expect to play of Dragonflight, unless they significantly changed it to the better, right? Yeah. See, I like retail. I have all my transmog, all my money, and all my stuff. You know. Yeah, Legion was good. I just I don't think WoW got good until MoP. Which is, I mean, it got closer. But I do not believe WoW got good until MoP. Specifically because WoW did not have goblin gliders into what, like Kata, and I believe in Mop they made the game, as I recall, you could fly all over the place. And like, I don't know, it's debatable. Wrath is the best expansion, but I mean, I played the hell out of Wrath. I don't need to play Wrath again. I don't know. It's like I'm a bit torn. I don't know. I liked Shadowlands. I didn't like BFA, but I liked Shadowlands. I thought it was okay. I almost got Lore Master. I mean, I don't know. I almost got all of everything except the raid achieves in Shadowlands, but and even that I went up to like 2/3 of the way through Natria or something like that in reg raids when I first played Shadowlands. But I just, I don't think I'm gonna spend a whole lot of time on WoW. My thing about WoW, it's been boiling in the back of my head here, is WoW is coming to the console, and and so Force Gaming did a thing about this.
Well, after years,
and I actually did my only Demon Knight to cap on the end of BFA. I did the island grind to open up the Valpyra Fox race. I had to do this horrible rep grind, get exalted rep grind with the Fox people, which sucks because you have to do like the Lore Master for the whole zone. You have to do all the quests in the zone, in the Desert Sands zone, and then you have to do like weeks of islands or daily stuff to get the rep. And then finally I got that rep thing done, but I did that entire thing on a controller. I played Demon Hunter on a controller for like, I don't know, 2 months or something like that. And I believe I'm going to go back and do that again. Console WoW looking like this.
entire UI overhaul, making it way easier to navigate with a joystick and D-pad. I've played around with the add-on on and off over the years and have been mostly impressed with how functional and playable it actually is. And now, between the action cam, the native gamepad support, and the upcoming action combat and near object interact functions in Dragonflight, the game will literally be playable either as it currently is, a tab target MMO, or as an action combat MMO. Like, short of doing the UI overhauls themselves, Blizzard has basically everything they need to officially port WoW to console right now. And I feel
so it's making a change now where like targeting is going to happen. Like, where you're looking at is where you're going to target in WoW. Instead of tab target, you can tab target if you want, which doesn't change anything. You know, whatever your tab target is what you're hitting. But if you want, if you're like a Cleavy class that has like AoEs, coney stuff, conal stuff, you could just swing into the mobs now with the ability. You don't have to target. You know, I mean, they're making a massive change to WoW, and I'm kind of looking forward to this. I'm excited to see if. I think there's a new class coming, and I'm excited to see if it'll be viable on a controller, because my suspicion is it probably has a very set rotation, which actually does work for my purposes, because I needed like a DPS class, or I was thinking about running the new race and then in the new class Evoker. But I don't think I wish to do that. I think I'm actually going to run a Mistweaver, because they say that they're changing all the classes, but I don't think Mistweaver is that different. I mean, yeah, like I don't think.
Shadowlands, the ancient teachings of the monastery, legendary, allows you to fist weave, so to speak, for 250% of the damage done by Rising Sun Kit, Tiger's Farm, and Blackout Kit. Now, in Dragonflight, the weighting, I guess, of how fist weaving, specifically ancient teachings with heals, is changing. So the base coefficient is going from 250% to 125%, so half. Which means if you're trying to fist weave people with ancient teachings of the monastery in beta or dragonflight, and you're hitting a single target, you're not healing much at all. It's almost always better, if you really need to heal someone, it's always better to press something else.
Why are they putting Feline Stomp on Mistweaver Basic? It sucked in the first place.
Now that isn't the case in Shadowlands, but in Dragonflight it will be. However, if you're cleaving multiple targets, and you've spec the Feline Stomp segment of the tree, and you've got Concordance and Awakened Feline, then every time you press Tiger's Palm, if you're on your Feline Stomp, you hit 2 targets.
Ooh.
And it gives you 2 stacks of teachings. And then when you blackout kick, you hit 9 times.
Wow.
Now, what this means is that if you're fist weaving, so to speak, if you're trying to heal through ancient teachings of the monastery in Shadowlands, and you try and do the same thing in Dragonflight, and you're only hitting a single target like a boss fight or something, you're going to do significantly less healing than you were before. But if you're in a Mythic Plus dungeon, and you can cleave 3 targets, you're going to heal significantly more than you did before. The next question is this a good change? I would say for most people, yes. There really aren't that many downsides to this. And that's for a couple of reasons. If you're cleaving a trash pack in a dungeon or Mythic Plus or something, and you're relying on fist weaving to heal people up, then the new Feline Stomp kind of fist weaving style is very powerful. You can top a whole group of people. Let's say your party just ate some big AoE, everyone's on half health. You can pretty reliably top them up to full in, I don't know, a couple of globals. It's not very long. Your throughput is quite high with this, but if you go to a boss and you try and do the same thing, you're going to be in for a bad time and people are probably going to die. The offset to this is that the change, or the added talent to Shiji to make it a 1-minute cooldown if you want to, is really strong for this reason. If you get to a boss and you want to fist weave and you need to move health bars, if you need to heal people up quickly, Shiji becomes a very powerful and usually available cooldown for this. You might be thinking that Feline Stomp won't be up enough to make this good. Now, the cool thing about Feline is it will be up pretty much all the time. If you really want to, especially with decent amount of haste. In beta at the moment, the template gear only has about 9%. And even with that, you can still quite easily keep up Feline Stomp 100% on every single pack. And that's because it has a 6% chance whenever you use any ability when standing in Feline Stomp.
Wow.
You get this buff after you press it. And for 30 seconds, whenever you're on your Feline Stomp, any ability has a 6% chance to reset the cooldown. Doesn't seem like much, but it gets buffed to 12 by one of these talents here, I think. This one. Awaken Feline 100% more often. And then if you really need to, like, there have been some times where I'll hit Feline Stomp and then the pack's going to be dead in like 5 seconds. If you really need to, if you have stuff to hit allies, enemies, if you Feline Stomp and then Chi Burst, you'll more often than not reset Feline Stomp, because every hit of Chi Burst counts as a separate instance to proc, well, a lot of things in the game, but to proc Feline Stomp reset. So every ally you heal, every enemy you damage. The problem is here I only hit myself and the training dummy, but in a party you'll get like, 10, 20 hits or something.
And that's it. He doesn't even say goodbye. And how many hits did he get? 1,700. Jesus Christ. Like, anyways. Yeah, I liked it, though. Sub and channel. I liked what he had to say. I liked what he's saying. I think it's good. The Mistweaver is not looking so good to me, but I do see an endless rotation in there, which is good. The Feline Stomp into the Shiji and all of the other stuff in that rotation might make for a pretty fun little Fistweaver spec, and I think I kind of want to try Fistweaver. Yeah. Biggest worries of Dragonflight. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I should have closed beta Dragonflight. I should have opened beta Dragonflight. I don't know. I don't know. I want to see what he has to say.
Hey, it's Sol, and this is Warcraft Weekly, the shilliest show of them all. Help support our copium-filled antics by liking this video and subscribing for more.
Jesus Christ, did they they wanna self-promote by using their bad slanguage in a way that they think differentiates them, but all it looks like to me is some kind of grown man trying to speak like a 13-year-old.
More content. So we begin the show with Wrath of the Lich King Classic, which is suffering from its own early successes. I wasn't interested in playing Wrath. I was like, nah, I've been there, done that.
Been there, done that. I'm like, oh, that's how I feel too.
I don't
I'm like,
keep my memories in the past.
Yeah, I'm okay with feeling like, hey, I tore that expansion in half. I did everything. I tore its butthole. I did all of everything there was to do. There was even things in there that some of the other people didn't get to do, such as insanity and all that.
But then, there's a pretty radical Proto-Drake mount that you can unlock, and all you have to do is complete the Death Knight starting experience in Wrath Classic right now. If you've already done so, great, but if you haven't, you can create a Death Knight on one of the regular realms, not the fresh start servers, but the regular realms, and then just get to work. Just make sure to choose a realm that doesn't have a multi-hour queue, which has been a bit of a problem. At first glance, it's history repeating itself, just like the launch of WoW Classic, where you had tons of players trying to get in, not enough realms to support them. However, that's not exactly true in this case. It's actually a few select realms or mega realms that are heavily impacted.
I don't like his style. I don't think I like the video, and I don't think I wish to sit around. Sorry, man. I'm a little bit particular sometimes. Seen a lot of these. It's weird. I've watched through a lot of these. It's so odd that that game would pop right there. It's... Gonna do some more work in... I'm done dual boxing for the night, I think. It's weird that I just haven't logged in New World. It's weird. It's like I just hit the end of my... hit the end of my fascination with that for now until the expansion hits, which is supposed to be like any day now. When does Brimstone Sands go live? You know, when is that? I don't know. I don't believe I need to like get off this account. I'm just going to start Skyrim and play pretty concerted on that. I've been distracted all day, and I don't think I'm going to distract my evening performance any further with dual boxing. I think I'm going to play Skyrim very, very concerted now. Try to get further, you know. Cool. I don't know where I'm at. I need to sleep. Okay, I wake up in a strange town. Nothing looks familiar. Riften, I guess. Okay. Oh, and I have to do this stuff with this run speed.
Quite expensive, but also quite elegant.
Oh, the run speed stuff is such a pain in the fucking ass. Such a pain in the ass. I wish you would keep it saved. Well, let's do it. I don't know. Why won't you save these commands? Oh, so stupid. Yeah, it's possible. Just give me the fucking number. Okay, so we have... And then the jump, right? Yep. And then... Okay, good. So, you want me to do this thief guild quest, but I'm not really too interested in that. Okay, so... Actually, I don't know. Let's follow it through for a little bit. I don't mind.
If you're looking for a room, try the Bee and Barb. This place is for the working man. What did you want? What does he want now? I already explained to him that you can't get blood from a stone. Look, I can't make the coin appear out of thin air. And so have I. What's the point of paying? You can't scare me with your tough talk. I'm not paying you people a single coin. Ask all you want. You can't squeeze blood from a stone. Not in this part of the world, anyway. Svanna, has that
She said she'll have it soon. She still has her job at the meadery for now, so she'll be able to
Please,
pay us.
don't take the statue. It's the only thing of value I have left. Not Lady DeBella. No, please, I can't lose her. I get the message. Here, take your gold. I hope you choke on it. Why do you insist on defending that woman? All she does with her money is spend it on that dark elf garbage.
Just be patient, Aunt. She'll have it, I promise.
They're actually
Look, I
fairly
got the
cute.
message. What else did you want?
Sorry about the mess. Keeping this place clean is quite a chore. The bunkhouse isn't an inn. I'd recommend the Bee and Barb. Work? I suppose you can call it that. I call it slavery. I work my fingers to the bone keeping this disgusting place clean. Ever since my parents died and Helga took me in, it's been a nightmare. How was I to know she was such a wretched woman? So now I'm stuck living here, while those pigs she calls customers grope me and say the most awful things. It's not just the work, it's everything about her. She's disgusting. I think she takes her worship of Dibella a bit too seriously. Do you know she slept with 3 different men in the last month alone? What kind of woman would do such a thing? Just for once, I'd like to see her squirm, to rub her nose in it. Actually, there is, but I don't... You see, I happen to know, after she makes love, she gives her partner a token of her affection, called a Mark of Dibella. If you confront her with 3 of the marks, she'd be so embarrassed. Well, I don't know what she'd do. Oh, this is going to be great! You need to get the marks of Dibella from Boli, Hofgrir, and Indaren. Not sure how you're going to do that, but try your best. Then just confront Helga with them, and the rest works itself out. Work? I suppose you can call it that. I call it slavery. I work my fingers to the bone keeping this disgusting
Look, I got
place
the
clean.
message. What else did you
Try
want?
and get those marks without violence, please.
This heap of matchsticks is what everyone calls Helga's bunkhouse. Can you stay here? No. The bunkhouse is for the working man, not some sort of luxury inn for tourists. Of course not. You expect me to take care of it by myself? My niece Svana helps me with the chores. She'd be more help if she kept her head out of the clouds. She's been with me ever since her parents were killed by bandits and she was dropped in my lap. Just leave me in peace.
Peace.
Any luck getting the
I got peace for you.
Someone do something! No more! I yield!
Tempting.
Any luck getting the marks from those men?
Yeah, man,
Aunt
you gotta
Helga,
like.
Why demean yourself with these people you barely know? They show no real love for you.
It's only a bit of fun. You're a lovely young thing. You should try it sometime.
No, I'm saving myself for someone special. Someone who loves me dearly.
You mean Sibby? You must be joking. All he wants to do is bed you and be done with it. You may as well get it over with and let him.
Good to see you. Right behind you.
Love. You're just jealous.
Oh my god. No, no, what? Oh. It's weird now. They patched this game so that like the NPCs can see through the floor and shit like that now. If you aren't hidden.
Hey, that isn't yours.
See? The fuck you talking about? Like what? See?
My husband Bercy will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself.
So, can I interest you in anything today? Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
That was 2,000 gold. I don't know about that. I think I fucked up there. I don't think I want to do that. No. Yeah, like, man, that was kind of sneaky. One of those things was 1,000 gold. Fucking stupid. Like, some of the pricing's all fucked up and stupid. I don't know.
So, can I interest you in anything today?
Yeah.
Some may call this junk. Me?
Yeah, I'm looking for...
I call them treasures. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Potions, right, yeah. Those are expensive. God damn, man. See, that's 632, that potent magic. I put that yeah, never mind. This, yeah, all of that crap, yeah. There's nothing here that's good.
Take a look.
So now, I want to sell to you pretty much all of my... That thing's fucking cool looking. What the hell is it? Spigot.
Drifa? I was looking through our books, and there's an entry for spices. Says we spent 300 septims. What is that?
Spices? I'm certain I have no idea what you're talking about.
You sure? It was in your handwriting. If you can't keep the books straight, then let me do them.
Ah, yes. Spices. That was a special order for someone in
Some may call this junk. Me? I call them treasures. Some may call this junk. Me? I call them treasures.
All the crime and corruption in Riften is really getting to him. And now that we hear rumors about the dragons, he's been very depressed.
So, can I interest you in anything? Oh, well, so Brynjolf doesn't even bother to show up himself anymore, eh? You're gouging me for what little coin I make. Don't fool yourself. It's only a matter of time before you people are run out. Likewise. Now I have a lot to do, so I'm afraid you'll just have to leave. Stop! That's priceless!
This isn't happening.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin. If I had it, I'd pay. There's no need to do that.
This isn't happening.
Please, I don't have anything to pay you with. Don't destroy my urn.
This isn't happening.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just... If I had it, I'd pay. There's no need to do that.
This isn't happening.
That urn was priceless. All right, I get it. I'll pay on time from now on. Just don't smash anything else. Here, take your gold, and leave me in peace. I hope you're here for friendlier reasons now. After all, I'm all paid up. I hope you're here for friendlier reasons now. After all, catchy, isn't it? In my youth, I was a fisherman. I had a beautiful ship named the Brawny Prawn. But the years have a way of creeping up on you. I ended up selling that ship to open this place. Seemed only fitting to name it after her. Well, changed it a bit, I suppose. If I had been smarter, I would have kept my boat. Coming to this city was a big mistake. The question is, what isn't wrong with Riften? This city's corrupt, rotten to the core. No one cares about anything except themselves, and how much coin they can make off the misery of others. Catchy, isn't it? I ended up selling that ship to open this place. Seemed only fitting to name it after her. Well, changed it a bit, I suppose. Take a look. Some may call this junk. Me? I call them treasures. This city's corrupt. Authorities. The only way to get things done in this city is to keep your head down and pay off the right people. I hope you're here for friendlier reasons now. After all, I'm all paid up. I hope Brynjolf chokes on his gold.
My husband Bercy will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself. All the crime and corruption in Riften is really getting to him. And now that we hear rumors about the dragons, he's been very depressed.
The irony is not lost on me that I just robbed this guy and hustled him and, you know, took protection money from him and then burgled him.
What do you want? With the rumors going around about how poorly your guild's been doing, she's become much too bold. I'm not that foolish. The last thing I want is a war with your people. Look, I'm only telling you this because I care for her. Don't mistake this as acceptance for what you do. Kirava has some family at a farm just inside of Morrowind. If you mention you know about it, she might just listen to you. Just please don't harm anyone. I couldn't bear the thought. Every Argonian wedding proposal band, 2 of the gems, the ones on the outside, the amethyst in the center represents the Hist, the entity that all Argonians consider a sacred part of our lives. If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
Divine smile on you, friend.
Here for a room or something to drink? Show me some coin first. Look, everything was all just a misunderstanding. I take this. Every single coin I owe is there. I swear it. Now, what did you want? I already paid you.
What do you need?
I can't stand this city. It's impossible to make a decent living here. Talon, do you believe what they're saying? Do you really think the dragons have returned?
I don't know what to believe. If it's true, then dark times may be upon us.
What should we do?
We hold each other close and hope that all of this ends well.
I like the improved faces. They definitely make this a much better experience.
Yeah? What's your problem? Yeah? What's your problem?
passage.
You think you're
Just
so
take your
big.
business elsewhere.
Yeah.
Your stats make
What's your
that much
problem?
noise.
Think about it.
I would rob you if this fucking tool wasn't standing here. Congrats on other people's protection. OPP, you down with other people's fucking interference, you know? You got lucky that guy was watching you. Or I would have taken everything you have. Man, you are souped up. Both you guys are kind of souped up. You have some kind of crazy ass
Get away from me.
fucking greatsword and shit, you know? Damn.
Hello, Lady Mjolnir. I've never seen Mjolnir this upset
How
about
have
anything.
things been since
The
that
city
police
really
incident?
gets to her.
Ever since you scared off that thug from the Thieves Guild, not one of them's bothered me. We're lucky to have you here.
It's my pleasure. If you see the Thieves Guild harassing anyone else, you be sure and let me know.
And live to tell about it.
I like her. I think she's cute.
Greetings, honored friend.
You're a stranger here too, huh? I've been adventuring across Tamriel since I was a fresh-faced young woman, barely able to swing a blade.
She's cute.
My travels have taken me from High Rock to Valenwood, Elsewhere to Morrowind, and all points in between.
Looking to stay alive?
Many years ago, I lost my blade, Grimsever, within a Dwemer ruin. I took it as a sign that I was wasting my days in search of wealth. You and I are alike. We seek challenge and great fortune. But for me, that's where the similarities end. You see, Riften is my great beast to be slain, and my fortune comes from gratitude and trust.
Well written.
It was lost years ago in a Dwemer ruin. Without it, I feel almost as defenseless as a newborn. I don't think I'll ever be able to find a replacement.
Looking to stay alive?
I couldn't ask you to undertake such a treacherous journey. It would be a fool's errand. But I see that spark in your eye, and I know better than to warn you away. Grimsever rests within the Dwemer ruin of Mesinchaleft. Tread carefully, friend. Those same ruins almost took my life. Maven Blackbriar, the matriarch of the family, represents everything that's wrong with this city. She's bribed countless officials, has friends back in the Imperial City, and freely associates with the Thieves Guild. I've tried everything I can to protect Riften's citizens from her family, but to no avail. Well, there is Ingun Blackbriar, Maven's daughter. Strange girl. She likes to spend time down in Elgrim's elixirs working on her alchemy. Then you have Hemming, Maven's son. Spoiled brat and heir to her empire. He follows her word like a loyal dog follows its master. And finally, Sibi, the worst of all of them. He's in Riften jail for murder. I was adventuring in the depths of the ruins when I was attacked by a massive construct, like nothing I had ever seen. When the Colossus struck, Grimsever was knocked from my grasp, and I was wounded badly. It was only through blind luck that I was able to crawl away from the Dwemer abomination and make my way to the surface. I must have collapsed, because the next thing I remember is Erin standing over me, tending to my wounds. Safe travels.
The Greybeards have summoned the dragon from the High Road. Such a thing has not happened for hundreds of years.
How may I help you?
What could it mean?
Is it true that you refused to sell one of your...
By the gods, it's true, isn't it? A dragon has attacked Whiterun. How could mere men
Your
live around
allegiance
such
lies with the Empire. We haven't much to discuss.
Now, what did you want? I already paid you.
So, Helen,
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
what's the matter?
Be
I thought you people were used to indentured servitude.
Youth, Blackbriar or
What's
not.
your problem?
Say that again, and And so help me, you're gonna need more than your mother to protect you from me.
Yeah? What's your problem?
I'm telling
Fancy yourself the
The
adventuring
investment
type, eh? It's just as well. I doubt your
I
combat
pay for the
prowess
weapon
would prove
shipments.
valuable in a real
Be
battle.
careful.
See their distribution to the Stormcloaks?
Exactly. What better way to help the cause than to put weapons into the hands of young Nord warriors dying for their
Let me know if there's anything else
Shore's
you need.
beard. You're right. I'll do it. Provided you supervise the shipments personally.
Don't worry. I'll treat those shipments as if I owned them myself.
Bercy still refuses to cooperate. What did you want to do?
I've known Bercy a long time. Even before he opened that rubbish heap he calls a shop. Give him one more week to think about it.
And if he still refused?
Then put the thumb screws on him and hit him. Hard.
Why don't they listen to me, Kira? Why won't they do as I say?
Maybe they're afraid of you. Maybe it's your breath. How should I know?
They
I
always
presume you're bothering me.
give them an inch and they'll take a mile.
I'll tell you one thing. If you don't make peace...
terribly sorry.
I do like that.
That's close enough. I'm warning you. Back off. By Ismir, you won't leave here alive. Damn you! God, no! You'll make a fine rug, cat.
Don't you think? You never know what you'll find.
Is there a cave here? Is there a cave? I don't see a cave. There must be, because I don't know, but I don't see it though. Haven't been to an alchemy bench in a while. Love the blood on my sword. There's like cool stuff here. Oh, assassin. Oh shit. The fuck was that? Out of nowhere, dude. Fuck are my homies at?
Just a scratch. Best. Get him up.
This sword looks fucking sweet. I had no idea it looked this cool. Looks so fucking cool. It's a shame it has no charge. I wonder if I can fix that. I think I'm probably... I don't know, sure, lesser. That's fine, yeah. Oh god, but I mean, at least like yeah, give it some charge. Yeah, I'm okay with that. The blood on the sword looks so fucking cool. You don't have to get those kind of cool blood effects. Oh, it's just...
Hail, friend. It's good to see another merry soul enjoying this fine day. Ah, but you look tired. Come, share a bottle of honey brew mead with me.
I'd rather have 2 bottles of mead than 2 wenches, friend. Why's that? The meads won't argue your ear off about which one should...
Ah, nothing like fine spirits to help raise your... well, your spirits. Cheers, my friend. May your adventures find you fame and fortune. Need something? Hmm?
These guys are just drunk on the side of the road. It's kind of funny.
What's inside?
What now? We should tread carefully.
What's with this huge mountain? It's just so weird. It's... And then there's like this random mob out here for no reason. Fuck's sake, man. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's him. He warped me. Fucking walking sim.
Stay focused. Stay alive.
Oh shit, did we kill it? Is there a giant? There's a giant. Oh shit, oh my god. Where are you here? Oh god damn it. Oh god, I can't get fucked by him, I can't. I can't run very fast. Oh. What was that? Dremora. You summoned the Dremora? Alright, so that's good. So we got him. That was cool. Bounty from that or Scald or I don't know, something. Wayne and Crags, Wayne and Stones, something clear, whatever, I don't know. No, I'm trying to move it, leave it. So we're trying to get all the way up there, or it's still like north, right? So we save. But now the issue that I'm freezing to death becomes a higher mess, where I must do some geographical consideration based off the closest campfire. I can make one for myself, but I would have to harvest wood, and that is the whole thing. I think it's easier for me to get to a town. I just don't know which one yet. Excuse me. Okay, so is my door open? It appears that it is. That's not too good. So, okay, there we go. Snowpoint Beacon, Nightgate Inn. No, I can't, so I'm trying to... Yeah, there we go.
On in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over. Something I can... For you? Anything you need, just holler. Need a room? Or maybe just some mead? Take a look. This old place? Huh. Been here. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Anything you need, just holler. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Don't even think about it.
Ooh. You didn't, like, kill my friend, did you? Oh.
You a priest?
Where's the other guy? I rezzed him a bunch of times. I don't know. Hey, you guys good? That was kind of a scrap, wasn't it? Now to see what they had. What did they have? Actually, these fires.
And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
What's up, dude? That's a chest. Oh yeah, Elven Warhammer of Indictities. Temporarily changes the target's name. What the fuck is that? I don't know. So... what else you got here in this here thing? Seems good. I think that appears to be all of it. So this is a fun little thing. Now on to where we were going, you know? Oh. Oh, wait. What is that? Strawberry? Yeah, I'll take some, yeah.
What's new? Right behind you.
God damn it, you motherfucker, dude. Try again. It's kind of like being Batman or something. It's kind of fun. It's definitely got that vibe to it. So I'll take it all, Mr. Vigilant of Stendar. Oh, I don't have a pickaxe anymore. I don't know what happened to that. What is that thing? Oh. Where was that from?
No one bests an orc.
Oh! Oh. Fun as hell. Nope. Oh. Oh.
someone there?
Damn you!
Damn, that is very violent.
You won't get the best of me!
No more! I yield! I yield!
Yeah, she's pretty cute, actually. They did a good job on the faces.
What was that? Did you hear something? Found you!
Damn, I one-shot that guy.
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend. Take this!
Damn, man. You stuck him through. Nice. Any one of those that I don't have to fight is good. So it tells me I'm gonna have to fight, though. I don't know. Oh god. Yeah. So... Wait. No, I want to come to, like, what, magic destruction, right? It will do some sparks for this, yeah.
Are you prepared to...
Wait, no, radical suggestion here, but I was just wondering, have you considered not trying to murder me?
You have a Dremora now? Okay. Just made me nervous there for a second, you know? What was that? That was a bowman at me? What? Oh, you're way back there? Okay, what's up, bitch?
I'll have your head!
Oh! Oh! Damn! That's old school. Woo! Flames and sparks. We'll put you on 6. Yeah, put you on 6, right? Yeah, and then we'll go blah blah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
That was exhilarating.
Nice, you killed him, huh? Yeah, that's nice, yeah. Fry these fucking things with lightning. I should have bought a whole bunch of more of their spells. Now that I have like 10,000 gold, I'm just gonna go buy all their fucking spells and fuck with all of them. I wish I had more. Oh. What? Why can't I move? Oh no. Oh no, am I stuck here? Oh no! Oh, there we go, there we go. Ugh.
Fascinatingly deadly.
It'd be nice to jump that gate, but I don't think you're supposed to. It's just, I don't know where that fucker. Oh, that's how that works? Wait, no, that's not how that works. I don't know where this base ass puzzle wants me to fucking do that. I don't know. That's not it. Son of a bitch, that's not it. I don't know. I don't know. Where? Oh. What's that for? Oh, that's it? Okay. Oop. Fuck did he go? What? Damn! I pulled the doom spell on him. Haha. Oh shit!
Now.
Damn! Tremora just fucked him up, dude.
Touch insensitive, isn't it? Whoops.
Are you prepared for your death?
What is that? Good, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. Ooh, look at all that. So what's down there? Oh, I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, I thought that was an enemy. So, oh, what's this?
This is rather exciting.
Oh, shit.
This is the end for you, I'm afraid.
Up in there. What's in here? Weird. So it's like that, huh?
Watch it.
Oh.
This is the end for you, I'm afraid.
Elven bow of enduring fire. Target person. Ooh, until combat ends. Ooh, that's a huge one. That's a spicy meatball. That's going on. Oh yeah, let's get that one going. Weapons. What was this now? It was like ooh, yeah, the Dwarven sword, but Elven bow of enduring fire. We're gonna favorite you. We're gonna come down here to Jeff, we're going to take a look at this Elven Bow of Fire. We're going to push it on 4, right? Yep. And then, oh, nice. Yeah, and the bow looks really cool, too. Ooh, bow looks better. Bow looks way better for some reason, like the model and stuff. Wow. Well, cool. So, I don't know. Get out of my way. Go. Come on, man.
Do you mind?
No, you're in my way. What are you talking about? Yep. I don't know what his deal is, but he's down. He's dead. So, yeah. And, good alchemy stuff. I don't know where this fucking is. Seems to be on the right track, though. It seemed to be on the right track. Ooh. This is so fun. Yeah. Threshold death, bitch. Alright, well, don't walk in front of me then. So this is where we go, huh? You guys seem to know the way. You seem to be like leading me up here, yeah. I don't know what I missed, but oh, that's right. You hunker. Oh no, you're an archer, huh? Oh. Come on, man. Heal. Oh, you fucking bastard. Yeah, it feels nice I'm not alone. I don't care about getting help, you know. What is that, though? And comfortable, huh? Ooh, lots of alchemy stuff, yeah. In a while. Ooh, Falmer bow. Ooh, yeah, Falmer arrows. Cool. So what do we do, though? This isn't it, is it? I don't think it is. It's further down that way, but I don't think I jumped, though. Oh, I have to pick lock in here? Oh, wow, okay. Interesting. I have no idea where this is. Is it? Oh. Dumb. So that's not it, huh? Locate Grim Sever. So this wasn't it. We looked at this whole... Ooh. We looked at this whole... daily. And this doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't go anywhere. These aren't options. Oh, no, I don't think they go anywhere. So we're just making sure that I didn't miss something here, because it feels like I did, but it's just a secret compartment, I think. So now, we got up here this way, and there was nothing here. We hit a button, nothing seems to happen. So I don't know, maybe now there's some kind of satisfaction met or something. Oh, yeah. Alright, we're gonna cook beef. And I don't know what this thing. So we come over to like where this is. Here it is. Cool. Oh shit! What? Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
What are you doing?
Lydia straight fucking died. Lydia fucking died. But I haven't saved in so long. I don't know. If she can die, do I want her? Is my thing. Oh no, look at all that crap. No, we can't have this. I didn't know you could fucking die. I don't know. It seems like I better do it though. Oh, fucking so stupid. Okay, so it seems to me I better get some healing hands on these guys. Oh, and then I don't know what. Yeah, it's easier to heal than it is to. Yep. There we go. But is she dead though? No, she's not dead, but she will be. So.
Wasn't sure which way that was going to go.
Actually, don't mind if I could see their health bars better. Stupid thing. Yeah. Well, at least we lived and we got through that and Lydia didn't die. And
a healing spell? Are you a priest?
you have one too. You're stupid.
What in the world is that smell? Ah, of course. Your cheese wheels.
Acquired item. Hey, it's the Grim Sever. Cool. This sword is fucking sweet. It's the... I knew it. It's like the coolest sword we've come across so far. It has a cool enchant on it. It's all glowy and sweet. It's all green and everything. So... there's other elements of this room that I don't really understand yet. There's like this thing going on here. There's something up there that I should investigate, I think, and just make sure that I didn't miss something. I mean, that's cool, but it's not... No, I don't want to sit on the bench. God damn it, no. Get up.
Dwemer architecture is really quite admirable. Such logic, such...
Dwarven boots, oil, you know. Dwarven shield looks really cool, actually. I don't know. Wait, get up. Why did that shield look so cool? I don't know. It did look pretty cool. That shield looks fucking dope. It's got 33 on it compared to the... What do I have? I got the Falmer shield, which is 37. Yeah, it is superior, though. Alright, so... Got that problem. Got this side of it done. Oh, wait, that thing... Oh, wait, what? Oh, no. Lever pot. So somehow, somewhere, there is... I mean, I don't think I need that, but it is something. It probably comes up later. You lack the required discipline. I don't know what it is. Fine, we'll come back. Fuck, we're gonna go back out again? Oh my god. That thing looks so cool. Yeah, I want the Grim Sever for now. I want it like on my favorites. So Grim Sever, right? Yeah. And so wait, well, wait, what? Oh, wait. Cool, we're done here, are we, though? Like, are we done here? It doesn't seem to... Wait, do you say clear? Did we clear? Yeah, we cleared this. Okay, we cleared this, yeah? Alright, so cool. So then we got credit for that, right? Return to mall with the Grim Sever, yep. So we do have credit, yes. So we can go... Now it's nighttime and freezing, so I should consider a inn of some sort. Stonehills is a mine. There's Morthal. And where do I have to go for the turn-in for this? It's probably fuck far. I don't really know. Where is the turn-in for this? Oh, God, it's all the way to fucking Riften. Oh, it is. It's all the way in Riften. So, in order to even get out of here, I don't know where I can get a... Well, Dawnstar is my deal, and I have a quest for Dawnstar, too. So we go east to Dawnstar. I would have to come in here, so we can kind of use these to skirt around. Ah! Or fall. Yeah, or fall. That works, too. Yep, just don't fall. There you go. Yeah, this sword looks fucking sweet. I want it. I hope she gives it to me. Oh. What's this? Oh. Ice Wolf. Did he die or are they fighting? Oh, okay.
No match at all.
I love how this turned into like 4 people. I mean, I can steer to Ripton, but what I'm really doing is going to Dawnstar, which is, like, north. Yeah, that's Dawnstar, probably. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. It looks cool with the Aurora Borealis and all that. Oh, what's up, fucking piece of shit wolf? I don't really want to deal with you. That looks dope. Look at that. So fucking cool. It all of a sudden changed all cool and rainbow-esque and stuff. It's so cool. Oh shit, damn. You some thirsty wolf. You is a thirsty wolf. You won't die. Yep. $245. Oop. Yep. That's Dawnstar, is it? Doesn't seem like it, but it must be. Oh. No, this is Nightcaller Temple. What the fuck? Dawnstar's over to the west. I have no interest in, like, these ice rays. I don't want them. Don't fight that. No, no. Go to Dawnstar. Okay, good. So there's my friend. Is this the end? Yeah, this is the end. Yeah. Cool, I'm freezing. It's good. And it's fucking dark and yeah. Like how my homie? Homie's good? Homie's good? Yeah, yeah. Everybody good? I can even come out and I can do this. It's kind of extreme, but I can do it. You know, it's not gonna bother anybody.
A healing spell? Are you a priest?
I am. What of it?
Guide.
My money's on the big one.
I'll see you burn.
Damn, that was kind of harsh of you. we have a combat here. Oh. Who's the innkeep? It's 3 in the fucking morning. Aww. Look at stupid combat music. Alright, who's the innkeep? Like, who's the innkeep of this whole endeavor? Is it, like, it's not you. Bed is owned. Have you watched the Cyberpunk anime? Not yet, no.
I envy you travelers. Dreams aren't affecting anyone not from here.
That's not her. But I'll check it out. It's hard for me to get around to all of it.
runs the inn. Speak to him.
Oh, Thoring? Okay. So, well, sorry, I didn't know. Like, why? Okay, so where's that dude? Allison. Oh, is that Thoring?
Need something?
Shady Sam. Is your name really Shady Sam? You look kind of shady. I'd actually like anime. It's super good, though. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'll check it out. I've been hearing, you know, in the scene, people have been talking about it. Yeah. So, like, where is this innkeeper? There you are.
Need a room? Don't worry. Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Yeah, that's good.
I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
No, should be good.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's slow.
Excuse me.
Think slow. Think movie. Slow detective movie. Slow detective movie. You know. Yeah. How long? I would like to sleep for 12 hours. No, we'll go for like 9. Yeah, probably 9 hours.
Do you need a room?
Oh,
I'm sorry. My mind was just somewhere else.
Oh,
do you need a room? Drink.
This thing? The volume got turned on or something? No.
My daughter Karita sings to the guests when she can. She has her mother's voice.
Okay. So,
I don't like taking orders from a...
Huh?
So now...
Yes?
If I'm at Dawnstar, can
I wonder why they call this place Dawnstar. The name is much prettier than the city.
work steel, weapons mostly.
Your ancestors wouldn't want this, Silas.
Looking to hire? I can take you to any port on the coast. Where you headed? Climb on in the boat and get comfortable.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. You'll want to watch yourself in Riften. A lot of ways to get yourself in trouble in that town. Get up there.
You have questions?
You're a stranger here too, huh? Astonishing. To think you actually were able to reach it, and yet return to tell the tale? Rarely in my travels have I encountered those who possess skills equal to your own. I see I still have much to learn. If you'd permit me, I'd be honored to accompany you in your travels for a time. You already appear to have someone with you.
I've never seen Mjol this upset about anything. The city really gets to her.
A fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands.
Mjol told me that it isn't this bad everywhere. Maybe one day I'll venture out and see if she's right.
Fuck, I want that badass sword.
Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Mjol's brought me nothing but safety and peace of mind. And some lessons with the blade. Trees. They're beautiful here. Reminds me of autumn.
Still here. How can I serve you, my Thane? I'll head back home if you need me.
I hope that someday the city will
Visitors
be
like
free
us are
from
rare
corruption.
in this part of... I'm right behind you. I'm itching for a fight. No problem. I can carry a good bit of gear.
I'm taking Grim Sever. I'm terribly sorry. But in the meantime, you take all fuck ton of shit. That's it, huh? Fuck, I didn't give you enough weapons.
No problem. I can carry a good bit of gear.
Why does she look all sweet? Wait.
All set. Let's go.
Why does she look all badass? How come she can look like that, but I can't? What is she wearing? I mean, I'm a cat. It will never look like that on me, but it looks great on her.
I'm itching for a fight.
Yeah, with that sword. That's my sword now. Sorry.
Go.
I know she gets pissed if I pull her sword, but I don't care. It is a badass sword, yeah. Damn, she looks awesome. She looks so much cooler, yeah.
I'm itching for a fight.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take
No problem. I can carry a good bit of gear.
I'm gonna take like quite a bit of stuff off you here, yeah, and just take like I don't know, a fuck ton of it, like a whole bunch of that, right? And just give her like quite a few. There, and she's reached her limit and all this. Yeah.
All set. Let's go.
Yeah, she looks good. It's my sword.
My father wanted me to
It's my sword. It has the my sort of glow on
but I
it.
set my aspirations a bit higher. He never complained. I miss him.
It's cool, new
You
follower.
have questions?
She looks sweet. Everybody looks sweet. The costumes look good in this. I wish New World's costumes looked as good as this.
You've had plenty, Volwolf.
Yeah.
Maybe
What
you
you
should
want?
head on home.
Now, what did you want? I already paid you. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. Riften's biggest exports used to be. I'll show you to your room. Right.
Be careful.
I can't stand this city. It's impossible to make a decent living here.
If your allegiance lies with the Empire, we haven't much to discuss.
Nope.
Percy still
Trust
refuses
me.
to cooperate.
Sorry,
what did you
I'm
want to do?
afraid I can't help you much right now.
Why does her cloak look so fucking cool?
You're not from around here. Imperial spy, perhaps?
You've caught me at
And
a
if he
bad
still
time.
refuses?
I've lost someone dear to me.
We got the message. Now just take
I'm
your
itching
business
for a fight.
elsewhere.
No problem.
Alan, my
I can
friend,
carry a good
out
bit
for
of
some
gear.
fishing this week.
Oh, that's the Dark Brotherhood cloak? Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't want to wear that, I don't think. She can have that. That's fine, yeah.
All set. Let's go.
I don't know, Bolly. It's getting dangerous outside the walls.
Oh, come
Yes?
now. What's a
What is it?
dragon or two compared to a day full of fishing?
That's not fair.
Yeah, what do you want?
People are
If
scared.
this is about the meadery, we can talk later.
What do you need?
Drink up, my boy. Drink to those who have fallen. May their souls find their way to Sovngarde.
Take it. easy, Father. You're making a scene.
I'll rest easy when we've driven every last Imperial pig back across the mountains.
When the weather permitted, Aaron and I would often walk the Rift's forests. The trees there are so beautiful.
Need something? Yes?
Sure. I'm a dirty beggar. Why would you want to even speak to me?
Jewelry, legendary.
This fucking place. Quick test cell. Oh, hey, it's a alchemy lab. That's cool. You know what I haven't done in a long time is fuck with some ingredients, gonna save here, and then fuck with some good ingredients. I don't believe I'm going to do this now, though.
Stay out of trouble, or there's gonna be trouble.
You'd better have coin to pay for your drinks.
So, job's done and you even brought the gold. Best of all, you did it clean. I like that. Dumping bodies and keeping the guards quiet can be expensive.
Look, I need
Well
to
done. And it
What's
would
going
seem
on
I owe
between you
you
and
something in
Brynjar?
return. Here you go. I think you'll find these quite useful.
Hey, sorry. I just get jealous when I hear rumors.
Judging
about
from how well you've handled those shopkeepers, I'd say you've done more than simply prove yourself. We need people like you in our outfit. That's the spirit. Larceny's in your blood. The telltale sign of a practiced thief. I think you'll do more than just fit in around here. What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Tell you what, you keep making us coin, and I'll worry about everything else. Fair enough? Now, if there are no more questions, how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about?
I need you to do me a favor, Dirge.
Sure, Ton. You know I'm
Never
good
been a
for it.
sellsword.
There's a
Never
new
traded my
guard
skills
nosing
for
around the metering.
I've always
Can you
adventured
do something
on my
about
own
it?
terms.
Gladly.
I think you better listen to Mercer and Brynjar first. We could talk later. Get around with yourself, friendly boys.
You can offer, but I may not buy.
Why don't you just follow me to the lab? Listen, maybe you could be out there
Mercer, this is the one I was talking about. Our new recruit.
This better not be another waste of the guild's resources, Brynjolf. Before we continue, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you play by the rules, you walk away rich. You break the rules and you lose your share. No debates, no discussions. You do what we say, when we say. Do I make myself clear? Good, then I think it's time we put your expertise to the test.
Wait a moment. You're not talking about Golden Glow, are you? Even our little Vex couldn't get in.
You claim this recruit possesses an aptitude for our line of work. If so, let her prove it. Golden Glow Estate is critically important to one of our largest clients. However, the owner has suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and shut us out. He needs to be taught a lesson. Brynjolf will provide you with the details.
Mercer, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yes. Since Brynjolf assures me you'll be nothing but a benefit to us, then you're in. Welcome to the Thieves Guild.
Welcome to the family, lass. I'm expecting you to make us a lot of coin, so don't disappoint me. Simple. Do as you're told and keep your blade clean. We can't turn a profit by killing. You should talk with Delvin Mallory and Vex. They know their way around this place, and they'll be able to kick some extra jobs your way. Oh, and talk to Tanelia in the Flagon. She'll set you up with your new armor. Golden Glow Estate is a bee farm. They raise the wretched little things for honey. It's owned by some smart-mouth wood elf named Arengoth. We need you to teach him a lesson by burning down 3 of the estate's hives and clearing out the safe in the main house. The catch is that you can't burn the whole place to the ground. That important client Mercer mentioned would be furious if you did. Aye. The last thing we want to be doing is crossing our clients. Maven prefers that Arengoth remains alive. But if he tries to stop you from getting the job done, kill him. The guild has a lot riding on this. Don't make me look foolish by mucking it up. They're built like small fortresses to resist the weather, but their one weakness is flame. Besides, nothing tells the people of Riften we mean business better than a huge column of smoke. I'll give you one good reason. Maven Blackbriar. Burn all the hives, and she'd have to import honey for Blackbriar meadery, which would cut into her profits. We had an arrangement with Maven. We kept an eye on Golden Glow Estate to make sure the honey kept flowing. If the workers had a dispute, we'd rough them up. If competitors tried to buy honey from Arengoth, we'd steal the shipments. In return, Maven allowed us to extort Arengoth and bring in a huge payout. Let me put it to you this way. Nothing happens in Riften without Maven's consent. One word from her, and you could spend the rest of the 4th Era in prison. Golden Glow Estate brought in a mountain of gold for the guild. You could almost call it our sweetest deal. Then out of the clear blue, Arengoth stopped sending us our cut. Mercer was, well, angry, to put it kindly. So we send in Vex and find out he's hired a bunch of mercenaries to guard the place. Aye. Arengoth sent the city guard packing and fortified the entire island. In fact, Vex barely made it out of there alive. You should talk to her about it before you go. You watch yourself on that island. Those mercenaries don't take prisoners.
Got a minute? Wanted to say something.
I wanted to say something to you.
My sister in crime. What do you need?
So, friend,
When the weather permitted, Aaron and I would often walk the Rift's forests. The trees here are so beautiful.
The wildlife?
Come here a second. A lot of people are beginning to get impressed with you here. Me, too. Just wanted to let you know. I used to live in Valenwood, working at my father's winery. We made the finest wine to ever cross your lips, I promise you.